Hey guys, tonight we step out onto damp river stones in the Sichuan basin, where the mist smells like bamboo and last night's rain, and where a vanished kingdom waits as if it only stepped into the next room. A quick reality check. If you try to live here without learning the river's moods, you might not make it past breakfast, because these waters have opinions and they change them fast. So, before you get comfortable, take a moment to like the video and subscribe, but only if you genuinely enjoy what I do here. And while we're setting the mood, drop me a comment with your city and the time on your clock right now. I'm curious who else is wandering through the fog with us. Now, dim the lights. Maybe turn on a fan for that soft background hum. And let's ease into tonight's journey together. Mist lifts in gauzy curtains as the Min and Tuo Rivers split and braid around your ankles, like bright threads pulled through a loom of gravel and reeds. Every step presses a memory of water into the earth, and footsteps feel temporary, stamped on the world's soft skin before the current smooths them away. You follow a fisherman's path, narrow as a promise, and reads gossip against your sleeves, sharing rumors about a people who planted cities in the mud and asked bronze to keep their secrets. Somewhere upstream, a heron launches from a sandbar, white wings cupping the gray air, and that is your cue to move quieter. You keep one hand on a slick willow trunk and test the bank with your weight, because these rivers like practical jokes, undercutting the shoreline until green turf is a trapdoor. A league ahead, the low ground swells into a platform of earthwork and timber palisade. A city whose builders looked at wetlands and thought, challenge accepted. The mainstream historical picture forms. This is the world of the ancient Shu, a Bronze Age culture that flourished in what is now Sichuan, marked by extraordinary metalwork and a ritual sense that made even the air hold its breath. Scholars situate parts of the story roughly in the late 2nd to early 1st millennium BCE, though timelines here like to blur at the edges, because rivers and dates both drift. Across the water, smoke lifts from kiln pits where artisans coax fire into steady temper. Wood smoke tastes faintly of pine sap, and sparks skate upward like tiny fish leaping out of the current. You learn, in that easy way that only walking can teach, how they mastered river clay and sediment. Tamping platforms, laying timber sills, weaving reed mats beneath packed earth so the ground acts like a raft. City by city, embankment by embankment, they convince soggy land to pretend it was stone. The everyday trick becomes the grand trick, and you realize that urban planning, yes, that boring-sounding phrase, is an adventure story when the plot twist is seasonal flooding. Under your sandals the path splits, and a boy with a basket of freshwater snails nods you to the right. A dog follows, pretending it's not following, with the cautious dignity of animals who have seen too much weather. People here speak a language that rises and falls like hills. Its words are lost to writing as far as we can prove, yet they echo in habits. How elders touch the river before a decision, how market stalls line up with entrances facing away from prevailing winds, how every gate seems to frame a slice of water. Mainstream knowledge again. Rivers are highways and calendars, and in the Sichuan basin they shape not only transport but also time. Festivals track flood pulses. Harvest dances promise good grain and easy crossings. Beneath the palisade, a ferry scrapes onto a gravel bar, and traders unload bundles wrapped in mulberry cloth. The things in those bundles tell a story with more mileage than a caravan. Cowrie shells from far coasts, stones that insist they are jade and must be taken seriously, feathers that strutted on birds from mountain forests, and copper ingots shaped like crude bars with fingerprints still pressed into their surfaces. Your hands hover over the shells, the cold feels ocean deep, and you picture the route. From coast to river mouth, from river mouth to inland fork, from fork to footpath, and finally here, where someone will decide that a shell can be more than money. It can be confession, amulet, or permission to speak. Along the city's edge you pass a low inlaid wall where small bronze plaques wink through layers of lacquer, and the dog finally admits you are interesting, keeping a strict 3-pace distance. The artisans whose work glitters there think in fire and patience. Copper meets tin, sometimes with a guest appearance by lead to make the melt more cooperative. And a lost wax mold swallows a dream until the metal cools and the dream becomes furniture for the gods. One mainstream fact to settle in your pocket. These people achieved an artistic grammar unlike their contemporaries eastward. Their bronze faces go narrow and long, eyes almond-wide, ears stretching outward like sails that want to catch a different kind of wind. Past the kiln field, a drummer calls the afternoon narrow, and children chase the beats through a lane that smells of fermented grain and river mud. A woman sells pickled shoots in earthen jars, tying lids with thorny twig. You bargain a little, not because coins matter, but because the dance of counteroffers is a kind of handshake. Cold, crisp, and quietly sour, the pickled shoots remind you of how communities preserve more than food. Recipes pass like passwords. Rituals pass like weather. Stories pass like heat from coals to an iron pot. An odd little tidbit finds you as you lick brine from your thumb. Someone explains the local trick of counting boats by listening. Each hull makes a signature sound against the current, and old boatmen swear they can name neighbors in the dark by river noise alone. File that under strange but plausible. Alongside the rumor that sturgeon sometimes come upriver as if they own the place. Against the far bank, a stand of bamboo leans conspiratorially over the water, and the city gate clacks as a latch lifts. Guards with reed-wrapped spears half glance at your shoes first. Practical people. You step into a light that looks filtered through green silk. Inside, planning announces itself. Lanes run straight where the ground allows, and kink sideways where old watercourses sulk beneath. Drainage ditches glitter with minnows. Footbridges hop over them like dragonflies. A reminder for your inner note-taker. Even the placement of granaries says something. Raised on timber stilts with latticed walls to keep grain dry and mice embarrassed. The shoe understood that a city is a living metabolism. Grain in, tools out, prayers both directions. Toward the market square, a storyteller kneels on a woven mat, drawing a fish with charcoal dust and river spit. The fish winks into a boat. Then the boat stretches into a mask with round staring eyes, and you almost laugh because the picture remembers things you haven't seen yet. In whispers, names emerge: Kansong, Boguan, Yufu, Duyu, ancient rulers whose biographies smell like incense and hearsay. Mainstream lore puts these kings in the midst of legend more than ledger, but names matter because they compress civic memory into syllables. Scholars admit with careful faces that the boundary between dynasty and myth blurs here, and you catch the wry half-smile that says, historians are still debating this question. Evening leans in. Lamps glow in clay niches near doorways, and an alley fills with steam where people boil reeds to separate fibers for cord. A girl waves you over to see a trick. She twists 2 wet fibers in opposite directions, then lets them spin together, stronger than either alone. Lesson accepted. Culture does this too, braiding river craft with ritual, metallurgy with music. A more obscure kernel drops into your pocket. Certain households keep a small basket of smooth river stones at the threshold, and visitors pick one up and put one down. A silent exchange to ensure balance. You participate. Not from superstition, you claim, but from politeness. And the stone sits cool and satisfied in your palm. Back in the square, an older man lays a bronze blade across his knees and tells what he knows about the metal's temperament. He says thin edges sing if you touch them just so, and if you hold one at dawn, the river's breath will blur along it like fog on a flute. You remember that bronze is not only weapon but also mirror, instrument, altar furniture, and a technical bet placed with every pour. Too much tin and the alloy gets brittle. Too little and the edge sulks. The workshops here aren't improvising. They run on recipes guarded by guilds and families, on molds that can be reused until results feel inevitable. A mainstream grounding fact returns like a tide. The casting tree method, building a branching channel system to pour metal into multiple components, is not a sci-fi trick. It's practical genius, and you can practically taste the metal in the air. Around the corner, a small shrine crouches under a roof of shingles weighted by river stones. A priestess closes her eyes and breathes. 5 slow cycles, and the crowd joins her, as if the city exhaled and the buildings dipped their rafters in ascent. Offerings look unassuming. Reeds tied in knots, a cup of fermented millet beer, a bronze bead no bigger than a pea. The ritual isn't theatrical. It is maintenance, like cleaning a gutter before the storm. You feel, in your ankles and ribs, that this is a city which hears itself, not only its gods. Debate, of course, extends into theology. Were those colossal bronze faces later found miles away embodiments of ancestor kings, deities, or ritual stages for a cosmology we can only sketch? The professionals, fascinating, caffeinated, and politely stubborn, would love an answer, and you smile because unanswered questions are why we still have jobs. Down a narrow lane, a craftsman invites you into a courtyard where bamboo poles dry across sawhorses, and a young apprentice applies lacquer to a wooden bowl in calm, meditative strokes. The air smells like resin and patience. He explains a technique with deliberate hands. Multiple coats, each one drying before the next, each one sanded with a powder made from charred plant ash. The bowl gleams, not bright but deep, like a dark pool that keeps a secret sky. In an alcove, molds sit stacked like sleeping reptiles. One is for a mask with eyes that bulge as if they hold stars. You try not to, but the apprentice grins and nods, and feel the cool grit where the clay captured the thumbprint of whoever pressed it. Obscure insight incoming. Molds sometimes carry marks that look like tally notations or personal signatures. Whether these are ownership marks, workshop codes, or something ritual is, again, a matter of charming disagreement. Past the courtyard, the river reasserts itself in your ears. A steady, long vowel of water. A merchant balances a yoke across his shoulders. At one end, a bundle of hemp cord. At the other, dried fish that smell like the ocean told a joke and cracked itself up. He speaks of distances not by miles but by bends. 3 bends to the ferry, 2 bends to the willow grove, 5 bends to the place where the sturgeon bothered my uncle. Navigation here is a dialogue with turns and mud banks, with season and silt. The mainstream fact to pin. The Min and Tuo Rivers, among others, structured not only movement but also power, because whoever understood them best could move grain, people, and ideas safest and fastest. Trade becomes authority, and authority becomes ritual carved into bronze. Lanterns ignite one by one as twilight presses blue against the timber walls. Near the gate, a teacher draws a simple diagram with a reed dipped in ash water. A rectangle for the city, lines for drainage, dots for storage barns, a curled line for the river. A child asks why the rectangle tilts, and the teacher smiles because the ground insisted. You think about the stubbornness of landscapes, about how cultures are essentially long conversations between geography and imagination. Here, the talk is fruitful. Earthwork levees double as public promenades. Floodplains moonlight as fields when water behaves. Bridges become markets the moment 2 people stop to chat. Above all this, stars begin to show through the mist gaps, pricking tiny vowels into the night. A musician sits on a low stool and plucks an instrument strung with gut. The melody turns round like a river eddy, coming back on itself with minor variations that keep your attention and your shoulders dropped. Food arrives the way good ideas do, gradually and then all at once. Bowls of millet porridge sweetened with river honey, slices of steamed fish with a sauce that insists it is both gentle and sharp, pickled greens that make you feel like you could run all the way to the mountains and back before breakfast. The dog, at last, accepts that you are family, or at least reliable, and collapses across your feet as if to sign a treaty. Near the center of the square, someone unfolds a textile dyed in quiet colors: earth, reed, river shadow, and points at its pattern. A set of loops crossing like currents. The motif surfaces on pottery rims, bronze fittings, and even in the way people arrange jars along a wall. Patterns travel the way gossip does, fast and sticky. You realize that designs are not decorations so much as road signs written for the eyes. They tell the initiated where this thing belongs and where it was born. A small debate warms the evening. Did these patterns originate locally, or do they echo far-off exchanges with regions beyond the mountains? A chorus of thoughtful shrugs answers. The truth likely braided itself from both strands. And yes, cue the refrain. Historians are still debating this question. Closer to the river again, you watch how fishermen anchor stake nets with woven weights shaped like pears. The lattice of bamboo catching water the way hands catch bread dough. A quiet, curious detail emerges. Certain nets carry a charm tied with twisted grass, not for luck in the modern sense, but to make an agreement with the river. We take and we let go. Superstition? Maybe. Or call it river diplomacy. Either way, an ethic hums underneath. Take enough to feast, not enough to insult the current. Along the outer wall, a guard walks the top of the earthwork and taps the palisade with his spear, but in a steady rhythm. It's practical, checking for soft spots or loose joinery, but it also becomes a song the neighborhood expects. Thunk, thunk, rest. Safety isn't silent. It's measured. You wander with him the length of the wall and ask the dull questions that matter. How often does the river rise? How far? Where does the water first break the banks? He points with his chin. That bend, that field, that line of trees where the flotsam always piles. A mainstream reality anchors the conversation. Flood management is policy, not panic. Canals, spillways, and emergency high ground embed themselves like muscle memory in the city's bones. Just inside the north gate, a bronze worker closes up her shop and runs a final hand over a casting mold. She speaks of metal as if it were an apprentice, promising when treated well, sulky when rushed, occasionally brilliant on a whim. She also mentions a rumor from the West. Somebody's cousin's cousin is experimenting with minute amounts of arsenic to tweak hardness. A risky tweak with temperamental outcomes. The line between innovation and bad day remains thin. You store the fact away as a curiosity. Not everything becomes a tradition, but even the failures teach parameters. At a quiet bend of the river, reeds make their aspirated S sound, and fireflies sample the dark like careful critics. A boat arrives late, its bow wrapped in cloth to muffle impact, and two passengers step ashore with the posture of people who know how to be uninteresting. They carry a bundle that clinks in precise ways, weights that say ingots to an ear already trained by the market. You turn away politely because not every scene is for your eyes, and bedtime stories respect privacy even when they are fascinated. From beyond the levee, the low hoot of an owl suggests that the night has its own union rules. Sleep is an agreement between your spine and the straw mat, but first you walk to the water and stand with toes kissing the last dry inch. Reflections of lanterns dapple across the surface like gold coins, briefly considering reincarnation. The river says what rivers have always said: move with me or move against me, but no one stands still. That's not a threat. It's hospitality with terms and conditions. Within the city, the last ovens tick as they cool, and you overhear a debate drifting from a doorway. Two scholars, one skeptical, one romantic, arguing about origins. Did the shoe spring from deep local roots watered by millennia, or were they renewed by migrants who brought fresh metallurgical grammar with them? Ear shapes on masks versus pottery temper analysis, trade routes versus iconography. The case is strong on both sides, and the verdict remains a polite stalemate. The phrase returns as a lullaby for curious minds. Historians are still debating this question. Toward the southern ramp, you spot a small cluster of posts with wind chimes made from fish bones, each vertebra cleaned to a creamy sheen. They tinkle with a sound like footsteps on shells, ridiculous and lovely. The maker, an old woman with a missing tooth and a very effective eyebrow, tells you the chimes remind people not to shout near the water at night because fish sleep lightly. Biologically questionable? Sure. Socially useful? Absolutely. You promise to tiptoe, and the river seems to approve, flattening briefly where your breath touches it. Around a cook fire, a youth group, let's call them future elders, swap news. One mentions that bronze masks have been moved for a ceremony. Another reports that a flood 2 bends down rearranged half a field but left the boundary stones miraculously aligned. A third brags about a reed boat that outran a sudden logfall by tucking into an eddy like a swallow in a wind pocket. News in such cities is always adjacent to weather, and weather is just the personality of the river wearing sky clothes. Inside a courtyard, someone unrolls a piece of beaten gold no larger than a palm, incised with lines that almost make a circle of birds in flight. You catch your breath because the motif feels like a sun in motion. The piece glows not with brilliance but with confidence, quietly insisting it knows something about the way light moves across water. Tuck that image away. It belongs to the region's long memory, and it will matter wherever memory later resurfaces. For now, its meaning hums at the edge of articulation, like a song you cannot yet sing but somehow already know. Sleeping mats rustle as households settle. A mother murmurs a weather proverb that could be a management principle. Build for the river you know, plan for the river you don't. You look at the city again. Its stilts and drains, its docks and repair yards, its storage bins positioned like punctuation where a sentence needs a pause. And you see strategy disguised as habit. The shoe didn't conquer their landscape. They negotiated. The treaty reads, "We will build lightly where you breathe, and we will reinforce where you push." Wind picks up along the palisade and carries the smell of sesame oil and wet rope. A drum taps once, twice, signing off for the night. You lie back on a bench near the river landing, listening for the difference between wave and wake, between water learning from stone and stone relearning its place. In that hush, a gentle thought takes shape. Civilizations don't so much disappear as reconfigure, their parts learning new addresses. But that is for later chapters and later bends. For now, your work is simple. Keep breathing with the current, keep your sandals where the mud is honest, and let the city, its whispers, its bronze glances, its practical rituals, drowse into your dreams. Stars thin as dawn considers the eastern ridge, and a heron returns to the same sandbar like a patient punctuation mark. Time stretches, then folds like a reed mat, and you understand why people here use river metaphors even when talking about sleep. You let your eyes flicker closed and then open again, stealing last looks at the masks that wait somewhere beyond the palisade, at furnaces catching the new light, at the dog who has adopted your feet as a small kingdom worth guarding. With a last deep inhale of river-cool air, you memorize how the Min and Tuo sound together. Not a duet, but one long song sung in harmony by two old friends. Morning will come with tasks, the ferry to catch, the muddy lane to take, the workshop to visit where fire tells secrets and clay remembers hands. But this section belongs to the liminal hour. Remember the mainstream fact that matters most here. Landscapes dictate rhythms, and cultures that listen tend to write lasting music. Remember the obscure details that make a place feel like itself. The stone baskets at thresholds, the fishbone chimes, the way old boatmen know neighbors by the sound their hulls make in the dark. Remember, too, that in the scholarly world, neat answers are often just early drafts. The Shu remain generous with questions, and that generosity is part of their immortality. Silence, then the smallest lapping noise as a boat rocks against a post. Breath slower, shoulders lighter. The dog snores with comic sincerity. A kitchen somewhere drops a lid with a wooden cluck, and the city stirs. You stand, stretch, thank the river under your breath like a host who set an extra bowl at the table, and step into the lane as the first light unspools across the water like bronze being poured into a perfect mold. The day begins, but the story keeps walking beside you, unhurried and sure, already pointing your feet toward the faces of metal and the dreams inside their eyes. Beyond the last willow's sweeping branches, a green corridor of reeds parts just enough for a narrow skiff, and the ferryman gestures with two fingers that mean, duck your head unless you like collecting spiderwebs. Breath turns small in the damp air while river gnats orbit your ears like gossip with wings. A soft thrum off the current feels like a pulse underfoot, and that rhythm suggests the city is awake long before the gate actually appears. By the time a timber palisade lifts out of the mist, the reeds have already whispered their rules. Keep your balance, greet the water, and don't argue with the wind when it wants your hat. Reeds taper back to show a levee stitched with woven mats, the surface textured like a basket big enough to carry a whole neighborhood. A gang of workers shoulders bundles of split bamboo, and the bundles sway in unison, a walking fence. Smiles pass as payments more reliable than coins, and a child waves a fishtail charm tied to a twig, for luck against snags and arguments. At the far end of the levee, two tall posts flank the approach, each dressed in banners dyed with plant indigo, river-colored flags for a river-bred town. The ferryman nudges your shoulder toward the slope, the universal signal for time to walk. Closer to the wall, the smell of wet earth trades places with a sharper tang. Smoke from kiln pits, lacquer warming on wood, and the faint metallic note that means someone is polishing bronze with stone dust and patience. Dogs loiter like civil servants who take their job of watching very seriously. Tails sway in an official rhythm. A vendor hawks steamed millet cakes from a basket lined with broad leaves, and steam collects on your cheekbone like considerate rain. The gate itself isn't a simple rectangle. It's a layered space, a short tunnel with rooms to either side for guards and record keepers, and the ceiling beams have been rubbed with oil until they gleam like wet bark. Ahead of the threshold, a pair of bean-shaped stones sits in a shallow tray of sand. Travelers step on them before entering, balancing for 3 breaths. It wakes the feet, a guard explains, and reminds the head where the ground is. Ritual meets chiropractic, your arches approve. Above the stones a small gong hangs from a nail, and the gatekeeper taps it once for each newcomer. a quiet punctuation mark that adds the cadence of arrival to the street's morning sentence. With the third tap, a slender clerk appears, reed pen tucked behind one ear, tablet of smoothed bamboo slats in both hands, eyes bright with the pleasure of keeping the stream of people arranged into tidy lines of information. Within the gate tunnel, the clerk asks the three questions everyone hears. From which bend? Carrying what? Staying how long? Answers land like pebbles in a bowl. 2 bends south. Cord, dried fish, a story about a floating granary lid. 2 nights if the price of rope behaves. Your addition is simple, curiosity and soft coin. And the clerk's smile makes it clear that curiosity already circulates as currency here. A braided cord tied around your wrist seals the agreement to behave like a decent guest, which means not trying to outsmart flood rules and never leaning a heavy load against a granary pillar. Stones embedded in the floor trace a line you follow into the heart of the gate quarter. Each stone holds a simple mark, spirals, crosshatches, bird tracks, that doubles as a street code and a mnemonic for deliveries. Porters memorize these the way boatmen memorize eddies. A spiral means the ropemaker's lane. Crosshatch points to the mat weavers. Bird tracks lead toward a courtyard where featherwork charms clatter like gentle rain. Practical details reveal a mind at work. Drainage ditches run below the paving, not beside it, so carts roll clean while water retreats into purposeful darkness. Market stalls clamor beyond a second inner door where the palisade gives way to a timber-laced wall whitewashed to look like a calm cloud. Voices tangle with the soft metallic ring of little bells hanging off awnings. Those bells keep birds honest and customers awake. A man in a felt hat flips a bronze mirror toward the light, and the mirror throws back a pale sun that seems to have been domesticated for indoor use. Names of goods arrive in a list that becomes poem by accident: hemp, salt, cowries, smoked eel, lacquer bowls, needles of bone, jars of pickled radish with lids sealed by straw, until even the air feels like inventory. Families move with that particular choreography of households who share a cultural muscle memory. An aunt scolds nobody in particular for walking too fast with wet feet. A grandfather checks the sky twice before setting his stool. Cousins trade insults so affectionate they count as hugs. You note the way elders keep an easy authority, and younger adults orbit them without complaint. A gravitational dance that keeps the day orderly without having to drag rules onto the street and hang them for all to see. Laughter cracks open like a seed whenever a dog snatches a dumpling. And even the guard at the corner pretends not to notice his own grin. Education peaks from a side courtyard where children arrange pebbles into patterns, while a teacher draws curved lines with a charred twig. Wind. He names the first curve. Water. The second. Wall. The third. Lessons about syllables and strokes piggyback on experience. The body learns before the book does. A teenager nearby practices the craft of knots. Fingers neat and sure. If the knot slips, she says, the boat tells on you. In this city, failing a test means getting wet, and nobody wants that kind of grade report. Governance shows its face not in a throne room, but in a shaded hall where appointments, grain tallies, and flood predictions share the same table. A council of stewards takes turns speaking. Nobody dominates because the river doesn't either. On the back wall, slats hung like wind chimes list which crews patch levees this week and which crews clear canals. A basket near the door collects suggestions. Little reed slips folded in thirds. One slip reads, very seriously, "Please remind the North Watch to stop feeding the dog sweet cakes. It does not respect boundaries. City management, ancient or modern, always means refereeing between kindness and consequences." Jade enters the picture the way dawn spreads, quietly but decisively. Traders unwrap soft cloths to reveal pieces that pretend to be water frozen mid-breath. Tubes, beads, pendants carved as coiled creatures with bodies like question marks. Weight surprises your palm. It's heavier than it looks, and cool as cave shade. Dreams in the city travel with jade the way messages travel with birds. The mainstream fact holds. Long-distance networks carried nephrite and other beautiful stones across mountains and river basins into places where artisans cut, polished, and threaded them into narratives worn against the skin. Some of the motifs might be local invention. Others echo far speech from valleys you haven't learned to pronounce. Bronze waits in glancing shadows where a doorway frame admits a slice of gold light. Artisans chat without pausing their hands, the rhythm of work turning conversation into melody. A casting tree leans like a metal bonsai, its branches leading to future fittings. Loops, beads, small plaque faces with eyes that know how to stare without blinking. The essential recipe stays simple but precise. Copper and tin, with a whisper of lead when the mold demands better flow. A boy is told to keep the charcoal graded by size, because the fire reads texture like a text. The result will be objects that outlive umbrellas, roofs, and casual arguments. Music drifts from the lane where gourd pipes add syllables to the afternoon. The notes repeat with variations, and phrases circle back the way the river does when it meets a rock and pretends to forget the path. A dancer marks time with a heel on a packed earth floor, and ankle bells click like punctuation. Songs carry schedules. 3 rises stir the mash. 1 lean of the shadow drain the dye bath. So nobody needs a sundial to know when to lift the pot. A city that sings its calendar wears less anxiety on its face. Food thickens the story from the inside out. Cook fires line one wall of the market, each with a personality. A crisping hiss for fried river shrimp, a sleepy simmer for millet porridge, a disciplined boil for noodles made from buckwheat ground between stones that squeak with nostalgia. Seasoning plays diplomacy. Ginger that tickles, pepper that warns, garlic that never apologizes. A woman sells slices of salted duck. Yes, in a river town, insisting that news travels faster when it has a little grease to ride. You take a slice and discover she's right. The next 5 conversations glide like boats pushed by a favorable eddy. Craft houses open like a textbook whose illustrations refuse to sit still. Basket makers weave with reed and bamboo in patterns that soothe the eyes. Left, right until worry runs out of thread. A woodworker fits mortise to tenon without a single nail, then smacks the joint with a wooden mallet to seal the deal. The sound is the acoustic signature of trust. Lacquerers move with deliberate slowness, laying down another coat as if they're repainting a quiet lake to persuade it not to ripple. Respect for materials becomes its own ethics code. Nobody bullies wood into being stone. Language, or rather the felt absence of it in clay or bamboo records, pricks curiosity. Syllables lilt in speech yet refuse to show up clearly as writing we can decipher today. It's tempting to press familiar scripts onto these walls, but the stones say, "Not so fast." The mainstream point remains. While later periods in the region show characters linked to broader Sinitic systems, the Bronze Age shoe world leaves a less certain trace on bamboo and silk. A kindly controversy hums. Whether a distinct script once lived here and slipped from our grasp is an open question. And yes, historians are still debating this question. Neighbors arrive in their own textures. Ba folk with braided hair and bracelets of boar tusk. Chu envoys wearing layered robes that whisper when they move. Highland traders with cloaks that smell like clean snow even when the valley sweats. Exchange at the gate becomes theater with a plot about bargaining and a theme about respect. A trick floats through conversation. When two parties can't agree on a number, they toss a hollow reed into a basin. The angle at which it floats settles the difference, because water dislikes extremes and the city copies that preference. Ritual steps out of a side hall without fanfare. A priest shakes a small rattle made from gourd and pebbles, then walks the perimeter of the gate, touching posts with a sprig of river grass. No drama, just maintenance. On a small altar, offerings line up. A pair of bronze beads, a pinch of salt that catches light like 1,000 tiny promises, a strip of dyed cloth as long as a hand. The gesture that follows, a bow toward the levee, reminds everyone which god has seniority here. Belief bends naturally toward water, not as a villain to appease, but as a partner with mood swings. Trade continues as a steady river within the river. A caravan captain explains that goods move in phrases. Sea to estuary, estuary to trunk river to branch stream, branch to pack trail to shoulder, shoulder to table. Shells prove where the path began. Iron-rich stones serve as weights and hints for future metallurgists. Feathers travel chiefly so stories can have props. In this economy, objects are passports, and the border official is the person who recognizes a motif or a smell. The gate functions as a customs house of memory, stamping experiences more than documents. Nightfall doesn't hurry but makes its intentions known by turning the air into a louder whisper and the light into a softer argument. Torches flare in brackets along the walls, and their reflections pile up in the drainage channels until it looks like molten metal rehearsing for morning. Performance creeps in on soft shoes. Two actors with painted brows twitch like sparrows while a drummer supplies comic thunder. The plot involves a river spirit who discovers bureaucracy and decides forms exist to be folded into boats. Laughter agrees. Even the clerk at the gate smiles, then tries very hard not to. Morning returns on sandals of dew, and the gate quarter yawns open, stretching beams and banners. Maintenance crews move out with baskets of packed clay to fill low spots and bundles of fresh reeds to reline ditch banks. A flute sets tempo from atop the wall so carts space themselves and arguments know when to pause. Somewhere a rooster insists the sun needs coaching. Somewhere else a pot lid clacks in applause. Life presents itself as choreography without a choreographer, which is just another way of saying habit has matured into culture. Questions ride in from every bend with boats that look identical until they close the last 10 yards. A woman asks if the levee of rope should rise when the river falls. A steward answers that rope obeys load, not mood. A boy wonders whether the bronze faces in the warehouse can see at night. An artisan replies that metal dreams with its eyes open. A trader wants to know if jade is better traded in pieces or as a set. A jade cutter answers that completeness is a story humans like to buy. The gate thrives on answerable questions even when answers behave like puns. Scholars in travel-stained robes arrive carrying boxes that smell like camphor and ambition. They seek to compare nose bridges on bronze masks and ear shapes on figurines, to tease out whether local artisans followed a rulebook we've lost or invented freely from a vocabulary we can still learn to pronounce with the hands. When asked whether the shoe grew here from deep roots or were refreshed by incoming strands of culture, their faces perform the expression known as responsible hesitation. The consensus sits like a patient guest. Likely both, braided in ratios the soil remembers more clearly than text. Stories at the gate accumulate like silt where the channel slows. A porter laughs about the time the flood arrived early, lifted a whole row of jars, and set them down 3 alleys away in perfect order, labels facing outward like a polite thief with an eye for merchandising. A grandmother recounts how a sturgeon learned to nudge the ferry rope for scratches, toll paid in leftover millet. A child swears the masks in the storehouse sigh when it rains. None of these make it into official tallies, and yet the city would be poorer without them. Footpaths radiate from the gate like spokes from a quiet wheel. One runs along an earthwork high enough to count as a viewshed. From there, rooftops line up like low waves with sparrows surfing the eaves. Another path dips into a work district where smiths hammer bronze edges thin as late afternoon shadows. Each hammerfall lands with a tone so specific that neighbors can tell whether a blade is obliging or sulking. A third path slips into a residential ward where palms of hands touch thresholds in greeting, and baskets of river stones keep score of visits. One stone in for arrival, one out for departure. So homes remember their conversations in smooth arithmetic. Memory, the city's secret infrastructure, lives in objects nobody writes about until they're gone. A hairpin of bone that pressed through 3 generations of braids. A fishing float patched with resin and story. A crack on a lintel named after the storm that made it. You trail fingers lightly along a wall where children rank rainstorms by how fast they fill the ditch. Tallies crosshatched beside smudges of chalk fish. Grand theories feel polite in such company. And perhaps that's why grand theories here keep their voices down. Departure rituals at the gate mirror entrances with a few extra lines. Travelers tap the gong once to say, "We remember." Step on the bean stones to tell their legs where home is, and pick one reed from a tall bundle near the exit. That reed goes behind the ear until the first bend. From there it floats back to the city like a messenger who remembered the plot twist. The clerk collects the day's chords and ties them into a larger braid. One day's behavior woven into a line long enough to tie future days to past ones. Legends lean against the gate like regulars at a tea stall. One whispers that Kangkong's gaze still checks the fit of each new beam. Another declares that when Duyu names a floodplain, the river spells it the same way with silt. Whether those names belong to verifiable rulers or ceremonial titles remains open, the city comfortable balancing respect for memory with clarity about evidence. A plaque on the wall, carved simply, no gilding, captures the civic tone. What we know keeps us steady. What we don't know keeps us listening. Architecture raises an eyebrow in the inner wards where the timber joins grow more ambitious. Cross-laminated braces drink the load from heavy roofs, and the overhangs extend far enough that rain ends its descent in well-behaved lines rather than rebellious drips. Window screens woven from split bamboo swap privacy for airflow with the flip of a panel. At night, oiled paper slides into the grooves and the house becomes a soft lantern with everyone inside reading the walls as if they were scrolls drawn by light. Water management reveals itself in clever details people stop noticing only because they work. Spillways angle away from granaries with a hypothesis about gravity proved daily. Silt traps sit like patient mouths willing to eat the muddy part of floodwater so the clear portion can go flirt with canals. Small flaps carved into lower gate boards can be opened to let the river breathe without letting it shout. The mainstream fact tucks in neatly. This basin's ancient cultures engineered their landscapes with a mix of earthworks, channels, and raised foundations that wouldn't look out of place in any handbook on living sensibly near water. Oddities make the gate its own museum of plausible eccentricities. A booth sells bamboo whistles tuned to frighten boars but not dogs. The vendor demonstrates with a note that sounds like a frog frowning. Another stall offers umbrella frames made from palm leaf ribs, collapsible with a twist. A customer suggests the wind can't be trusted with cleverness, and the seller shrugs the way only a veteran of storms can shrug. Tucked below a stair, a bronze charm shaped like a tiny paddle promises to help you remember your or rhythm, provided you actually row. Civic rituals slip into the week like commas into a sentence. light tapping every third morning to test the palisade slats, gong conversations at noon to remind crews to switch tasks, and a gentle curfew not about fear but about rest. Volunteers walk the perimeter with baskets for stray nails and splinters. Nothing wastes, not even a sliver that can patch a more important sliver later. A quiet pride lies under it all, the kind that doesn't need a parade because the walls stand, and the drains hum, and the river respects an honest negotiation. Debate returns to the casual theater of street corners. Someone argues that the masks kept inside the warehouse are ritual faces for ceremonies that stitched community to cosmos. Someone else says they're political theater, a way to place authority on a stage bigger than any one person. A younger artisan suggests they might be both rehearsal for belief and performance for power. Consensus doesn't bother showing up today, which is fine, because disagreement here behaves like a well-raised child. Lively, polite, and home for dinner. Artifacts finish their day by becoming background again, sliding into storerooms and niches. A bronze tree waits without rusting, lacquer dreaming in thin layers. The warehouse keeper hums so the objects won't feel lonely, or maybe so she won't. She checks a list using tally marks shaped like short dashes and longer ones. And when she's done, she opens the shutters a finger's width so the room can feel the night. Preservation is a mood as much as a method. Commerce winds down without losing its manners. The last rope coils like a sleeping snake in a basket. The last jar of pickled greens thunks into someone's bag with the sound of tomorrow's breakfast. The last mirror catches one final flame and lets it go the way a good host lets a guest leave without guilt. Streets sweep themselves with brooms in 100 hands, and water carries the day's confetti toward the bigger channel where all small news becomes river news. Silhouettes of sentries make paste and shadow on the wall walk, their steps aligned with the beat only they can hear. Dogs patrol the lower lane with a look that says the city today met its quota of sensible behavior. A moon arrives late but on purpose. It prefers to miss the early gossip and catch the aftertaste of quiet. By the gate, a pot of tea sits on a flat stone, free to any passerby who knows how to pour without spilling. That tea tastes faintly of the reed mats on which its steam curled. Place doesn't end at the palate. Windows turn to embers while a final lesson floats out of the guard's room. A proverb about thresholds. A gate is a mouth that eats fear and tells stories. In this city, it eats well. Strangers become neighbors 18 steps after the gong. Goods become memories 3 corners later. Questions turn into skills by the time the road meets the market and the market meets the river. With the gate at your back and the night ahead like gently folded silk, the path to tomorrow feels less like a gamble and more like a practice song waiting for breath. Dawn slips through the warehouse shutters in thin gold ribbons, and the first thing that catches your eye is a face that looks like it could whistle the wind into changing direction. Eyes stretch long and almond-bright, pupils incised as if they intend to keep notes on whoever looks back. Ears flare wider than seems physically necessary, like sails convinced sound is a kind of weather worth catching. The bronze holds a green memory of the earth that once covered it, a patina that turns light into moss. Without anyone announcing it, the room becomes a theater, and the props, the masks, the fittings, the fragments, take their stations, patient as river stones and twice as sure of themselves. Inside this calm, artisans begin the small rituals that keep big objects honest. A brush of soft plant fiber sweeps dust from the eye ridges. A thumb tests the coolness of metal at the jawline. A bowl of water sits on a low stool, catching reflected light where the window, the mask, and the river in the distance assemble a quick collaboration. The mainstream story lines up politely. These colossal bronze masks come from sites associated with the ancient Shu culture, most famously Sanxingdui in the Sichuan basin, and their forms differ notably from contemporaneous bronzes farther east. More stylized faces, more expansive ears, sometimes eyes that thrust outward as if vision itself needed handles. Dates cluster around the late 2nd millennium BCE into the early 1st, but, like any good river, the timeline meanders before it settles. Across the floor, a plank table carries the workshop's quiet mathematics. Sprues, clay mold halves, a thin blade that serves as a checking tool, and a handful of cowrie shells laid out in a ring. A small, obscure practice floats into conversation. The artisan explains that a smear of fish oil brushed on the inner surfaces of a mold can help the molten bronze flow with less attitude. Whether that claim would pass a modern lab test, you can't say, but the confidence with which it's delivered could probably persuade a stubborn crucible. The masks wait while this care proceeds, and you realize the objects have personalities only partly borrowed from human faces. Meanwhile, a clerk arranges bamboo slips that record what's been moved, polished, and repaired. Squares scratched on one slip mark how many crate lids were relashed after the rainy night. A different notation, short long short, indicates which mask stands on which wooden plinth. Writing here isn't flamboyant. It's practical choreography for heavy things. A workman lifts one mask with a sling threaded through its earlobes, proving those exaggerated curves are not just for style. Even in storage, function keeps telling jokes about form and getting away with them. Somewhere down the corridor, a set of smaller faces sits in a row, their expressions tending toward understatements. A child peers in, drawn by the souvenir scale of these pieces, and the steward lets the child trace the outline of an ear in the air. Not on the metal rules are rules. You learn that imitation starts with gestures. Tracing, shadowing, whispering the shape with your wrist before the hand is trusted near the artifact. A tiny rattle of gourd seeds signs off on the lesson. The child leaves satisfied and slightly taller in spirit. Every mask asks a version of the same question. What exactly do you think I was for? Practical theories settle into neat clusters. One proposes ceremonial use, faces for processions or staged rites that braided civic identity with seasonal obligations. Another suggests architectural placements. Eyes at thresholds, guardians of the spaces where water meets wood and wood meets memory. A third admits the possibility of costume. Masks worn with textiles, feathers, or lacquered headgear for performances that made the sky feel close. Scholars, bless them, manage to say all three might be true while simultaneously requiring footnotes. Historians are still debating this question, and the masks seem pleased to prolong the conversation. Between crates, a bronze figure with outstretched arms keeps guard like a candlestick that decided it preferred applause to wax. The proportions tickle the imagination. Hands extended as if to present the air itself, ribs compressed into planes that read more like diagram than anatomy. Mainstream knowledge points out that Sanxingdui yielded not only masks but also human figures and a famous bronze tree, whose branching arms suggest a world thriving on layered symbolism. Whether that tree is a map of ideas, a choreography for birds, or a very elaborate coat rack for light remains a friendly quarrel at conferences. Under the cool of a shade awning, a refinisher works the edge of a cracked mold, pressing slurried clay into the seam with a spatula shaped like a flat reed. He mentions an odd little metric. To test a mold's dryness, he brings it near his cheek and listens. If it whispers like thin parchment, it's ready. If it mutters like damp bark, it needs the sun a while longer. That's not in any manual you've read, but it slots neatly into the category of knowledge that lives in ears and fingertips. Practicalities here sound like proverbs without arrogance. Above the doorway, a small wind vane shaped like an eye blinks with each gust, its eyelid hinged on a tiny pin. The steward says it was a gift from a boatwright who had strong opinions about crosswinds. Tiny humor threads the day. A mask stares. The door returns a blink. The room remembers to breathe. On a shelf nearby, fragments sit like sentences that broke at interesting points. An ear that was once attached to more than one conversation. A piece of jaw that still believes in laughter. A sliver of eyebrow with the authority of a signature stroke. Nearby, a small demonstration unfolds for the benefit of a trader whose curiosity outruns his schedule. Wax modeling, lost wax casting, the fine arithmetic of sprues. Each step unfolds like a recipe whose ingredients are patience and heat. A ladle lifts. Molten bronze slides like late sunlight into the mold. The shop holds its breath long enough to count unhurried heartbeats. The mold cools in a gray quiet that appears to be silence but is really transformation minding its manners. The finished piece will not be a mask today. That would be too ambitious for a casual show and tell. Instead, a small plaque emerges, humble and informative, a business card for a tradition. Midway through the morning, debate bumps elbows with gossip. One worker swears the elongated ears were a solution to balance. Large ears help heavy faces hang steady from beams or poles. Another argues the ears are acoustic metaphors, reminders that leadership starts with listening. A third laughs and offers the most artisan-forward answer. Wide ears make delicious grips for ropes and slings. The room votes with shrugs and moves on, and you discover that shared labor dissolves the need for tidy conclusions. Function, metaphor, and logistics can all fit in a single ear. Later, a more formal discussion unfolds with two visiting scholars who examine the protruding eyepieces. The mainstream specific surface. Certain masks feature cylindrical eyes that project forward, almost like spyglasses. Theories spread out like a fan. Some propose an association with vision that reaches beyond the ordinary ceremonial clarity, not fantasy optics. Others argue for a mechanical advantage, holes through which rods could support additional adornments to be seen from a distance. A third camp suggests we need more replicas tested under controlled conditions. The masks refuse to explain and seem delighted. Another corner of the room holds textile traces. Nothing flashy, just the imprint of woven patterns where bronze touched cloth, the ghost of a grid on a metal cheek. A conservator points out a faint herringbone that hints at the grade of the wrapping used in transport or ritual staging. Cloth here carries memory without insisting on attention. It's the friend who knows every verse but lets the chorus shine. Detail-minded folks nod. The rest of us simply enjoy the way light trips along the weave's echo. Outside the warehouse, a cool courtyard offers a breathing space where observations can stretch their legs. Water drips from a bamboo spout into a shallow basin, each drop raising a small ring that travels outward and vanishes against stone. Across from the basin, a wooden rack holds tools in a disciplined arrangement. Brushes for dust, wands for pointing without touching, soft mallets for encouraging stubborn lids. The soundscape here is all easy verbs. Drip, tap, brush, breathe, and it frames the masks with the calm they seem to prefer. Finally, as a small audience gathers for a carefully controlled viewing, the steward lifts a curtain to reveal the most commanding face in the room. Cheek planes slope like the sides of a temple imagined by geometry. The mouth is a straight, reserved line. The eyes are long rafts crossing a bronze river. A hush takes the floor and spreads, and even the dog that usually sleeps near the door chooses a more respectful snore. The steward speaks only enough to anchor the moment. This piece, recovered in fragments and restored with transparent joins, represents an apex of local casting skill. Thin walls without warping, smooth surfaces that accept polish, and edges sharp enough to convince light to behave. Granularity comes next: measurements, angles, metallurgical readings. Copper dominates with a measured amount of tin. Trace elements suggest or sources that may overlap with known deposits in the region. An obscure but charming datum surfaces. Small inclusions sometimes show mineral ghosts shaped like seeds or threads, the unlucky passengers of fuels and fluxes. Not every artifact carries such signatures, but when they appear, they become the artifact's accent. The way a singer's breath catches can define a song. Across the courtyard again, a cart creaks with a new arrival, a wooden fitting that might once have held a mask. Cross braces indicate support for weight and width. Lash points say, "Rope lived here." The wood smells like smoke and river water despite its age, and you receive an improvised tutorial on how to read burnishing on wood. Bright patches where cord rubbed, faint crescents where a mast or beam touched, greasy shadows where hands did what hands always do. Reading objects becomes a sport, and you, earnest student that you are, lean forward like the answer might be hiding behind a knot. Throughout the day, the masks invite projection and dodge it with the elegance of old professionals. Someone says they look stern. Someone says patient. Someone else insists they laugh on the inside. Your own readings bloom and fade. The elongated eyes feel like horizon lines. The ears spread like river deltas. The plains of the cheeks red like fields terraced against flood. The city's geography writes its lines into its art, and the art returns the favor by teaching the city how to see itself. Elsewhere in the complex, a reference room keeps comparative pieces, photographs, rubbings, sketches, arranged by features. Large ears, small ears, straight mouths, lifted corners, thick eyelids, thin eyelids. Patterns emerge and then politely resist overinterpretation. A scholar taps one series. "Notice the notch just here." A companion replies, "Yes," and also every time we say "notice," the masks answer "perhaps." The banter keeps the work from turning solemn. Inquiry thrives in rooms that laugh without being careless. Back on the main floor, the bronze tree fragment stands on a padded stool, a branch reaching as if to stir the air. Leaves, if that's what they are, curl like tongues of curled metal, and perches dot the arms in measured intervals. Whether birds once sat here during ceremonies or the perches are metaphor for a landscape stacked in layers remains. Again, a matter for friendly disagreement. Mainstream consensus accepts that the tree signals a cosmology with multiple levels. Specifics sit on a bench near the door and wait to be invited in. Across an hour that refills itself with small tasks, light shifts and begins to slide toward the floor. The steward invites a moment of quiet attention. Standing close without touching, you let your eyes adjust so the mask's planes reveal their slow grammar: curve, angle, recess, projection. The mouth's indifferent line gives the eyes room to perform. The eye's assertive length gives the cheek planes purpose. The ear's bold swing gives the whole composition a sense of breadth. It's not a portrait. It's a proposition about presence. Beyond the gate, the river offers commentary in the language of water against stone. Inside, the masks translate that commentary into stares that feel both welcoming and exacting, like a teacher who expects you to think before raising your hand. A low murmur near the door drifts in. A visitor telling a friend that the masks feel contemporary. Somehow. The steward nods. Good art always does. It keeps sneaking into the present even when it comes from very far away. Additional minutiae trickle your way the basin collects drips. Before casting, wax models get buffed with a paste made from powdered charcoal and oil to chase away imperfections. After casting, surfaces are burnished with river pebble tools that keep metal honest without scratching. To test alignment, artisans hold a mask so a window's lattice reflects across both eyes. Straight lines reveal crooked stories instantly. All of this adds to a theory no one says aloud. Excellence is mostly methods you practice until they look like intuition. Under a different shelf, a series of small bronze animals keeps watch. Fish with unblinking curves, birds with necks that bend like gentle questions. A turtle whose shell carries a lattice pattern that echoes a basket in the next room. They appear decorative until a craftsperson mentions that weights need personality, too, or no one remembers which set belongs to which scale. Scale weights with charm prevent arguments. Objects with faces keep their social calendars straight. Utility here refuses to be plain. Along the wall, a lattice screen filters the afternoon into a grammar of light and shade that lands across one monumental face. For a few minutes, the grid makes the mask seem to wear a veil of shadows. Then the sun moves a finger's breadth and the veil dissolves. Moments like this feel staged even when they're not. You consider the possibility that the building's designers gave light a role on purpose, like a silent musician drafted to play the part of time. Past the inner door, a presentation alcove holds replicas used for handling practice. The replica metal is honest but not precious, and a guide invites your hands to learn the weight of the ears, the bite of the edges, the balance when the piece rests against a beam. Muscles add footnotes to what eyes once tried to do alone. With the replica lifted, you understand why certain features balloon or flatten. Physics has opinions and design listens closely. Near closing time, conversation returns to origins, that perennial question folded inside every artifact. Were these masks the signature of a single metropolis, or the shared aesthetic of a basin with many voices? Chemical signatures suggest a web of exchange. Stylistic consistencies suggest shared teachers. Local variations suggest neighborhood accents. An answer arrives that feels less like a verdict and more like a handshake. Think of a river system, not a single channel. The room nods. Rivers rarely argue with metaphors that flatter them. At the threshold, night breath gathers, ripe with a chill that smells faintly of wet bamboo and cooling clay. Crickets take over the day's rhythm section. A low drum somewhere in the quarter marks shift changes and bedtime stories. The steward closes ledger slips into a box whose lid fits with a satisfying slide, then walks the room one more time the way a baker checks ovens or a captain checks lines. Each mask receives a glance, not a gawking stare. Gratitude works better as a habit than a proclamation. Across the last minutes, your senses collect leftover details. The way a certain mask's eyelids curve like the horizon of a lake just before the wind arrives. The faint dent on a cheek where a centuries-old mishap left a memory no one minds. The unexpected gentleness of edges that look sharp until your eyes learn how bronze can soften light. These aren't grand revelations, just honest ones. If the masks asked for anything, it would be your steady attention, not your certainty. Beyond the courtyard, the city exhales into evening, and you feel the day's itinerary settle into place. Learn with eyes, confirm with hands, translate with comparisons, resist rushing conclusions. Mainstream anchors have been set what, where, roughly, when, broadly, how. Unusual details have been met and politely invited to dinner, fish oil on molds, cheekside sound tests, lattice reflections as alignment tools. Debates continue at a civilized simmer, purpose, staging, origin webs. The work of seeing is never finished, and the masks prefer it that way. Inside once more, lamplight replaces sunlight, warmer and more forgiving. The bronze takes on a honeyed tone, faces mellowing into older conversations. A guard hums, and the hum turns the room into a vessel that contains time. You stand a little longer because leaving feels like an interruption rather than a conclusion. The mask nearest the door seems to tilt a fraction, an optical trick courtesy of flame and shadow, and you accept the gift without asking for its receipt. Farther back, a crate lid leans against a wall with chalk marks you can finally read: sawed, slotted, tied, lifted. Each verb carries a number. Logistics has poetry if you hold it at the right angle. Work ends where it began, with hands and eyes negotiating with heavy, stubborn, beautiful things so that meaning can keep breathing. The city knows how to share that responsibility. The warehouse is simply where the sharing sounds the clearest. Next to the exit, an explanatory panel, nothing fussy, just a plank with carved characters. Reminds visitors that replication in bronze is not imitation but translation. A way to walk a road again in order to feel its slope. You take the point to heart. The past isn't a museum. It's a landscape that agrees to be walked if your feet are willing to learn its rhythms. The masks, for their part, seem to agree that any traveler paying attention counts as a friend. Across your final glance, you imagine faces in motion, carried through lamplight and river mist, lifted onto platforms that creak like polite timber, fronted by dancers whose steps speak in mathematics and weather. The city that made these faces did so with seriousness that smiles, confidence that consults, imagination that respects weight. Those are the qualities you'll try to carry into the next lane, the next river bend, the next question. Night steadies. The steward opens the door enough to let the cooler air ripple across the floor. Metal relaxes with small sounds like distant rain. You step outside into a courtyard now owning the silver of early moon, and the water basin repeats the sky in miniature, convinced it can handle the responsibility. A heron calls from the riverbank, and the note slides into the warehouse as if the bird wanted to check on the faces before bed. After a pause, the steward asks if you want to see one last oddity. A half-finished mask abandoned mid-process, with wax still clinging in corners and sprues like delicate trees. The piece is a confession made of bronze, admitting that every success here rides on a library of attempts. Perfection, it turns out, is just practice that knows how to tidy up. You thank the half-mask for telling the truth out loud. Before the shutters swing closed, a final observation chooses you. These faces do not try to be human in the narrow sense. They try to be present in the durable sense, a studied version of seeing and being seen. Stare as long as you like. They will not blink. Step sideways. They will still be there, measuring your angle and, perhaps, approving your curiosity. This isn't intimidation. This hospitality with standards. Across the alley, a lamplighter completes his round, tips the pole, and nods in contentment. The warehouse locks with a wooden thud that belongs to a long lineage of wooden thuds. The city's night unfolds like well-oiled paper. Masks that stared all day now rest with the confidence of objects that have worked their shift. Tomorrow they will watch again, and you will return, because some mysteries become companions rather than problems. Homeward steps take you past the gate where bean-shaped stones still sit in their tray, and you balance for 3 easy breaths, remembering how this chapter began in light, in quiet, in the practical grammar of hands. A dog performs one thorough stretch that threatens to split the world's yawn into interesting pieces, then falls in behind as if escorting your thoughts safely back to their basket. The river approves with a small sound too modest to brag. Beyond that sound, sleep waits with a broad hat and a patient smile. The masks, secured and calm, keep their vigil without drama. Tomorrow will bring more measurements, more soft brushes, more tidy arguments that end in laughter. The past will take another step into the present will offer a seat, and the conversation will go on at a pace kind to anyone listening. That pace suits you. The road ahead stays quiet and sure. Morning light slants low across the industrial quarter, and the alleys here smell like charcoal, wet clay, and the clean tang of hammered metal. Kiln roofs breathe faint smoke that threads into the sky, and the ground underfoot remembers last night's ash with a gentle crunch. A bell taps twice from somewhere behind a plank door, and that is the workshop's way of clearing its throat. Shift begins when the bell sounds like a polite knock on the spine. Corridors between sheds feel warmer than the street, heat pooling where walls are close enough to gossip. A row of water jars waits along one eave, the surfaces shivering with tiny rings each time a hammer falls. On a rack to your left, bundles of bamboo charcoal are tied with reeds in neat increments, child's forearm, adult's wrist, foreman's thumb, because fuel here is measured not in weight alone but in rhythm. The foreman, a woman whose hairpin is a nail filed into elegance, dips a ladle into a clay vat and drips slip onto a mold seam until it looks like cream on a horizon. Tables of tools line up like alphabets. Tongs with mouths shaped for narrow sprues. Chisels whose edges have had long conversations with whetstones. Reed brushes trimmed to a point that knows exactly where dust stops and detail begins. A low anvil carries a history of blows in concentric halos, like tree rings that learned percussion. The day's first pour is still an hour away, but the room hums the way a river hums a bend before you see it. Everyone knows the sequence. Prepare, preheat, persuade, pour, breathe, reveal, refine. Furnaces squat in the center like warm-bellied animals. Crucibles lean inside them on brick ledges. Mouths turn sideways as if listening. Copper nodules wait in baskets like pale green fruit, and tin glints from little cakes stamped with the workshop's mark, 2 stripes and a dot. A boy grades charcoal by size with a wicker sieve, feeding coarse to the belly and fine to the mouth, adjusting air like a musician tuning a flute. Mainstream knowledge anchors the scene. Bronze in this basin rides on alloys of copper and tin, often with a measured whisper of lead to smooth the flow and fill thin sections cleanly. Conversations weave practical with poetic. Someone asks whether the wind will lean east at noon. Someone else answers by pinching the air just above the furnace draft and nodding. A veteran artisan tells the apprentice that fire eats straight lines unless you feed it curves. That is, never heap charcoal in a flat layer. Mounded in a low dome so flames learn to move in gentle arcs. The phrase sounds like a metaphor until the crucible glows evenly and the metal surface steadies into a small, shimmering lake. Mold tables carry the smell of clean rain and old earth. Clay and sand blends lie under damp cloth, waiting to become walls that remember negative space. Wax models sleep on boards. Eyes closed, mouth set, sprues like delicate branches angled to carry molten metal the way irrigation channels carry water. The master of molds traces a finger along a wax cheek and points out the place where shrinkage loves to misbehave. A vent will go there, thin as a whisker, because air needs an escape route whenever ambition arrives. Obscure detail sneaks in with a grin. A smear of fish oil mixed with charcoal gets rubbed onto certain wax surfaces to improve the wetting of bronze when it eventually takes the wax's place. Schedules here respect heat. Preheating is choreography. Molds edge closer to the furnace in rings, cool, warm, almost right, ready. until the inside of each shell hums at a temperature that won't shock when bronze arrives. A foreman listens with the back of the hand against clay. If it says paper and not bark, it's ready. That kind of felt thermometer isn't in any monument inscription, but it has kept more pores honest than a cartload of proclamations. The casting tree stands assembled on a bench, a metal bonsai in waiting. Central trunk, branching channels, leaves implied where small components will form simultaneously. The design solves two problems at once: distribution and timing, so every limb drinks what it needs without starving its neighbor. The elegance of it would make a mathematician sigh and a river engineer nod in approval. Seeing it, you finally understand why some bronze workshops talk about feeding molds rather than filling them. Feeding is care. Filling is accident. A gong the size of a bowl calls everyone's attention, and heat rises from the furnace like a promise answered. Crucible mouths turn gold, then white around the edges, and the foreman catches the shift with a quick tilt and a glance that says yes. Tongs bite, lift, and the room's breath synchronizes. The pour itself is calm, more like ladling soup than battling a dragon. No splashing, no bravado, just a steady line of metal that shines like late afternoon on water. Sound condenses to the quietest hiss, as if the workshop has learned to whisper when the world does important things. Cooling introduces patience to the agenda. No one hurries the molds with drafts or shade tricks. They sit like eggs in a nest, and time handles the invisible choreography. While metal becomes shape, the crew moves to the finishing benches, where yesterday's castings receive their first language lessons. Gates are cut close and filed smooth. Seams are worked until they feel like the edge of a thought rather than the border of a decision. A worker wets a cloth with river water filtered through a basket of charcoal and drapes it over hot metal. The cloth steams and leaves a soft film that burnishes later into a shy shine. Quality control sounds like rapping knuckles lightly against bronze and listening for dullness versus song. A bell-like ring earns a satisfied nod. A thud gets a frown and a plan. Microfractures are tyrants nobody invites. Heat cycling and gentle persuasion with a wooden mallet undo stress the way a lullaby undoes a hard day. The shop keeps a ledger not only of output but also of lessons: what angle of sprue fed best, which clay mix loved, which humidity, how much lead proved diplomatic versus lazy. Mainstream historians today admire the results. The people here admire the method. Lunch arrives with bowls of millet and a plate of salted greens, and a familiar joke circles the benches. Feed the stomach, then the furnace. A bird lands briefly on the eve, chooses against management, and leaves. Stories follow. The time a rainstorm sat stubborn over the quarter and the crew bricked a temporary canopy in a single hour. The afternoon when an experimental wax cracked like a bad pun and the master announced, with perfect calm, that failure had just taught a better venting technique. The shop culture is a garden where certainty never grows taller than humility. Neighboring crafts tie into the metal's itinerary. Basket makers deliver reed tubes cut to exact lengths for packing and transport. Lacquerers offer final skins that keep humidity from writing on the surface when seasons argue. A carpenter demonstrates a cradle meant for a mask's long ears, soft rope, slotted uprights, a wedge that locks with one loving tap. Across trade lines, everyone speaks the dialect of load paths, moisture, and time. Collaboration here isn't a program. It's gravity. Replication in this place is not copying but conversation. When a mask is commissioned again, molds are refreshed, yes, but hands also reinterpret the lines, the mouth a hair flatter, the eye ridge a breath thicker, to suit new wood mounts, new viewing distances, a new temple courtyard's light. An apprentice mutters that art lives because variation breathes. The master pretends not to hear but smiles anyway. Subtlety becomes the city's favorite hobby, and that hobby leaves artifacts with fingerprints of evolving intention. A visiting buyer from a river 2 bends away pulls out a scale and tests stones. The workshop meets the formality with equanimity. Alloy percentages are negotiated like border disputes handled by elders. Firm politeness, specific numbers. The buyer requests a batch with slightly more tin for stiffness. The foreman warns that the edge will chip if treated carelessly. Agreement lands on a compromise that gives strength without making future restorers cry. Trade, when done well, is parenthood for objects that haven't been born. Next, bench over. Surface finishing demonstrates the difference between shine and depth. A young worker rubs with powdered charcoal and oil until the bronze stops reflecting scenery and starts reflecting intent. Too bright, and the piece shouts. Too dull, and it mumbles. The right finish feels like someone speaking close enough that you can count breaths. A trick shared quietly involves a river pebble chosen for the smoothness that only a long journey can give. It burnishes edges into a softness that steals no sharpness but persuades light to be kind. Debate enters with a cheerful clatter of tongs. One camp favors straight sprues for predictable flow paths. Another swears by gentle curves to reduce turbulence. The shop keeps 2 casting trees as demonstration, pours both under similar conditions, and logs results. For the week, curves win by a nose. Next month, straight lines might claim a rematch. The point isn't victory, it's memory. A workshop that remembers outcomes becomes a school even when nobody writes a book. Safety in this quarter relies on rules that feel like proverbs. Never carry a full crucible across a floor you wouldn't kneel on with bare knees. Never set tongs down anywhere a foot belongs. Never turn your back on a mold that has not confessed its temperature. These lines are delivered with humor but enforced with affection that brooks no argument. Accidents happen to the proud and the rushed. Humility makes better armor than leather. A courier arrives with a coil of news from another foundry upriver. A new clay mix using ash from a particular grass that grows on floodplains, said to resist cracking when heat sneaks in too fast. The foreman sets aside a test window later in the day. Innovation here isn't spectacle. It's housekeeping, one small betterment at a time. Historians are still debating this question of knowledge flow, whether techniques spread through formal guild networks, itinerant specialists, or simply the social gravity of markets. But the shop does not pause to theorize. It tries, observes, adopts, or discards. Storage rooms embrace order the way water accepts a riverbank. Finished pieces stand on padded planks. Raw materials nap in labeled baskets. Tools return to hooks shaped like their mouths so errors have nowhere to hide. A chalkboard, wood with ash marks which molds are on which cycle, and a string of knots records how many pours each has survived. When a mold retires, someone thanks it out loud. The gesture isn't ritual in any theological sense here. It's the working person's grammar for gratitude. Evening sidles closer, and the day's big moment finally arrives, the reveal of the morning's pours. Molds get tapped with wooden mallets until the outer shells shiver. A seam line yields. Clay peels away like a dull fruit rind. Bronze steps forward with the color of a sunset practicing restraint. Gasps do occur, but mostly you hear the contented HM that artisans reserve for outcomes that match a plan. One plaque shows a shy Mizrun along a corner. Lessons are extracted gently and taped to memory with a joke that will age well. A side table holds the oddities, the accidents that turned useful. A gate remnant casts a shape so interesting it becomes a pendant. A sprue cut flush leaves a circle that looks intentional, so a pattern is born. Serendipity serves as an unlisted assistant foreman, granted no authority but all the influence it can smuggle through the door. In the shop's private mythology, mistakes are apprentices too. They just arrive without uniforms. Apprenticeships themselves are stern and kind in equal measure. First-year hands sweep more floors than they touch molds, not as punishment but as education in flow, ash, and how the day moves. Second-year hands learn heat by standing close without flinching and by knowing when to step back with dignity. Third-year hands earn the right to buzz the rim of a melt with a skimmer and to read metal's surface the way sailors read wind. Graduation isn't a ceremony. It's the day the master hands you a problem and goes to lunch. Across the lane, a neighbor workshop produces bells and gongs, and the shared courtyard becomes a conservatory where metal learns music. A bell from next door sings a long, low vowel that makes the hair on your wrist pay attention. A small gong answers with a sentence made of round syllables. The craft line between vessel and voice grows thin here. Same alloys, different hopes. And the city gets to keep both song and storage. Raw material procurement flows through the quarter like a quiet river under the paving stones. Copper arrives as nuggets and nodules, some green, some brown, each with a story about hills and picks and arguments with gravity. Tin comes comparatively dear, a traveler from farther landscapes, asked to do more than its share of work. Traders carry bits of or for the foreman to sniff, figuratively. No one licks anything in this shop, and the bargain dances around weight, purity, and relationships that matter even when scales are honest. Smelting sometimes happens here, sometimes upstream, depending on seasons and which kilns currently behave like saints. When it does, the air deepens with a mineral perfume, and slag piles stack like dull glass waiting for a second career as road fill. A smelter explains the way flame colors translate to temperature. Red like old bricks, orange like papaya, white like someone about to scold you. Precision instruments are hands and eyes trained by repetition. Science here doesn't wear a lab coat. It wears calluses. Documentation refuses to be glamorous and yet insists on being essential. A split bamboo ledger holds columns for alloy ratios, mold reuse counts, pour temperatures recorded in comparative words, and weather notes because humidity knows how to sit uninvited at every table. The ledger also keeps the shop's humor alive. Little doodles of ears when a mask's proportions please, tiny fish when a pour swam perfectly, a stern square when the day taught humility. Centuries from now, someone will wish for these ledgers. Today, they are just another tool that gets its hands dirty. Restoration practices earn a corner of the room all their own. When fragments arrive, from a collapsed bank, a farmer's field, a construction trench elsewhere in the city, the team treats them like letters from a relative whose handwriting you haven't seen in a while. Edges get aligned by light, hold two pieces under a lattice window and watch the shadows across a seam. If the lines agree, the metal usually does too. Adhesives are natural and reversible. Joins are transparent and respectful. The rule is simple. Do no more than necessary, and let future hands undo you without curses. A rumor drifts in with the smoke from supper fires. A minor quake upriver shifted a storage shed and revealed a bronze tree branch none of the catalogers remember logging. Excitement waves its hand without squealing. The shop schedules a visit at first light. Even in a city that has learned not to gasp at wonders, you can feel the quickening that means discovery is about to make work taste like a holiday. Historians are still debating this question of whether natural events mark turning points in production cycles here, but the people today simply agree to carry extra rope. Night finally climbs the walls until only the furnace mouths hold color. Cooling embers talk in small clicks, a sound like polite applause. Workers hang tongs by their mouths, lay brushes like sleeping fish, and sweep charcoal dust into a low bin for tomorrow's reuse. The foreman runs a fingertip along the rim of a finished piece and nods without telling anyone why. Approval in this room is a language of gestures, understood and shared. Departure from the quarter feels like stepping from a warm bath into a breezy corridor. The river's cooler breath meets the furnace's memory on your skin, and the two temperatures compose a truce that makes ankles and thoughts light. Behind you, the workshops settle like a cat curling its tail over its nose. Ahead, the city's lanes accept your steps with their usual dry humor. The story flows forward, sure of itself without being loud. Summary gathers itself out of the day's sparks and dust. Mainstream anchor points have done their job: bronze as copper plus tin, often lead. Lost wax as method. Casting trees as distributed logic. Workshops as organized ecosystems with fuel, airflow, and labor as their organs. Odd, endearing particulars have shaken hands with your memory. Fish oil slip on wax. Lattice shadows used for alignment. Charcoal graded by body-size names. Pebble burnishers trained by rivers. Debates continue without malice. Sprue geometry, ear purpose, knowledge flow. In this light, the vanished kingdom does not feel vanished at all. It glows for a few hours every day wherever a furnace hums and a careful hand decides when heat has learned its lines. Stars arrive one at a time, refusing to rush even for a schedule that has earned a little vanity. Someone in the next lane laughs, and the sound fits into the evening like a small bronze bead into a thread. Sleep will come with the scent of warm clay still in your hair, and the faintest echo of the pour still ringing your inner ear. Tomorrow, more metal will move from hot speech into cool grammar, and the city will grow by the weight of its own carefulness. Dusk drapes the low ground in a silk of cooling air, and the ceremonial precinct opens before your steps like a page already creased by many careful readers. Reed fences curve to make a boundary that feels more like breath than wall, and a path of tamped earth leads toward an oval of ash where footprints never settle for long. Lanterns the color of cut apricots begin to bloom along the outer ring, each set on a stake wound with fresh grass, so the light smells faintly alive. Somewhere near the center, a shallow depression shows a quilt of compacted layers, charcoal gray, then river silt, then a scatter of white flecks that once belonged to shells and ivory. Guides call this the ritual field, not with trumpets but with the shrug of people for whom ceremony is as ordinary as breakfast. The mainstream outline introduces itself politely. Sites linked to the ancient Shu, Sanxingdui among them, have yielded dense deposits of curated objects placed, burned, broken, and buried, as if the city liked to speak to the sky in a language made of bronze, jade, lacquer, and deliberately arranged absence. Wind presses the grass in one direction, and the field answers by releasing a scent like warm pottery and pine smoke. A small crew kneels at the edge, fingers moving in the tender grammar of caretakers. One person brushes ash into a low basket. Another arranges terracotta sherds according to a code of angles. A third taps a shallow dish with a sliver of wood, listening for the ringing note that means a crack is cosmetic and not structural. Nothing here hurries. Time is taught to sit. Lantern light turns metal soft. Bronze plaques rest on folded cloth, their surfaces catching the dusk in long, steady breaths of reflection. A pair of figurines stand side by side, palms forward, their gestures almost conversational. We are here, they seem to say, and we remember. The idea of offering takes on the shape of good manners, seasonal tidying of the relationship between people, place, and whatever holds the whole arrangement together. No spectacle pushes forward, only order distilled into objects and motions. Gravel crunches under the sandals of a steward who carries a low tray with 5 bowls. Water, grain, salt, resin, and a handful of river pebbles make a quiet parade of essentials. The order matters, the steward explains. Water to greet, grain to thank, salt to mark edges, resin to lend fragrance and calm, pebbles to remember the river's signature within the ceremony. Mainstream sense nods. Rituals in agricultural societies often calibrate themselves to seasons and sources, anchoring gratitude and asking for continuity with gestures scaled to daily life. Hush gathers as participants step onto the oval in pairs, each pair carrying a small bundle wrapped in plant fiber cloth. The bundles contain nothing dramatic: tiny bronze rings, slivers of lacquered wood, a neatly folded scrap of woven reed. Offerings here behave like punctuation, not exclamation. A light sprinkle of water hisses on ash and lifts a clean scent. Arms move in measured arcs. Kneecaps brush dust in kneels that feel more like listening than pleading. Nothing begs. Everything acknowledges. Questions drift like low mist. Why burn and bury rather than display and preserve? A scholar kneeling near the ditch edge whispers back the mainstream possibilities. Perhaps objects complete their service by crossing into the ground. Perhaps controlled breaking releases the power of material into community memory. Perhaps curated destruction keeps the political center from hoarding what belongs to everyone. Somewhere in the debate, a note of camaraderie appears. Historians are still debating this question, and the masks in a storehouse across town would probably approve of the uncertainty. Patterns begin to reveal themselves under attention. The ash reveals arcs where small fires always sit. The silt layers speak of floods that went around rather than through. The shell fragments cluster along a line that points toward the river mouth. Each pattern carries a rhythm, and rhythms make calendars, and calendars make communities remember what makes them a we. A child assigned to pass pebbles counts them by tapping each on a stick. Tap, tap, pause, tap, creating a music that doubles as inventory. Work proceeds with practical grace. A tray of charcoal fans out into a crescent near the southern edge, and a chaperone of old hands checks the gap between crescent points with a knuckle, exactly 2 finger widths, neither inviting wind to quarrel nor asking smoke to sulk. An apprentice lights the resin with a twist of twisted bark, then stamps 3 slow steps clockwise around the small flame, each step writing agreement into the ground. The language of feet here is precise. Nobody steps into the ashy heart without making a promise to leave it better than found. Jade pieces enter the scene like quiet guests in clean robes. Tubes and beads glimmer mint-cool against the warm ash. One slide of a fingertip, glove on always, shows the polish of hundreds of hands. And if there's a lesson here, it's that objects remember fingers as well as eyes. The mainstream connection clicks neatly. Long-distance exchange ferried nephrite and related stones into the basin, where artisans knotted them into the grammar of rites, sometimes threading them along bronze fittings, sometimes laying them on reed mats in arrangements that make sense to more than one generation at a time. A peculiar, endearing practice surfaces at the edge of the field. A boy holds a braided length of reeds with knots tied at specific intervals. A girl with a clay wind harp stands opposite. When the breeze reaches the right speed for a chosen chant, the harp produces a soft note and the boy adjusts the knot at the corresponding mark. The reed rope becomes a memory aid, wind mapped to sound, sound mapped to movement. Obscure, yes, but perfect for a city that takes measurement personally. Tomorrow, someone will be able to tell whether the ritual began under a lazy or lively wind. Speculation finds its way into the corners like well-behaved cats. Some locals say the ritual field grew prominent after a tremor chased people from a riverside quarter. Others claim a flood once rearranged a neighborhood and the field emerged when residents decided to meet water halfway with intention. The archaeology supports disaster in the long story. Collapsed walls, disordered layers, but whether disruption birthed the rite or the rite already knew how to respond remains unpinned. Again with the refrain, historians are still debating this question. Music takes its turn without fuss. Gourd flutes, hand drums, and a stringed instrument with a voice like clear water weave a melody you can walk to. Phrases coil back on themselves, and the loop becomes a scaffold for breath. Notes never climb so high they disturb birds. If sound can bow, these notes bow. A drummer's heel beats faintly in dust, and the cadence matches the steady rise and fall in the shoulders of neighbors. This is the rhythm of staying. From a shallow pit near the north edge, workers lift a lacquered tray that once hosted cups or small plates, its face still glossy under a skin of soil. The sheen looks like patience made visible. Lacquer here is more than finish. It is promise, a way to give with the endurance to survive ceremonies and storage, damp and drought. A conservator laughs softly while cleaning the rim. Patience may be the city's favorite ingredient as well. The tray, now steady on a stand, reflects torchlight and people in equal portions, suggesting that ritual always doubles as a mirror. Catalogers note unusual neighbors. Ivory slivers rest alongside pebbles. Charred bamboo sits beside bronze fittings. Shells curl near jade. The mix looks like a dinner party list written by someone who invites carefully. Multifaceted deposits point away from simple dumping and toward purposeful choreography. Something more like a score than a heap. The mainstream point follows. Sanxingdui's sacrificial pits, large, organized, full of elite materials, imply rites of significant scale and planning rather than random disposal. Whether those rites marked endings, renewals, or political recalibrations refuses to resolve into a single sentence. Attention shifts to the choreography of placement. A steward kneels at a chalk line and sets a bronze ring at the intersection of grid and memory. Another person sprinkles salt in a thin ribbon that curves around two small plaques, creating a cove in which a jade bead can rest. Space gets carved with powder and breath. The layout does not aim for symmetry so much as balance. It composes the eye rather than trapping it. Someone jokes that the field is a kind teacher of walking straight in crooked light. Small fires rise and settle in disciplined places. First the southern crescent, then its eastern cousin, then two half-moons near the center whose job seems to be calling the night by its true name. Flames point where wind leans, and smoke lifts in soft columns that refuse to argue with noses. A helper fans one flame with a reed fan painted in a pattern of repeating arcs. And as the fan moves, the flames answer by dancing just enough to stay conversational. Nothing leaps. The evening prefers verbs like linger, murmur, and keep. A bowl of water makes its round, catching torchlight and star fragments together until the surface looks like hammered metal. Each person dips fingers, touches temple, touches wrist, touches the ground. Motions notch memory. The river cannot attend every ceremony, so a portable piece of it stands in. You note that even the bowl's lip carries a small notch, pouring without glugging, courtesy of someone who enjoys designing problems out of existence. Stories thread themselves into the work. An elder recounts how, many seasons ago, a collection of masks traveled from the storehouse to the field at dusk, were shown to the sky, then returned, lighter in meaning but no less beautiful. Another tells of a year when the rain refused to rest, and the field, in an act of civic genius, became a map for flood crews. each placement corresponding to a canal section, each flame to a team where help should go first. Ritual and logistics share a bench, and nobody thinks that odd. At the edge, a boy stares at a small bronze face with a mouth like a horizon and eyes like river birds. He turns to a caretaker and whispers whether the face feels. The caretaker answers as caretakers have always answered since the first person asked the first impossible question. The face attends, and attending is its own kind of feeling. Understanding is not a prerequisite for respect. The boy nods with the disproportionate gravity of youth and places a pebble near the face, a compact between curiosity and care. Catalog notes become small dramas with polite stakes. Entry 14. 2 jade tubes, polished, placed parallel, soot staining one end. Entry 27. Lacquer shard, herringbone imprint, likely tray corner. Entry 52. Bronze plaque with ear fragment. Ear hole shows fiber rub. Suggest prior mounting with reed cord. Even the handwriting tells a story. Firm for the sure things, lightly italic for guesses. Scholars much later will wish these clerks wrote more adjectives. For now, economy serves the field well. Arguments among experts circle like swallows at golden hour. One visiting thinker posits that the field hosted termination rights for objects retired from use. Another counters that the pattern looks like dedication, not closure. A third points out that both readings could alternate across seasons or political cycles. The city has a way of rolling its eyes kindly at two certain people. Complexity fits here the way a key fits a good lock. Snug, click, then door. Unusual implements make cameo appearances. A flute carved from a single length of reed produces notes scaled to wind through baskets, not to shout across squares. A set of woven sleeves keeps hands clean when handling lacquer. The sleeves leave a faint pattern on skin like a stamp that says, responsible. A small spoon carved from fishbone scatters salt with precision. The spoon's handle ends in a spiral that echoes the curl of shells lining the field's northern curve. Detail multiplies meaning until meaning feels like a friend you don't need to impress. Footwork remains the ceremony's quiet backbone. Steps follow arcs traced earlier with chalk and fingertip. Turns happen at in-breaths, not at corners. Pauses arrive on shared counts murmured rather than shouted. Shoes collect a little ash and return it at the boundary brush, where a basket waits to keep the path clean without scolding. Ash itself receives respect. Later it will be sifted to rescue any tiny fragment that tried to hide before being returned thoughtfully to the ground. Hints of astronomy refuse to be left out. Lantern placement follows a pattern that lines up loosely with a familiar scatter of stars to the northwest. Whether that alignment obeys doctrine or habit is anyone's guess. Either way, the line of light feels right to the neck as it tilts back. A girl announces, with the authority of someone who watched the same sky yesterday, that the first two lanterns always look like a boat when they finally reflect in the drainage channel. Once said, the observation turns true for everyone. Maintenance remains eloquent. A crew tends a stack of clay blocks used to prop trays, tapping each with a knuckle to hear which have cracked and need retiring. Tools return to their cloth wraps the moment a task ends. Baskets step off the ground onto shelves so mice do not confuse ritual with hospitality. The field teaches by expectation. You do what the ground would do for itself if it had hands. A rumor about ivory drifts past. A suggestion that some pieces here once served musical chores, resonators under drums or bridges over strings, then found second lives as offerings. The idea charms because it lets objects gather roles the way people gather skills. Evidence remains pleasantly inconclusive. A conservator raises an eyebrow and says, "The wear patterns are suggestive but coy. Historians are still debating this question, and the field, ever the unhurried referee, waves them both to the tea stall. Silence expands at the center like a respectful host making space in the room. That silence is not an empty bowl. It is stocked with attention. Faces soften, shoulders lower. The small fires settle into their favorite vowels of flame. Even the crickets modulate their chorus to the key of the evening. If the city has a heartbeat, it presents it here, steady and audible to anyone willing to stand still long enough to hear. Inventory of offerings continues with small surprises. A knot of woven reed turns out to be a code for dates. 3/2 signals the flood's second rising. 2/3 promises a market free of corals. At least that's the local lore, and lore gets to win on nights like this. A polished stone no larger than a thumbnail carries a natural streak that looks like a river bend. Someone sets it beside the bowl as if river and sky had been formally introduced. Assigning seats to ideas becomes the field's favorite party trick. Across the outer ring, a group of elders takes half steps in a line that bends like a reed in a friendly wind. Their hands carry nothing visible, yet the air between fingers looks full. Breath coordinates the row. Inhale, press palms forward. Exhale, bring them back, as if kneading the boundary between seen and felt. Cynicism cannot find much work in a place where everyone shares the same metronome. Records of weather fold into the ceremony as naturally as shadows fold into late paths. A wooden rod near the western stake sports shallow incisions showing last year's high water kiss. Ashes from 3 floods ago rest in a sealed jar labeled by knot. The city measures memory with things it can touch, and by doing so, turns memory into a tool rather than an altar. Practical reverence. 2 words that agree surprisingly well in this basin. Craftsmanship reappears when the steward unveils a shallow bronze basin incised with a motif of looping lines that avoid corners like fish avoiding nets. The basin is not for boiling, not for holding more than a hand depth of water. Placed at the field's center, it becomes a mouth that drinks starlight and returns it politely. The incisions catch reflected points and multiply them into constellations the basin invents as a favor. Function and poetry shake hands without putting their cups down. Collections of shells trace an arc shaped like a smile reluctant to reveal itself. Cowries have traveled far to reach this soil, and tonight they look proud of the miles. In some places, shells stand for wealth. In others, for speech. Here, they stand where they are told and do their job beautifully, marking a path that asks feet to curve rather than cut. A child counts them, tapping each with a stalk of dry grass, inventing an arithmetic that never needs a clerk. Evidence of controlled breaking sits near a carefully spread mat. A bronze blade deliberately nicked at the spine, a plaque with one corner removed cleanly, a bead split and displayed like an almond. Destruction here is neither tantrum nor accident. It is a reclassification. The object becomes more idea than tool, which in turn becomes part of a story everyone can share without arguing about ownership. Modern debates have suggested everything from ritual retirement to crisis response. The field politely refrains from picking a favorite. By now, darkness has climbed fully onto the field, and the lanterns begin to carry the weight of seeing. Their glow finds bronze faces and turns them into patience. It also finds your breath and invites it to slow into wider loops. The sound of the river reaches from beyond with a long, even vowel. A frog declares itself with a single syllable and returns to professional listening. The night does not need silence to be quiet. An aside arrives in the form of a steward's pocket trick. To keep time without counting, she drops 1 pepper seed into a little incense cup. When the seed pops, the step changes. If the pepper stays shy, the step continues. Timing by fragrance and sound, not by numbers, makes the ceremony belong to bodies rather than to devices. Obscure, delightful, effective. The field smiles without lips. Worn boards along the periphery record the souls of 1,000 evenings. Each groove has a personality. A neat little divot where someone always breaks. A shallow swoop where dancers lean. A fine scattering of scratches around a spot that invites stories to turn into laughter. If an archaeologist ever removes these boards for study, they will discover a novel written in shoe edges and patience. For tonight, the novel stays underfoot where it belongs, read by ankles. Final gestures begin without being announced. Offerings thin from baskets. Ash gets redistributed gently across the center to make a smooth film for tomorrow's first step. Tools nest in cloth the color of river mud. A camouflage that fools no one but comforts everything. The small basin in the center drinks one last handful of reflected stars and gives back a set no astronomer has yet named. Naming can wait. Attending has already done the important work. Packing away does not feel like leaving. It feels like tucking in. The field receives a final brushing, strokes short and parallel so dusk lines lie quietly. A cord strung with leaf tokens, braided grass knots, slender sticks, hangs between two stakes to show that the place is listening even when feet are elsewhere. A dog saunters over, sniffs the ash, and sits with deliberate care, as if wary of rearranging an important sentence. Respect achieves its truest form when animals instinctively participate. Exit runs along the drainage channel where lanterns shiver into the water and compose a second ritual for fish. White moths drift in and out of brightness, treating the ceremony like a library that stays open late. A crew member explains that moths tell whether the field is too smoky. If their dance turns into frantic scribbling, someone fans the fire differently. Greener science will not be invented for a very long time. Meanwhile, observation carries the day like a steady basket. Reflection gathers around the last threshold. Mainstream anchors have held curated deposits of bronze, jade, lacquer, ivory, shells. Layered pits with evidence of burning and careful placement. A timeline that nestles in the late 2nd to early 1st millennium BCE for major episodes. Obscure details have added spice, pepper seed timers, reed knot wind ropes, footwork as boundary grammar. Debates will continue to walk alongside. Termination versus dedication, disaster responses versus scheduled rites, cosmology maps versus civic contracts. Historians are still debating this question, and the field likes that it keeps everyone returning with better eyes. Return to the lane comes with one last look over the shoulder. The oval of ash holds heat the way good stories hold hush, and a narrow filament of smoke draws a clean line into a night that has run out of hurry. Feet feel lighter for having stepped so carefully. Shoulders, too. Whatever agreement has been renewed between city, river, and the unnameable center that makes a circle worth walking, it has been signed in materials that never waste a lesson. That is the real offering tonight. Attention shaped into pattern, then set gently back into the ground until the next evening asks for the same courtesy again. Morning arrives with a scent that doesn't belong to weather alone. Pine resin warming on a brazier and something faintly sweet woven into the air like a quiet promise. Courtyard flags move lazily, and just beyond the eaves a steward strings a line of fresh silk tassels that glint as if light itself had decided to try on jewelry. In this quarter of the city, authority keeps its voice low, preferring texture over volume. It wears soft shoes and leaves marks you can feel with your fingertips better than your eyes. Pine smoke lifts in slender threads that braid with the steam rising from tea bowls, and the officials who gather under the portico breathe in unison, as if the first order of business were learning to share a single lung. Silk sashes lie against robes like streams against banks, each color a conversation starter. Riverweed green for waterworks, grain gold for storage, lacquer brown for all things that prefer patience. The administrator on the left taps a little wooden clapper twice. Nothing dramatic, just a punctuation mark to tell the day it can begin reading aloud. Legends step into the room without needing the door. Names: Kansong, Boguan, Yufu, Duyu. Arrive like old friends who smell faintly of rain and campfire, threaded through childhood stories and grown-up ledgers alike. People here say these were the early rulers of Shu, the ones who taught the valley how to behave without asking the mountains to apologize for being mountains. Mainstream history acknowledges the legends, gently noting how texts from later eras remember a succession whose edges blur in the fog of time. Whether these names belong to living rulers, ancestral titles, or ceremonial roles remains a matter that scholars keep politely wrestling with over warm tea. Silk breathes its own verse into the hall as attendants unfurl bolts on low tables, some plain and practical, some with patterns that echo river eddies and leaf shadows. A senior scribe pinches the selvage and nods, satisfied. A city tells on itself through its fabric, in the tightness of weave and the modesty of shine. Little tassels dangle from the corners of decree tablets. Not because the tablets need dressing, but because hands remember to treat words as if they might bruise. Authority here does not shout. It speaks with nap and drape. Between the pillars, a herald lifts a staff topped with a simple bronze finial shaped like an ear. Listening made visible. Messages are read in voices measured for courtyards rather than squares, sentences falling into the air like well-placed stepping stones. A rule about fishing weirs follows a reminder about spillway maintenance, then a note that the evening market will add a lane for reed mats. Nothing sounds punitive, more like a calendar agreeing to be useful. Governance in this basin resembles irrigation. Gentle, continuous, aimed downstream. Beneath the awning, a small table hosts the oddest tools of the morning, the scent cups. Tiny terracotta bowls, each with a stitch of pine resin and silk floss, sit ready for warming. When the brazier kisses a cup, the silk releases a whisper of fragrance. The city calls these silk names, because a meeting that matters deserves a smell memory as much as a spoken record. This is one of those obscure customs worth pocketing. Scented silk helps courtiers recall the exact session by nose years later. Pine for flood debates, wild chrysanthemum for boundary surveys, rice husk smoke for granary counts. Across the square, a wall panel carved in shallow relief displays a procession. Figures with robes that flow like hillside terraces, hands offering vessels shaped by geometry and patience. You read the story the way locals do, from feet to head. Sandals tell you it's late summer. The fringe on sleeves says the warehouse ledgers have balanced. The tilt of a head suggests respect without fear. The present borrows from that panel's grammar when dignitaries walk today, not as a reenactment but as a habit that discovered it can outlive its reasons. Names settle into your hearing the way the river nests into its bends. Kansong, the one with eyes that saw far. Some say the epithet refers to vision sharpened by ritual training, others to literal eye adornments on bronze masks. Either way, the city uses the name as a verb, meaning to look until seeing happens. Boguan, whose title tastes like a cap or a crown, appears in sayings whenever the conversation needs gravitas without gloom. Yufu, fish tamer or fish friend depending on which grandmother you ask, swims through proverbs about fair exchange. Do you, the figure whose syllables feel like walking on firm ground, gets invoked whenever someone proposes a road that would rather be a river. Court ushers move like librarians who enjoy good stories. They seat petitioners in an order that makes conversation efficient. Those with river grievances near the map boards. Those with market quarrels under the banner that smells faintly of spice. Those with requests for timber beside a model beam whose joinery explains why rushing carpentry is an insult to roofs. The floor looks like polished earth, but it is packed, oiled, and brushed so tenderly that feet forget how to hurry. Records follow the rhythm of bamboo slips clicking softly against one another. A clerk ties a fresh cord, knots precise enough to pass as jewelry, then lays a slat beside a tray of river stones used as paperweights. He writes with a reed pen primed in soot and glue ink, the characters neat as fish scales. The mainstream historian in your mind nods at this. Bamboo strips and wood tablets served as the notebooks of many early administrations in these parts, though what exactly the shoe wrote is uncertain, a fact that keeps philologists awake and happily caffeinated. Historians are still debating this question, and the clerks continue writing like rain across a roof. Measures slip into conversation the way salt slips into broth. Quiet but missing only when absent. Standard baskets of known capacity line a shelf. A set of calibrated stones keeps scales honest. A measuring rod, bone white from years of hands and sun, leans against the wall with the authority of a favorite uncle. No feud survives a fair measure. Someone murmurs, and the room agrees by relaxing its shoulders a degree. Laws here look like tools, touchable, knowable, kept sharp. Seals wait on a lacquered tray beside a little dish of red paste. Their carved ends simple enough to be read without ceremony. Each seal's impression includes a small that marks which official lifted it from the tray that morning, a habit that prevents confusion and mischief alike. When the time comes to stamp, the bearer warms the seal lightly over the brazier, just enough to coax the paste into cooperative mood. A document takes its mark like a river taking a bank, naturally, inevitably, with lines that look both planned and organic. Work inside the audience hall pauses only when a bell 3 rooms away announces the shift change for canal crews. That sound means the city continues breathing even while people argue politely about fish rights and road ruts. The administrator with the nail hairpin, filed into elegance yesterday in the metal quarter, rises to talk grain reserves, and the conversation lands not on totals but on distances. How far to reach the far hill farms? How long to float 500 baskets around a sullen bend? How many days to dry damp grain without it losing its manners? Logistics is the kingdom's favorite love poem, recited with both hands free. Music enters without asking permission in the form of a low flute hovering at the threshold. Notes chart a line from ear to ankle, simple and secular. A heartbeat's escort for petitions that prefer grace to grind. The melody repeats like a well-loved excuse. People stand a little straighter but also easier, as if reminded that breath is a tool they keep forgetting to sharpen. The flutist stops when arithmetic begins, because numbers hate being interrupted by beauty even when they owe it everything. Processions to the outer courtyard unfold without pomp. Banners borrow their palette from the riverbank. Sedge green, stone gray, silt gold, and the poles smell of linseed and rain. The route winds past a shallow pool where a bronze basin collects sky fragments like someone saving seeds. The reflection makes the dignitaries look better than they feel, which is why the city loves this trick. Scribes station themselves at each turn to catch remarks that would otherwise evaporate into politeness. Governance walks on 2 legs here, redistributing weight and redistributing attention. A woman from the upland villages speaks about terraces sliding after last week's rain. And the council replies not with pity but with teams and timetables. A fisherman offers to pilot night barges past a newly grumpy sandbar, and someone writes his name on a strip with a silk tassel knotted in the priority soon pattern. That knot looks like a fish turning, which is either coincidence or an inside joke the river told first. Markets greet authority like a cat who knows dinner time. Stalls clean their thresholds. Measures line up. Wagons square their wheels. Inspectors check weights by touch as much as sight. A dishonest scale sings flat even when it looks tuned. A vendor of pickled shoots bows to a matron in charge of storage. Brine keeps secrets better than gossip, she says, and the matron smiles because it's true. The day's edict about lane width hops from lip to lip with minimal resistance. Everyone has ankles, and ankles deserve space. Countryside concerns arrive on shoulders, not shelves. Delegations bring bundles tied with reed cord that smells like recent river, and the bundles contain evidence instead of rhetoric. A stone that rolled where it shouldn't, a handful of soil too coarse for millet, a broken where stake gnawed by something with opinions. The hall answers with materials instead of metaphors. The right wood, the right rope, a chart that promises to remember where the bend last misbehaved. In this kingdom, proof looks like something that leaves splinters. Titles circulate even in idle chatter, and kings with silk names grows from compliment into method. When a person carries a job as if it were a garment tailored to movement rather than ceremony, neighbors say the silk fits. When a person wears rank like a coarse cloak that refuses to drape, they say the silk shrugs. The textile language keeps ambition honest. Nobody wants to be remembered as the robe that wrinkled itself into a knot. Chronology among the old rulers earns a clean slate and then a friendly smudge. Elders tell sequences like river routes, mostly forward with digressions where memory found better fish. Some lists put Kansong nearer the dawn of things. Others bump Yufu into an earlier bend. A few argue that Boguan is not a single person but a role that returns, like spring floods. Scholarship nods, winks, and admits the archives don't settle it. Historians are still debating this question, and meanwhile, the city keeps behaving like a place that outlasts its uncertainties. Stories about Kansong lean toward eyes and insight. One tale says he sat in shadow for 3 days to learn how light behaves on faces so masks would look awake without looking angry. Another swears he ordered roads aligned not to the shortest line but to the line that made carts last longest, because endurance feels better than speed once ankles learn arithmetic. Whether he lived as a singular person or as a job description that persisted, his name has become a verb meaning to examine until function and fairness shake hands. Etiquette grows here like bamboo. Fast, flexible, and stronger than it looks. Meetings begin with water offered and accepted. They end with a small handful of grain lifted, not eaten, as a promise to keep the conversation breathable. A junior clerk who forgets the grain learns to wear a braid of straw around one wrist for a day. Not as shaming but as mnemonic. Memory must be trained like a good river path. It curves, it returns, it does not drown anyone on purpose. Architecture in the administrative quarter broadcasts reasonableness. Roofs reach far past walls to spare doorways the tantrums of rain. Floors lift off ground by the height of a settled sandal to keep damp from arguing with wood. A raised platform in the main hall holds maps carved into boards that can slide and rearrange like polite tectonics. Canals moving here, terraces added there, ferry landings shifting like geese when a predator rethinks its schedule. Nobody claps when a board slides into place, but shoulders find a lower setting. Documents travel in nests. A decree rides in a reed case lined with plain silk. Then that case rides in a basket with a lid, and the basket rides on a porter's back who knows how to walk as if weather were listening. Stamp cords match the seal that made them, and the courier carries a second cord tied in a knot that records exactly how many times the basket was opened. The system depends not on locks but on disclosure. The city prefers honesty that greets you at the door rather than secrecy that waits behind a curtain. Travelers coming downriver notice the difference before they reach the quay. Pilings wear protective sleeves woven from bamboo against driftwood bumps. Stairs agree with ankles. Rope coils keep their circles clean as language in a well-edited letter. A barge captain jokes that even the wind straightens its posture near the wharf. When officials meet incoming crews, they carry nothing heavier than a measuring rod and a smile that knows numbers behave better when asked nicely. Audiences with higher officials follow the same rules as conversations with neighbors, just slower. Petitioners sit at right angles rather than face to face, because long looks can feel like storms. Tea serves as comma. The occasional sesame seed behaves like a period. Agreements get braided cords that change color by the day, so anyone can look at a knot and see whether an obligation has been waiting too long. Accountability in this city looks like handicraft. What you can tie, you can count. Threads of myth and policy twist together whenever Yufu's name swims by. Fish rights, ferry routes, and flood etiquette all wear that syllable, as if the water itself kept a seat at the table. One story calls Yufu a negotiator who traded with rivers using pebbles arranged in loops. Another calls the name a title for the person who knew how to listen to sturgeon when they thumped the pilings for scratches. Mainstream summaries cheerfully admit the sources disagree. What matters is that policy leans toward treaties with currents instead of ultimatums. Feasts in the administrative quarter behave like well-argued essays. Structured, relevant, ending on time. Dishes arrive in an order that maps to projects. Pickled greens for storage health, millet cakes for granaries, river fish steamed over reed mats for canals, chestnuts for upland terraces, honey for everything that requires patience. Toasts go short. Bragging earns a gentle cough from someone whose coughs mean, "We heard you. Now pass the bowl." The scent cups get warmed again, because decisions love to attach themselves to aromas, and tomorrow a clerk will inhale pine and remember to send rope. Craft guild leaders keep informal office hours under a ginkgo whose leaves shade the better arguments. The bronze workers talk alloy ratios with stewards who talk bridge planks with carpenters who trade varnish tips with botrytes. Intersections do the city's thinking. When a problem crosses guild lines, people drift toward the tree as if pulled by tidings rather than orders. A pigeon sits on a lower branch and pretends not to be interested. Everyone knows pigeons prefer infrastructure gossip to bread. Weather reports arrive by string and bell. A line runs from the levee to a small post beside the council porch. When the river rises faster than expected, the tension changes and a bell sounds with a sharper tongue. No one calls this magic. It's rope speaking physics and a city that listens. Measures get revised, workers rerouted, and the meeting resumes without drama because weather owes no one an apology and bureaucracy performs best when it remembers to be nimble. Justice tastes like soup, not because it is watery, but because it warms without burning and requires time to develop flavor. Disputes come to the hall seasoned with context. Both sides present their ingredients. The judges stir until bitterness dissolves. Punishments in petty cases default to repairs. Fix the weir you broke, replant the bank you kicked, carry baskets until you learn what baskets weigh. Severe cases rarely rise here because neighbors cultivate one another the way they cultivate terrace walls, with hands and watchfulness. Diplomacy with neighbors across hills and bends carries the same bone-deep pragmatism. Envoys from Ba bring bracelets of boar tusk and stories of rocks with opinions. Messengers from Chu arrive in layered robes that whisper when they change their minds. The shoe council returns gifts that know how to work. Lacquer bowls that make porridge taste confident. Bronze blades that hold edges like promises. Silk cords knotted in patterns that refuse to forget. Borders breathe like reeds. Agreements behave like bridges. Both are maintained by people who own good brooms. Memory winks from the margins where storytellers rehearse tales the way blacksmiths rehearse hammer blows. A woman with a voice like clean gravel performs a piece about Duyu mapping the high paths after a landslide. And the children cheer when she points at the ridge and names the safest notch. Did Duyu truly walk those exact stones? The story doesn't mind if you wonder, as long as your sandals choose wisely when the rain returns. Myth keeps its job by telling the truth slantwise, and the hall indulges the angle. Education flourishes in sills and stairwells. A boy learns the silk names by smell. Eyes closed. Pine for flood. Rice husk for grain. Chrysanthemum for boundaries. A girl ties a sequence of knots while reciting market codes. Her fingers make fewer mistakes than her mouth, which is how memory often works. A teacher chalks the river on a board, then hands the chalk to a fisherman who erases the straight bits and replaces them with curves that have errands to run. Everyone claps, not for the board but for the correction. Harvest schedules claim a share of the afternoon, and charts appear with lines that refuse to intersect until they mean it. Upland barley, lowland millet, wet field taro. Each crop wears a window of generosity that slams when storms get creative. The council staggers harvest teams the way a choreographer staggers dancers. No ankle should meet mud at the same time as 6 other ankles if the city can help it. A proverb gets scratched beside the plan, stagger or stagger. Identical to read, impossible to mistake in practice. Night edges into the portico, and those scented cups release one last breath as clerks pack cords into boxes that fit like gentle puzzles. The day feels complete without being closed, as if tomorrow has already wrapped its fingers around the next rope. People move with that quiet fatigue that means work found its rhythm. Faces where the private satisfaction that sits between appetite and sleep. A dog stationed at the outer step performs a sigh that would soften a debt collector. Closing rituals here owe more to house manners than temple thunder. The lead steward traces a square in the air, a gesture meaning corners behave. A junior taps each chair leg with 2 fingers to thank wood that held its roll. Someone checks the brazier's coals and murmurs a phrase that translates to, "Until morning, stay small." The hall replies by becoming a little darker, a little cooler, and a lot quieter. Perfume thins, pine smoke retires to its memory room, silk rests its sheen. After hours, the legends come back to walk the empty space, not as ghosts but as habits that know their routes. One path claims Kankong's patience, circling the map boards once. Another taps Duyu's practicality on the stair. A third hums Yufu's river tune under the lintel. A fourth straightens a banner in Boguan's tidy way. Whether these kings were people, titles, or both, the city keeps their verbs because verbs outlast nouns when rain and time get opinionated. Historians are still debating this question, and the hall merely continues its breathing. Back in the courtyard you catch a last small practice that hardly anyone mentions because it never misbehaves. Before locking the outer gate, the steward wipes the seal tray with a scrap of silk, then threads that silk through a hoop by the door. Tomorrow, the first person in will touch the silk and recall the day by scent before reaching for the first stamp. Filing minds by aroma seems like extravagance until you try recalling a meeting and the smell returns with the map still attached. Obscure, yes. Effective, absolutely. Starlight brushes the polished boards where average feet became civic choreography. The wind tastes a little of tea cooling in cups that forgot to be empty, and somewhere a heron decides the river deserves a compliment and says so out loud. Authority, having spent the day as texture and road, gathers itself into a promise. To weigh fairly, to knot clearly, to let silk name days so memory doesn't trip. No trumpet salutes this. The city prefers applause that sounds like people sleeping well. Finally the gate receives its bar, a beam with finger dents where 100 evenings taught hands exactly where to lift. The last cup of pine silk scent closes its eyes. The portico learns the moonlight step. The records lounge in their cases with the smugness of words that expect to be read tomorrow and found agreeable again. Governance, it turns out, can be a lullaby when sung in the key of usefulness. Morning on the quay smells like wet rope and steamed millet, and the river runs past as if late for a meeting it absolutely arranged. Porters cross the planks with a rhythm that turns footsteps into a working song, baskets whispering against shoulders, cords creaking with the dignity of well-fed fibers. A scribe chalks a circle on a board to mark the day's first outbound load. The chalk leaves a white moon that will shrink as boats return, and some part of you decides moons are useful because they admit they change. Boats huddle like geese at migration, bows nudged toward the current, sterns kissed by the last scraps of mist. Crew leaders lean together over a simple map scratched in ash, the kind with more bends than labels, and argue gently about which sandbar currently has the loudest opinions. Decisions fall out of their mouths like neatly stacked bowls. The choice today is a long curve south, then a short haul across a bar where sturgeon sometimes pretend to be rocks. Someone laughs and pockets a pebble for luck, not because luck is fragile, but because it appreciates small gestures. Cargo announces the season to anyone who listens in nouns. Cowrie shells, their gloss softened by travel, sit in a bowl like tiny moons. Bundles of hemp cord wait with the patience of plants that know people will always need string. Jars of fermented beans hint that rivers and time share a sense of humor. Matte nodules of copper promise futures that will ring when struck. A set of jade tubes, cool as evening shade, lies on folded cloth at the center of it all, and the speech of trade begins to sound like a chorus with good breath control. Ropes coil into perfect circles that look like calligraphy pretending to be baskets. Knots here have names that remember where they learned their manners. Ferry's promise, porter's shoulder, flood apology. A boy learning from his aunt repeats the mantra every child in the quarter knows. Ropes first, wrists second, pride never. Humor keeps the rules from sounding like orders. A traveler standing nearby ties and unties one knot 3 times and finally admits it has a better vocabulary than he does. Mountains rise on the horizon like folded blankets. And the plan today includes leaving the river's confident grammar for the dialect spoken by ridgelines. Porters adjust the balance of their loads, adding a quick cushion of reed under a jar here, shifting a stone weight there. The path ahead will narrow into a thread that climbs, and every ounce will demand a reason. A guide sketches the route on the ground with a twig, switchback, spring, saddle, cloud, and taps each with the twig's tip as if taking attendance. Switchbacks take their time, insisting that ankles learn patience before lungs get ideas. At the first saddle, a breeze carries the smell of resin and something faintly metallic from a smithy 2 bends down valley. The higher view shows the river not as a line but as an arrangement of choices. Eddies mark places where thought gathers. Riffles mark places where certainty gets overexcited and needs to sit down. The path forward, in contrast, offers only a narrow truth. 1 foot now, then the other, and maybe an extra breath for good measure. Caravans come in flavors that have nothing to do with food. Some move like schoolchildren on a field trip, curious, clustered, enthusiastic about rocks. Others carry the hush of people traveling with objects that prefer not to be noticed. Today's company is mixed: baskets of salt cakes packed in straw, bolts of plain woven cloth that smell like a story you've heard before but love anyway, a box whose weight says jade and whose keeper's face says please don't ask. Mainstream knowledge nods along. Shells from distant coasts and nephrite from far valleys did reach inland networks like this, finding their way to workshops that turned raw miles into shaped memory. Pack frames creak a little and then settle, the way houses sigh as evening takes the heat. No beasts today. The path runs too narrow for anything with hooves beyond a stubborn goat or three, and the goats have gone with the other caravan because goats enjoy chaos more than schedules. Human backs make the math, with cane slings biting cleanly into the sweet spots padded by folded cloth. A porter teaches a trick. Count not steps, not time, but songs. 1 song to the spring, 3 to the saddle, and when the tune returns to its beginning, so does your certainty that the basket belongs on your shoulder. Along a ridge where the soil thins into a polite coral with stone, stones show a knack for memory. Roadside cairns rise to mark places where people thank the path under their breath. Each addition a soft punctuation. A small wreath of reed hangs from one, woven by a child who clearly made more loop than braid and still got away with it. Travelers pat the cairn the way city folk pat beams before locking the gate. Wood and rock both appreciate compliments they didn't have to earn that day. Angle of descent decides whether knees tell jokes at dinner or write complaints. A veteran names each bend under her breath, not thumb, bird, echo, and by the time you ask why, the question answers itself. Naming turns repetition into memory and memory into care. At a bend called Bird, a hawk slides on a small wind and stares at the river the way a mathematician stares at a clean slate. The path flows on with the assurance of a sentence that knows where the verb goes. Midday heat coaxed the shade-giving trees into generosity, and a spring sends water into a carved bamboo chute that turns necessity into theater. Drops fall to a steady beat, counting what no one else wants to count. A porter dips a ladle, passes it to a stranger, and the drink feels like forgiveness aimed at your bones. On the ledge, someone has carved a faint set of tally lines that don't count days or people but the times a certain pebble's shadow hit a certain crack. Obscure, adorable, and probably part of a game whose prize was not tripping later. Markets and mountain hamlets operate like polite thunderstorms. You hear them before you see them, and when they arrive, everything smells cleaner. Chickens provide soft commentary. Baskets offer themselves as solutions to problems recently invented. Hats appear that belong to heads currently occupied elsewhere. Trade here cares less for coin than for satisfaction, measured by how confidently someone says, "Ah," after testing a knife on a reed. A string of cowries sways from a stall pole, joining a catalog of weights that have more personality than some uncles. Salt makes a cameo with more gravitas than its whiteness suggests. Cakes shaped like thick leaves stack in crates, and a trader explains that salt is both seasoning and policy. Preserver of fish, guardian of stomachs, and promise that a road makes sense beyond the next bend. Another trader counters that salt is simply tasty rocks and just as fickle as people when it rains. Both are right, and rain disagrees with neither as it begins to consider the afternoon. Jade follows inevitably. A specialist opens a wooden casket with hinges that sound like small fair arguments and reveals tubes, beads, and a thin plaque whose surface has learned the patience of river stones. Mainstream points tie knots with what you already know. Nephrite travels. Carvers in the basin teach it new grammar. The finished objects migrate again as offerings, adornments, and tools for convincing people to believe ideas more quickly. Whether some of the jade took routes from the far northwest or the far south remains an open question that academics politely chase around tables. Historians are still debating this question, and the caravans smirk because they enjoy being pursued. Bridging ravines teaches rope to act like a temporary road. A woven span sways between two stout trees with the easy arrogance of something repeatedly successful. Crossing becomes a choreography lesson. One hand, one foot, one smile you don't entirely mean, but that helps. Halfway across, the world narrows to rope, breath, and the sound of lunch trying to renegotiate. On the far side, laughter unties the tension faster than any knot, and the path offers a flat stone that works like applause. Forest undergrowth joins the conversation with instruments of its own. Cicadas scraping time into thin gold, leaves experimenting with consonants, a stream tinkling in a better key than is fair. A hunter passes with a bundle of herbs tied so they wilt toward the cool. He trades a sprig for 2 lengths of twine and vanishes down a side path that swears it leads to a shortcut, which you and your knees agree to distrust. In this orchestra, people are woodwinds. Nimble, necessary, never loud for long. Sky clears to reveal a long rock ridge that looks like the spine of a patient, friendly animal. At the highest point, a battered pole holds a small copper bell that rings only when the wind believes in announcements. The bell speaks once, twice, then rests. A shepherd from the opposite slope lifts his chin in greeting as if the bell's message was specifically, "Be nice to those knees." Out beyond, the river reappears, bright as a blade with good intentions. Trading at the next riverside town uses lanes narrower than a handshake and twice as binding. Boats sidle into their berths with the delicacy of birds choosing adjacent reeds. Fish with opinions make their opinions known by jumping exactly where no net is, and the netters take it as constructive criticism. A stall sells little reed whistles tuned for shooing pigs without scaring dogs. Another offers spoon-carved spatulas suitable for stirring suspicious stews into honesty. Prices kneel before the wind. If it blows cool from upstream, numbers relax. News spreads in baskets as much as in mouths. A woman unwraps a bolt of cloth with a pattern you haven't seen. Tiny waves nested inside larger ones, and the watching crowd hums slow admiration. Southward, someone says, beyond 3 markets and a ferry with a temper. Northward traders arrive bearing pine resin in cakes the color of autumn and brag about a road that remembers how to dry itself. In this land, geography is gossip with better manners. Night softens the path into a ribbon that hums underfoot. Fireflies audition for lantern status and get the job temporarily. Camp sets itself in less time than it takes a stew to get shyly warm. Stakes down, mats out, a circle tidied so strangers become neighbors without needing to invent a reason. A woman who claims she snores politely offers to be stationed at the perimeter so the sound scares off things that dislike civilization. No one argues because laughing with your mouth full is a rookie mistake. Constellations lean close over the coals, and a trader explains a game where routes are traced in the sky first, then retraced on ground the following day. This line, he says, pointing to a long scatter, is the ferry schedule, a reliable liar. This knot of stars is the stall that always runs out of salted duck too early. Observational astronomy meets satire, and your neck forgives the cramp because humor improves circulation. The river answers by adding a bar of silver at the bend, which everyone agrees is an excellent musical choice. Mornings when fog arrives like a guest who knows the door code require a different stance. Steps shorten, voices lower. The world becomes a bowl you learn by touch. Reed flutes trade calls across the damp. One low note, left side. one higher, right side, so caravans pass without turning introductions into collisions. A child counts breaths between calls and decides fog is just a kind of very shy ribbon. Nobody corrects the definition because it is flawless. Forks in the road expose personalities nobody knew they had. The left fork promises shade and a longer correction later. The right fork offers sun and a steep apology now. The vote takes place in eyebrows, not words. A veteran raises the right brow first and then the left, a coded message that means left for today, right for tomorrow, both for wisdom. Decisions like this are the true currency, and everyone spends generously. Ancient stone marks appear as if an argument once wandered here and left punctuation. Low, square pillars set just off the path were grooves that remember ropes and weather in equal amounts. Someone wipes a fingertip across a groove and nods, satisfied by the silt caught there. Because silt tells stories about floods that came in polite moods. Mainstream hypotheses align. Routes across and around the Sichuan basin threaded through ridges and rivers, connecting communities with far-off coasts and uplands. Whether specific stones were milestones or tether points remains delightfully arguable. Lunch becomes local wherever it appears. Mushroom soup takes on the personality of whatever would touch the pot last. Cold noodles borrow character from the nearby stream. A handful of wild greens insists it once knew the wind personally. A small rumor about a stall that steams sticky rice in a hollowed log 2 bends ahead starts small and grows legs. By the time camp rolls on, everyone has decided the rice is destiny, and destiny, being well-mannered, waits patiently in a bamboo steamer. Rivers act like committees. Many voices, some talking over each other, decisions made eventually. At a confluence, the water behaves like handwriting that hasn't agreed whether to lean left or right. Ferrymen read the script by eye and hip, push polls where grammar needs a nudge, and keep a running commentary that doubles as weather report. A new sandbar gets a nickname within minutes, Sleepy Cat, and will keep it long after formal maps pretend to be superior. Debates over the origins of certain motifs ride alongside the wagons like well-fed dogs. That sunbird of gold someone once showed you, did the idea fly up this way from coasts to the south or down from plateaus to the west? A carver swears by southern winds. A metallurgist bets a month's dried plums on western exchanges. A potter says ideas are migratory and don't file travel plans. Historians are still debating this question, and an old woman ends the discussion by pointing at the river and saying, all directions, depending on thirst. Rain hits with a courtesy knock, then invites itself in. Cloaks swing over shoulders. Mats roll out to shed water instead of accepting it. Baskets get capped with oiled paper that glistens like well-behaved fish. The path churns into a music of squelch, slap, and an occasional oof that nobody dignifies with attention. A proverb walks by in the rain and nods. When the road changes shoes, so do we. Dry socks wait like saints inside packs. And morale, contrary to rumor, enjoys being damp if the joke is good. Cut banks sharpen into small cliffs where the river had opinions last season, and a footbridge spans a gap with the poise of an argument that refuses to wobble. Boards creak but do not complain. Hand ropes take up slack as if they like responsibility. Somewhere downstream a heron remarks that the fish remain foolish, and upstream a woodpecker proves that persistence can be noisy. Across the bridge, a child announces that it did not fall and therefore will tell the bridge a secret later. Architecture thrives on flattery. The rails hum agreement. Rest stops know they are responsible for lowering voices. A pavilion with a roof weighted by river stones welcomes bodies and bundles without asking for introductions. A vendor corners the market on hot water and charges in smiles rather than shells. The exchange rate remains suspiciously favorable. A list of carved repairs runs along one post. Names and reasons: hinge, tile, floor beam laughed too hard. And the record makes the place feel held by hands that understand jokes and bolts with equal competence. Network knowledge sometimes fits in a single sentence. Two bends past the crooked willow. The shop with the quiet cat sells rope that forgives mistakes. That sentence travels faster than boats and more accurately than rumor. Someone adds, if the cat is awake, prices are fair. If sleeping, wait. Signals in this landscape prefer charming ambiguity because it keeps people generous. When a traveler asks whether the cat is real, everyone laughs and refuses to answer on the grounds that reality deserves privacy. Glacial boulders rest in fields like visitors who decided to stay. One has been carved with a shallow basin that never empties, no matter how small the rain. Locals dip fingers, trace circles, and swear wishes to the rock's patience. No one expects immediate results. The rock clearly prefers to take notes. Skeptical minds shrug and enjoy the cool water anyway. Utility and ritual share the bench again, elbows touching, looking innocent. Overland detours teach packs to sit differently. Weight rides higher on climbs, lower on descents, centered when the trail admits a laugh. A porter demonstrates sliding a palm under the strap and lifting for 3 steps every 50. So the shoulders remember love, she says, and it works like a small poem only your muscles can read. Tricks like these spread faster than fashions and make better neighbors. Silt flats spread out like the pages of a quiet book, and footprints write temporary sentences that the river edits with thoroughness and no apology. Ferries drag when the current pretends to be syrup. Poles bite and sometimes slide. Patience learns how to lean. A boy throws a flat stone that skips 12 times and receives the loud kind of praise. He looks torn between pride and the desire to pretend the river did most of the work. Wisdom votes for both. Wayfinding without parchment maps depends on stories that can be remembered while chewing. When the ridge turns its back, someone says, follow the sound that does not echo. Another guide offers, if the pine tastes sweet, you've gone too high. Taste-based navigation sounds absurd until a needle meets your tongue and declares elevation with more honesty than a sundial. Obscure, yes. Effective, often enough to keep tradition smug. Coastal goods eventually drift in like rumors that turned out to be accurate. Beads kissed by salt air, dried strips of fish that brag about the ocean and deserve to. A tiny mirror with edges polished to a kindness you associate with aunties. Prices anchor themselves near fair. Bargaining is more flirtation than combat, the banter ending in numbers that let everyone feel they won ties with the day. A trader refuses a coin in favor of a song and gets paid in harmony. Markets appreciate experiments when the chorus is decent. Return routes aren't mirror images, and the landscape seems to enjoy rearranging familiar notes. A cliff face that glowered yesterday practices charm today. A curve that insisted on caution now throws a party for ankles. New caravans join, familiar faces peel off, and the network refreshes itself like a basket resplinted by someone who learned from yesterday's creek. The sense of belonging travels in both directions at once. Granaries at a midway town open like well-made syllables. Inspectors test moisture with a handful and a sigh. The sigh tells as much as the grain does. Salt stores live nearby under roofs taller than their station would suggest, because brine respects height. A clerk logs everything with a reed pen whose nib knows when to be crisp and when to be polite. Mainstream truths line up in the ledger. Surplus, movement, spoilage checks. Calendars that listen to weather rather than pretend to own it. Neighbors inevitably cross the stage. Ba folk with bracelets that make their hands speak in soft clinks share news of a new market square built with stones that enjoy being stepped on. Chu envoys glide through in robes that transform breezes into theater and trade lacquer gossip for rope gossip, which is a fair exchange. Highlanders stop long enough to swap drizzle-proof cloak tips for basket patterns that keep rain from learning new tricks. The basin acts like a lung, inhaling and exhaling cultures without hyperventilating. Craftspeople harvest travel the way farmers harvest grain. A metalworker pockets 3 different sand samples, rolls them between finger and thumb later, and decides one will polish edges without making them rude. A weaver observes how mountain light slips through willow leaves and changes dye plans for a cloth that wants to remind the wearer of a particular morning on a particular path. Experience becomes inventory. Inventory becomes style. Style becomes an address people can find. A rumor about a landslide travels ahead of the slide, the way rumor sometimes does, and the caravan pivots into competence. Scout forward, scout down, drop loads before the slope becomes a lecture. When the flank lets go, gentle, more grumble than roar, the party waits with the patience of clay setting. No heroics, just good timing and good sense. Afterward, a new path reveals itself, and someone names it soft elbow because every elbow worth trusting is both. Economy, when the day ends, looks less like numbers and more like breath. Goods moved, people fed, skills exchanged, songs added to inventory, a handful of favors accruing interest in the nicest possible way. The river keeps score in silt, the road in blisters, the sky in freckles if you're unwise about hats. Ledgers will be tallied, but the laughter you carry back to town will not be written down and will still pay for things you cannot name. Arrival in the city feels like a door recognizing your knock. Quay workers wave as if the day needed an encore. Dogs pretend to be surprised and then remember how to be professional. The clerk who drew the morning's chalk moon marks it smaller. Boats in, goods tallied, people accounted for, and draws a second, thinner ring to show the part of the route that remains in stories. Memory insists on a slice of every journey. The board makes room. Evening markets open their throats to let songs out. A cook douses hot stones with water to release steam that smells like pepper deciding to be friendly. A basket maker fits a finishing hoop on a carrier woven especially for springs that slurp feet. A child counts shells with the solemnity normally reserved for official ceremonies. A musician tests a new tune learned from a wanderer and discovers it fits the city's night like oil in a hinge. Teaching moment arrives at a stall selling maps that are not maps. Embroidered cloths where bends become coils, villages become knots, and passes become the places where thread crosses itself with intent. A grandmother spreads one and shows a grandchild the road to an aunt's house entirely through stitches. Follow the tighter loops, she says, because tight means careful and careful means safe. The child nods as if given a spell. In a sense, the child has been. Stories pile their packs near the gate and compare blisters. One tells of a ferryman who could read a traveler's mood by the way their weight landed on the plank. Another swears that a goat stole a jade bead and returned it only when offered a more interesting knot to untie. Skeptics inhale to object, then remember that truth behaves best when allowed to wear a hat, and everyone chooses to appreciate headwear. Accounting eventually reclaims the night. Shells counted, cords measured, jade pieces examined under a lattice reflection to test straightness, salt cakes stacked and stamped. The clerk's hands move with a calm that suggests numbers are friendly once they learn where the chairs are. Debates about routes settle into penciled possibilities. The river will deliver the verdict tomorrow with the certainty of someone who knows how to rewrite. Reflections before sleep contain the usual cast: water, ridge, rope, laughter. Mainstream threads weave through, cowries as long travelers, jade as a scholar of distance, river arteries that carve calendars, mountain routes that teach ankles humility. Obscure details hide in the seams, taste-testing elevation with a pine needle, map cloth stitched by grandmothers, bells that ring only when wind remembers politeness. Disagreements remain seated comfortably, whether motifs came south to north or west to east, whether certain stones mark mileage or memory, whether goats actually prefer knots to jade. Historians are still debating this question, and somehow the absence of a final answer feels like part of the road's charm. Homeward breath slows as the city tucks the day under its arm. Boats bump the pilings with the hushed vowels of sleep. Ropes sigh as if trying to remember dreams. Markets fold themselves like linen that knows the drawer well. A last flare of lamp on bronze turns a mask's long eye into a horizon you have already walked. That horizon nods, as if to say distance is just practice for attention, and attention is the only road that never runs out of maps. Morning gathers along the outer road where fields relax into hill shadow, and the first clue that travelers are coming is a faint tremble of wicker before the sound arrives. Baskets on shoulder poles sway in countertime to footsteps and spear-length staffs, not for fighting, more like walking companions with good posture. Click where gravel chooses to be musical. Threaded into all of it is the particular perfume of other places. Smoked boar, resin from a pine that doesn't grow riverside, a dab of fat rubbed into leather that squeaks differently from your city's straps. Neighbors, that scent says. Rivals, the drums answer lightly from the gate. Both can be true, and the day stretches to make room. Caravans from the Ba lands crest the ridge wearing bracelets that announce their steps before their faces do. Boar tusk, polished bone, slivers of bronze that clink like small arguments resolved with a grin. Hairstyles braid backward from the crown, and the braids end in knots tied so cleverly they might as well be nomads who decided to settle down on the nape of the neck. Trade talk starts in gestures. The thumb tap meaning yes to a fair measure, the palm tilt meaning wait while I ask my better judgment, the little chin lift meaning we've seen floods too and they don't scare us, they just negotiate badly. Mainstream knowledge sets an anchor. In later records, the name Ba attaches to peoples dwelling east of the Shu heartland, and stories of Ba-Shu cooperation and friction travel as far as later dynasties' ink will carry them. Across the landing, Chu envoys drift in like thoughtfully folded clouds, robes layered with the precision of reed roofs, sleeves that sound like a quiet curtain when they pivot. Their speech wears a different cadence, an elegant rising and falling that makes everyday nouns sound like distant hills. Gifts arrive as lacquer brave enough to be glossy in daylight, strings for instruments that promise new moods, and bundles of dye cakes that foresee clothes pretending to be sunset. They bring news in metaphors, and your city answers in measurements, and somehow both parties feel understood by the afternoon. Between these arrivals stand your own people, sleeves rolled, palms open, a smile that has learned to be sincere without being naive. Grain tallies meet shell counts, salt cakes meet fish weights. Numbers behave when eyes do. A market mat goes down with the drama of a well-timed drumbeat, and three worlds share a square without tripping on each other's stories. The rule that keeps ankles and tempers unbruised is simple enough to stitch on a child's sash. Measure openly, deliver cleanly, and do not mistake volume for value. Boundary stones, ankle-high and stubborn, stud the path like punctuation written by granite. Each wears a pair of grooves that once held a rope defining whose goats thought which grass was poetry. One bears a notch on the southern edge where someone took a core to carry away a token for a shrine, or less piously and more practically, for a paperweight with good memories. The groove still catches silt in the rains, and silt tells a truth with perfect manners. Borders move when water does, and anyone insisting otherwise is auditioning for the role of fool. Songs trade as eagerly as salt. Ba drummers unroll a rhythm that walks with the left foot first. Your city answers with a handbell pattern that counts canals. Chu flautists thread a melody that leans into notes your gourd pipes haven't used. And once you hear the scale, you can't unhear how it makes afternoon colors look different. Music is the safest smuggler of all. It brings foreign breath into local lungs and calls the experiment friendship. Food recognizes no border but appetite. Boar strips, smoked, glazed with a sap that tastes like maple reimagining itself without trees. Meet river fish steamed with ginger that remembers to be polite. Ba cooks teach a trick with hot stones under leaves. Chu cooks offer a lacquered tray that keeps porridge hot long enough for 3 conversations. Someone invents a sandwich with millet cakes on the outside and pickled greens inside. And a great many uncles announce this is obviously an ancient tradition just rediscovered. You test the claim 3 times and find it convincing. Objects reveal origin the way accents do. Ba baskets hug their ribs tighter and favor a chevron weave that sheds rain like a good joke sheds grumpiness. Chu lacquer carries a cooler gloss and a taste for deep, nearly black reds that make your warm browns look contemplative rather than plain. Your city's bronze insists on assertive ears and eyes like long alleys. Their pieces keep faces milder but add decoration where you prefer intention. No one is wrong, and everyone's wrists learn new habits by nightfall. Games take the edge off where language might sharpen it. A bridge stone's board appears. River pebbles arranged along crossing lines, and players propose to span the board without letting gaps bloom into embarrassment. Ba captains win early rounds with unashamed bravado. Chu scribes calculate like rain. Your rope makers rely on patient nets laid 3 moves before anyone notices. Spectators, well-fed and drowsy, cheer for good moves and for good failures, because failure dressed as information is everyone's cousin. Maps in your city rarely live on parchment. They prefer cloth and muscle. Neighbors bring their own versions. A Ba runner traces routes on skin with finger taps. Collarbone, rib, hip, so directions become choreography. A Chu envoy unrolls a silk with ink lines thickened where the land remembers disasters. The mainstream note arrives politely. Across the upper Yangtze landscapes, communities maintained route knowledge through oral performance, tokens, and textiles, not just through drawn plans. Whether any shared standard existed for distances beyond local agreements remains an open file. Historians are still debating this question, and the path itself shrugs because walking solves what argument complicates. Manners settle into a pattern so elegant you don't notice it until it's part of your wrists. Hands always clean before touching someone else's goods. Feet never point directly at a person seated, because ankles can be louder than mouths. When in doubt, speak to the grain jar first, since grain feeds all and likes to be consulted. Your city's knack for handling water as if it were a temperamental friend earns nods even from skeptics. You give them a tour of spillways like other places give Grand Palace tours. They whisper praise with the restraint of professionals. Stories swap across the square without requiring oaths of belief. Ba storytellers recite a tale of a rock that rolled uphill once a year to remind people that certainty naps. Chu poets sing about a river spirit who sows fog to mountains so valleys get days off. Your elders answer with a narrative about a mask that listens better than judges. Myth, like trade, prefers stretchy borders. You bank what you like and let the rest pass with a smile large enough to hold disagreement without strain. Standards start to flirt with interoperability. A ba measure of grain, the agreed basket with a willow hoop that sits just so in the hand, weighs almost but not exactly the same as your market measure. Negotiations invent a conversion braided into cords. 1 knot, 2 knots, a longer knot to mark half. Shoe seals leave impressions with crisp, skinny lines. Your stamps press bolder. A clerk designs a 2-seal format that satisfies both egos and ends the day with all goods smiling in their baskets. This is how shared systems grow, out of laziness wearing the mask of courtesy. Craft sponges up novelty like a polite pirate. Your casters admire by embossing done after the pour, a technique that gives edges a lively nerve. They admire true tolerance for near-invisible seams made by molds so fussy they must have signed their own contracts. In return, visitors squint at your alignment trick, lattice shadows on reflective bronze, and pay you in compliments that translate into quieter, sharper surfaces when they get home. Ideas travel less like dignitaries and more like yeast, unseen and suddenly indispensable. Festivals adjust to include more elbows without crowding. A day named for reed boats turns into friendly competition when ba crews, who favor blunt bow designs, face your curved, narrow hulls in a sprint around 2 floating baskets and back. Rules include shared laughter and a ban on victory speeches longer than a breath. Chu judges position themselves with fans, their shade casting very official rectangles on the river. The winner gets a salting jar and the loser gets to choose the next festival's dessert. Nobody remembers next week who won. Everyone remembers the dessert. Animals teach hospitality the way only non-negotiable beings can. Ba dogs arrive with collars of twisted bark. Chu cats, unalarmed, patrol the granary shadows like velvet auditors. Your herons stand midstream thinking their long thoughts and declining to sign any visitor logs. Out in the uplands, highland herders bring lean goats with eyes like philosophers. Their cloaks, treated with oils, bead rain as if rain were an amateur and cloak an expert. A goat tries to eat a jade bead. A child distracts the goat with a complicated knot. Peace keeps its dignity. Geography, that patient teacher, assigns a group project nobody requested. The mountain pass needs repair before the rains forget their manners. Ba carpenters bring the sledgehammers and a belief in big nails. Chu planners bring a diagram that looks like a river trying to be a roof. Your earthwork crews bring baskets and a decade of practice in persuading slope to find a better hobby than sliding. The plan that wins is an alliance. Woven brush mattresses, pegged with wooden stakes, anchored by rocks that understand their job description, and a drainage channel that answers water kindly rather than bravely. The road, pleased, stop sulking. Negotiations about fishing stretches follow the same calm as bridge building. Bonnet makers want an extra bend this season. Chu rowers ask for night passage windows during a holiday period. Your ferries need clean lanes to keep schedules from issuing ultimatums. The council draws lines with ash on water, then with pebbles along the bank, then with cords between stakes. Everyone nods, and somewhere a sturgeon taps a piling and gets its back scratched by a child who has the best job in the basin. Language borrows because it hates empty cupboards. Ba words for specific basket weaves creep into your market talk. Chu terms for lacquer stages sneak into shop gossip. Your own word for spillway, half river, half road, slides into neighboring sentences and refuses to leave because it's useful. A scribe notes these loans without fuss. Later scholars will debate whether such borrowings indicate depth of contact or just good taste in vocabulary. Historians are still debating this question, and the scribe draws a fish in the margin because fish make everything look friendlier. Seasonal fairs bloom at the edges, where trade quits pretending to be a chore. Stalls sprout under pop-up awnings. Rope dancers offer to teach ankle-saving steps for a shell and a laugh. Children run between knees and discover that 3 different peoples enjoy the same stupid joke about a basket that thought it was a boat until it met a river. A line of clay whistles tuned to bird calls disappears quickly to guardians of gardens who love the idea of calling finches to approve of irrigation. Spies, if any exist, take the week off because there's nothing private about what matters. Everyone sees what everyone else measures and eats and carries. The secret, if there is one, lies in the rhythm, not the object. The timing of grain drying, the day earthwork crews move from ditch to lip, the moment a ferry rope gets slack enough to tell you wind has changed its mind. Rhythm is notoriously hard to steal. You learn it with feet, not eyes. Disputes occur without needing to become wars. A ba trader insists a coil of rope was short. Your knot ledger proves otherwise with a knot that records how many times the coil was opened. The trader laughs and admits he counted with his stomach, not his hands. A Chu potter claims a stall shade is casting unfairly onto her glazes. The market steward rotates awnings like a sundial and the problem dissolves. These are the kinds of battles that leave everyone's appetite intact. Markers of identity remain joyful even as overlap grows. Ba bracelets clink in pairs, your headscarves knot with the angle that says Riverbend House. Chu sleeves carry a line of stitching that looks like a hyphen between eras. Children imitate all 3 and look like small festivals, which everyone agrees is the correct condition for a child. When the sun catches a dozen bracelets at once, astonishment pauses in the street to count beats before moving on. Technology, a polite rumor with excellent manners, spreads in both directions. Your city adopts a ba trick for splitting bamboo with a bone wedge that saves knuckles from melodrama. Chu lacquerers try your trick of testing layer dryness by tapping with a fingernail and listening for the syllable that says, wait. Meanwhile, upriver a rumor circulates that someone mixes ash from a valley weed into mold clay to reduce cracking. Trials begin. Success votes quietly. Historical memory becomes a joint venture as elders compare flood years. Ba elders remember a season when the river rose politely but left jealousy behind. Chu archivists read from a bamboo slip describing a year smoke refused to climb. Your city points to notches on a levee post and translates height into chores. The mainstream line admits the big picture. Tectonics and climate have a lot to say around here, and material culture records whispers of those voices. Whether a single catastrophe shifted cultural centers abruptly or change dispersed under many small pressures remains unruled. Historians are still debating this question while carpenters reinforce shelves because shelves never debate gravity. Fashion finds a cross-current and swims it. Ba chest wraps pick up your dye gradient that darkens toward edges like sunset deciding not to go home. Chu belts add a tiny bronze toggle shaped like a seed that travelers swear prevents knots from sulking in rain. Your sandals borrow their lace pattern from a Ba hunter who got tired of losing shoes in mud. Nobody claims invention. Everybody claims comfort. Border hospitality grows rituals that make strangers into neighbors fast. A reed mat near the gate holds a bowl of pebbles. Arrivals pick one up and later set it down by the river with a wish for sensible currents. A wooden rack keeps lone hats for people who underestimated noon. No one monitors returns, and yet returns happen because shame is bad at hats. A dog labeled unofficial greeter naps across the threshold and wakes to escort nervous ankles the way a midnight snack escorts courage. Commerce refuses to be the only plot. A pair of Ba dancers teaches children a step where the heels kiss and rebound. Chu poets hold a mini contest to describe mist without saying mist. And your market-goers heckle with kindness until a prize is awarded in sesame dumplings. On the far edge, Two botrytes argue about bow profiles using sticks in the mud, and then hug when the river tests both designs and approves of both for different moods. Rivals enjoy being right. Neighbors enjoy being together. Friends enjoy laughing at that sentence. Scented weather moves across the square around late afternoon, and the talk turns to how to read it. Ba trackers teach the finger test. Lift a wet finger, turn slowly. Identify the cool bite as an incoming Ben's breath. Chew fishers advise listening to jars. If the lid clicks twice in shade, humidity is making small promises. Your ferrymen watch hollows in the river's skin as you might watch a person's eyes when they think they're alone. Nobody must be correct for everyone to be ready. Diplomacy in this basin trusts in objects more than adjectives. A rope coil sized to a Ba standard gets stamped with a little ear punch, your mark, so its path can be traced and blame can go on vacation. A lacquer bowl gets its underside signed with two tiny dots, chew for journeyed, so it will be treated kindly when it returns for repair. Your bronze workers place an almost invisible groove near a mask ear to signal where a neighbor's sling should sit. This is not secrecy. It is courtesy turned into engineering. Evening corners the day with pleasant insistence, and lanterns accept their job postings along the walkways. Rivals from morning trades stand beside one another measuring smoke in the same wind. Neighbors trade leftovers into a meal that surprises everyone with its unplanned coherence. A storyteller from Ba and a singer from Chu braid a narrative in alternating lines. River, ridge, river, ridge, and your crowd answers with the chorus that belongs here. A comfortable sound you can enter without practicing. Reflection slips in as easy as night. The mainstream notes line up quietly. Ba communities to the east, Chu influences drifting from the middle Yangtze, springs and passes and confluences stitching them to the Shu basin. Craft vocabularies exchanging, standards negotiating, festivals learning new steps. Oddities choose seats near the front. Bracelets that teach rhythm to the wrist, conversion knots that remember fairness. Lone hats that embarrass thieves out of a job. Disagreements keep their chairs. Whether certain motifs flew in from the south or walked in from the west. Whether milestones were always milestones or sometimes mere anchors for rope. Whether one flood or many changes set cultures humming in new keys. Historians are still debating this question. And the city smiles because questions keep travelers returning. Departure arrives with its small theater. Ba caravans cinch baskets that look heavier only because stories accrued. Chu envoys fold robes like arguments articulated and resolved. Your clerks redraw the chalk moon on the quay board, leaving a thin ring called memory around the fat disk called accounted for. A child follows a goat that follows a knot. A fisherman checks a net that checks the river. Lanterns lean their reflections against the drainage channel and agree to keep watch. Sleep finds the square with ease. The quiet that remains smells faintly of lacquer cooled properly. Rope dried just enough, and grain that decided to be honest. You step along the outer path and greet the boundary stones with a toe tap that says thank you for not trying to be interesting tonight. Somewhere a heron clears its throat and pronounces the day admirably argued. Home hums. Neighbors return to their bends. Rivals return to their boasts. Friendships return to their folds. The river keeps everyone's secrets in one long sentence only it can read. If tomorrow chooses rain, the rope will know where to hang. If tomorrow chooses sun, the market will widen like a grin. Either way, the map that matters is the one your feet carry. Stitched with people, weighted with courtesy, and perfectly willing to change its mind in company. Dawn folds itself over the basin like a damp quilt, and the city beneath your sandals wakes in layers. Roosters first, then vendors, then the wooden lungs of the drains clearing their throats. Lantern wicks sleep in bowls from last night's market. A boy with a reed pole taps each bowl to be sure the oil is safe for the next evening. A percussion duet with the gutter's slow glug. A tilting glimmer under the eaves tells you someone has already burnished a bronze latch, because even doors like to look alert before breakfast. Streets think with water here. Pathways run on top of basket-knitted culverts, and the culverts empty into ditches where minnows graze on the day's first rumors. A cart passes with frogs tucked under the axle, charms for good fortune or pest control by ancient commuter rail, depending on who's talking. The transition from wetland to neighborhood wears its history proudly. Reed mat foundations under tamped earth, timber sills overlaid like ribs, stone weights at corners to remind roofs which way gravity leans when storms try to argue. Bamboo rails fence a granary court where doors rise like eyelids and stairs lift off the ground so rats have to apply for visas. Grain here isn't simply stacked. It is curated, baskets labeled by knot, humidity tested with the palm and sigh method, and sample scoops poured in arcs that tell the ear whether kernels are behaving. The mainstream point slips into place. Early cities in the Sichuan basin relied on raised storage and careful moisture management, pairing wooden architecture with earthworks to survive the season's drama without turning breakfast into archaeology. Workshops stretch along the lane with open fronts that make the street a syllabus. Smiths tap problem-solving into bronze edges. Lacquerers slow the air with drying time. A carpenter balances on a beam and shows the sky how to measure. At one bench, a mason presses silk bricks into a frame and leaves his thumbprint at the corner. Not as signature but as quality check. Future repairs will know who to ask about mix ratios. An odd little practice surfaces in a whisper. When bricks cure, apprentices pat them gently and listen. A hollow thunk says the brick wants another day of sun. A patient trick not written on any tablet but memorized by every competent ear. Markets roll forward like a river deciding to be polite. Stalls for greens, stalls for bulbs, stalls for fish with opinions, stalls for salt that keeps everyone honest. Vendors dust their shelves with reed brooms dampened from a jar infused with pine needles. The morning's olfactory handshake. A girl in a yellow sash runs a line of shells through her fingers and counts in the cadence every stall understands. Quick, quick, slow, stop, nod, smile. Currency moves best when escorted by manners. Ladders lean against a wall where painters touch up the protective wash. Lime, ash water, a whisper of resin. So the surface breathes but doesn't sulk in rain. The brush tips drag long, easy lines that teach the wall to remember which way droplets should travel. Down in the lane, a man in a felt cap demonstrates a gutter spout shaped like a carp's throat. It sends water into a barrel with the amiable gurgle that makes neighbors forgive an afternoon storm. Urban planning here sounds like hospitality spoken in hydrology. Courtyards bloom behind quiet gates, each a theater where chores practice being ceremonies. A woman rinses reed mats, lifts them like soft armor into the sun, and aligns their shadows so the day's first breezes can read the weave. A boy stones a pestle smooth using a ring of river pebbles arranged from roundest to rootest, and somewhere an ant reminds him not to sing the silly grinding song in front of guests. Inside rooms painted with tempera the color of wet clay, shelves keep bowls spaced 2 fingers apart, not for beauty but for a logic that says air circulation is cheaper than fixing cracks later. Granite stepping blocks lead through a lane that keeps its feet dry most of the year. In flood weeks, neighbors float planks between the blocks and the world becomes a ballet of ankles and balance. Over by the watch corner, a hook holds coiled lines labeled by color: blue for ferry rescue, green for roof anchoring, brown for toddler retrieval when puddles get ambitions. No one mentions heroism. Everyone mentions preparedness because that's the virtue you can practice without scenery. Light slants in late morning, discovers a bronze mirror in a tailor's stall, and multiplies itself into agreeable lies. Cloth bolts feel cooler when the mirror agrees. Wrist cords look braver. Even the tailor's brother, who insists he can hem faster than anyone in the basin, appears faintly credible. Across the way, a hat maker sets out shades braided from marsh grass, each with a tilt named after a bend in the river. Practical, courteous, reckless, and festival. The hat named Festival sells to the first person who smiles without permission. Noise leans into noon with the confidence of seasoned elbows. Pestles thud, fish scales tick. 100 different soups confess their ingredients by fragrance. And someone on the roof ridge taps a long bamboo with a padded stick to test whether yesterday's wind undid the tiles. That rooftop tapping doubles as a neighborhood metronome for lunchtime. Spoons arrive at bowls with choreography no one planned, but everyone would miss if it stopped. Food glows in simple bowls. Taro bright enough to cheer a shift. Millet porridge that tastes like patience. Pickled shoots that think they are commas and behave accordingly. Scribes squat under a timber eave and bind bamboo slips for visiting records. Names, trades, debts, promises. Ink smells faintly of smoke and glue. The characters climb the slats like polite vines. A clerk adds a sketch of the day's sun position beside a ferry schedule. Not because anyone asked, but because he wants the page to remember the weather like a living witness. Scholarship gives a cautious cough in your ear. The specific scripts of the Bronze Age shoe remain uncertain, with later texts remembering earlier rulers in legendary registers more than verifiable archives. Historians are still debating this question, and the scribes keep writing as if ink could teach time to sit. Doorways collect shoes like stories. Sandal straps dangle in patterns that tell neighbors where their owners sit. 5 fingers from the hinge for elders, 3 for children, 2 for guests who don't yet know whether they prefer chili oil. Threshold baskets hold smooth river stones for the exchange custom you keep noticing. Take one on arrival, leave one on departure, balance achieved through geology and good sense. Laughter reinforces the ritual in all the right places. Timber colonnades frame a palace court whose grandeur is more about proportion than glitter. Poles rise from stone sockets. Crossbeams show off joinery that lets the whole roof breathe. And floors lift the air a hand's breadth above the ground so damp can't practice mischief. An official points with 2 fingers, polite pointing the only kind allowed, at the drainage V-cut along the inner edge, a small geometry that keeps the rain from announcing itself underfoot. The palace favors shadow where other cities might favor shine, and the shadow feels like competence. Kitchens backstage run on the same clock as the market but with more choreography. A cook slides river fish into a steamer lined with reed. A second cook lays chestnuts in a charcoal cradle and covers them with a domed lid pierced by 5 holes. Odd numbers taste better, the old rule says, and nobody here is in the mood to argue with ancient arithmetic. On a shelf above the hearth sits a little clay capsule studded with perfumed reed. When heat rises too high, the capsule exudes a scent that means lift the lid now. Obscure, delightful, and apparently effective enough to pass down without boasting. Play grounds the city as surely as pilings do. Children chalk a constellation on the packed earth and jump from star to star with rules only meteorologists would attempt to explain. A pair of adolescents practice rope steps taught by a visiting dancer from the Ba-lands, their ankles learning to be clever at the expense of swagger. A grandmother supervises by whittling a spoon no one has asked for and humming the chorus from a harvest song that insists it invented the right tempo for everything. Shrines tuck themselves into alleys where every incense curl knows the address of the wind. Offerings are modest: reed knots, a spoon of salt, a bit of lacquer scrap, and the gestures are smaller still. A bow that says this place works when we remember to help it. The boundary between civic and sacred blurs into courtesy. No thunder, no bargaining with the sky, just a contract with consequence and the satisfaction of correctly folded ash. The city likes rituals that clean as they bless. Houses in the artisan quarter keep wider eaves and friendlier porches. Neighbors store repair ladders at every third doorway, and a chalk line inside the porch lists which household wears ladder duty on which day. A cat has stretched itself across the sunbeam as if auditioning for the role of Hinge. A dog accepts this casting without comment and guards a shoe it has secretly adopted as a pet. Domesticity tastes like sesame and warmed clay, and that unnameable relief that happens when furniture stays loyal during rain. Bridges touch the river the way polite hands touch a stranger's sleeve. Timber trestles rest on stone-filled cages, baskets of rock that lend weight without arrogance. Midspan, a plank has been replaced with one etched by school children during last year's festival. The carving reads like a parade of tiny ankle prints and contour lines that believe they are dragons when no one is looking. Boatmen lean their poles, whistle to the water, and direct gossip across lanes with small, accurate nods. Night feels invited rather than inevitable. Lamps wake in waves, first the ones along the main lane, then stoop lamps that armor doorways with amber, then little dish lamps in windows that turn houses into cautious lanterns. The river answers by wearing the city like jewelry. Reflections braid with carp ripples, and minnows shop for moonlight under plank shadows. The market doesn't so much open as a long gate. Stalls reappear with salted duck, toasted sesame flatbreads, candied citrus peels that make even adults walk like children for 20 steps. Performers choose the square where acoustics have learned good manners. A gourd pipe rides the low line while a zither claims the middle air and a skin drum chooses to be agreeable. The tune loops into itself like a gentle argument that doesn't need to win. Couples negotiate noodle bowls and seating with the skill of diplomats. A tiny kid tries to clap on the offbeat and succeeds with panache. Nightlife here smells faintly of lacquer cooling, fish grilling, pine smoke deciding to be elegant. Shops turn into museums after dark. A metal worker sets a bronze tree fragment on a low plinth and lets lamplight explain its edges. A textile seller drapes cloth to mimic river slope and uses a polished shell to show how the dye remembers sunlight. Questions gather and relax. Are those perches for birds or metaphors for layers of the world? Was this we've meant to signal a clan or simply the weather last month? Answers simmer in the range between perhaps and let us test tomorrow. Historians are still debating this question, and the night approves because certainty lulls conversation to sleep too early. Guards walk the wall and tap the palisade with rhythm everyone understands. Steady, steady, change, the footnote meaning a shift at the watch post or a ferry returning late with tired jokes. A lantern at the northwest corner wears a blue ribbon when the wind is in a mood, so roof squads know to check cords at dawn. The palisade itself isn't theatrical, a timber fence on an earthwork breast, but it keeps rain from changing its mind about which way to drain, and that alone earns it a level of civic affection that palaces would envy if palaces could lower their voices. Work continues even while spectators forget the hour. In a lower lane, clay tiles sit propped on sticks near a kiln mouth where the temperature speaks in colors. Dull cherry, bright peach, nearly daylight. A potter pulls a tile and smiles because the glaze did not quarrel with the heat. A neighbor records how many peach breaths the firing held. A time unit that caused an outsider to laugh exactly once before adopting it. Units here prefer metaphors. Clocks will come centuries later and discover they are late to the party. Navigation learns new tricks in the dark. A row of bowl lamps along the drainage channel doubles as a sky for frogs. If the light gaps too widely, frogs complain, and someone refills oil. A clever family has mounted a small reflective pebble on a doorframe. It catches lamplight and blinks like a private star. A ferry rope across the narrow canal wears tiny reed charms that thrum when mist thickens. Ferry hands listen with 2 fingers to know where to lean even before the eye agrees. Entertainment never forgets engineering. A puppeteer stages a story about a mask that explains city planning to a confused rainfall. When the puppet lifts its elongated ear, water realizes it should follow the V-cut and not the baby's nap mat. Children cheer, adults clap. Planners exchange a glance that says teaching should always taste like dessert. The story ends with the puppet mask turning to the audience and shrugging its bronze shoulders. The laughter is that soft kind that makes sleep arrive early. Sanitation gets its own magic tricks. Night soil crews walk with lanterns shaded to direct light downward and wear sandals that won't talk back to the mud. Drain channels swallow runoff with a gulp that sounds like digestion. Sediment traps near the river breathe when cleared, a satisfied exhale that neighbors have learned to interpret as tomorrow's path being safe. The obscure detail that makes you grin. Certain alleys hang a pinch of dried citrus peel on a nail, and when the peel droops in damp weather, people know to open the lower flaps to air the lane. Fruit as barometer, alley as lung. Commerce writes its late ledger in 2 colors of ink. Black for shells, red for favors. A ropemaker lists bundles delivered and adds a red note about the time a neighbor lent shade to the stall during a surprise drizzle. The repayment will be a knot taut, not a coin. A fishmonger notes a sold-out line and a red promise of 2 tailpieces saved for the potter whose kiln lent warm stones to thaw his hands. Economies that remember generosity last longer than presidencies of pride. Housing projects the city's optimism in wood. New beams arrive seasoned in racks built like forges for time. Joints are carved with an angle that means, I expect movement but not betrayal. The first nail belongs to the smallest child in the household, tapped with 2 hands and a chorus of exaggerated safety instructions that everyone enjoys far too much. When walls finally stand, a neighbor presses a copper coin into the threshold. Not luck, exactly. More like a pledge that traffic will be worth the hinge's trouble. Education settles into stairwells after market hours. A tutor traces a watercourse on stepped planks and explains spillways with a clay figurine that pretends to be rain. A junior scribe sets out bone tablets engraved with simple marks for practicing record hands. A craftswoman opens a repertoire of knots and asks which ones want to become earrings and which prefer to remain useful. Learning wears its hair down here. Questions arrive already loved. Health hides behind habits that look like tidiness. A bathhouse near the lower canal keeps hot stones ready for feet that forgot their manners during midday errands. Herbal steam crowds a room with the smell of mint and moral support. A midwife sits near the entrance with a fan and a ledger of new lungs. No one leaves without hearing a proverb about sleep's competence. In a back corner, a shelf holds jars labeled with knots, bitter, cooling, wakeful. So even the illiterate can fetch the right brew. A small design decision that will save 100 mornings a year. Myth and maintenance share a stool. The story goes that the city asked the river for permission before it built the first levee, and the river replied by moving a sandbar 6 body lengths to the left, which everyone accepted as a signature. The levee builders still check that bend first after storms, not because they expect myth to answer but because myth teaches attention by flattering memory. Whether a specific negotiation with the river ever occurred remains delightful to imagine and impossible to confirm. Historians are still debating this question, and the sandbar, being a sandbar, declines to testify. Security wears rhythm rather than armor. The night watches tapping cadence altars when a ferry is late, when a family door remains open an hour past habit, when a breeze decides to audition as a nuisance. Neighbors hear the difference and adjust. Shutters change their minds. Dogs move from nap to listening with an efficiency bureaucracy could only envy. Crime this evening limits itself to a goat that demonstrates creative interpretation of property. Granaries close their eyes with a ceremony small enough not to wake the mice. A broom takes 2 gentle swipes to align stray kernels with their better-behaved cousins. A lid clicks. A steward hums. The last dip into the moisture jar gets logged with a mark shaped like a leaf. Somewhere in the ledger lives the sum that decides winter confidence, and the number looks comfortable. Relief here sounds like the kettle's slight sigh after the fire has been convinced to become memory. Craft districts dim by degrees. Metal cools, lacquer rests, wood yawns in joints that remember afternoon labor. A boy sets tomorrow's first pour ladle beside a stick of charcoal the size of his thumb. A ratio he swears is tradition even if he invented it last week. He will defend the practice with charm until the foreman adopts it for a month and then calls it a good idea learned from a smart apprentice. Credit moves faster than flame. Water trails its hands along the city's edges like someone in love with a wall. Spillways purr, weirs blink, and small lifting gates make the agreeable clack that means pressure is properly persuaded. An engineer with more humor than audience exhales and says, "All the arguments are asleep," meaning currents and carp and carpenters and clerks. It sounds like a prayer but behaves like a checklist. Sleep teases thresholds first, then door lintels, then noses. A bowl lamp gutters and someone kisses the flame with a cup to save tomorrow's wick. The square's last musician leans a zither against a bench and promises it a better joke in the morning. Across the way, a bronze mask in a window learns how to pretend to be a moon. That act wins an unofficial prize for Best Supporting Actor in a city that insists its props be useful and its stars polite. Summary leans onto your shoulder softly. City of light and mud. A place that persuades water to be a citizen and timber to be a colleague. Mainstream anchors have shown up and behaved. Raised granaries, earthwork levees, drainage calendars, market weights, bamboo and wood partnered like 2 hands that learn to clap without supervision. Obscure bits insisted on coming along. Perfume capsules that cue lids, citrus peels hung as damp meters, peach breath firing times, pebble threshold accounting that makes geometry intimate. Disagreements kept the night interesting. Scripts or no scripts, tree as stage or cosmos, myth as memory or management. Historians are still debating this question, and the city smiles because debate is the polite name for breath. Midnight tilts the bowl of quiet just enough that crickets spill their neat columns of sound into the street. Roofs pinch moonlight into thin ribbons. Drains hum. Boats at the quay bump like contented animals. A soft mist returns to put a cool hand on the forehead of every beam. Sleep takes the ledger and draws a fish in the margin where tomorrow will write its first note. Dawn folds over the western wards like warm silk, and the first thing that finds your senses is the smell of damp earth rising from a field that used to be a house, which used to be a field, which used to be water deciding it wanted a career in agriculture. Streets here look freshly rinsed, as if the city washed its face and left a few drops to prove it. A heron sketches a brief underline along the river, and the day's script begins. Mist hangs low over a broad excavation yard, where reed mats cover squares of soil in a tidy quilt, each square numbered with marks on bamboo tags. Workers lift the mats in a practiced rhythm. 1, 2, fold. revealing quiet layers. Ash, silt, and soil the color of tea with milk. A steward taps the edge of a pit with a stick. The sound carries the soft grammar of good dirt, and everyone in earshot relaxes because the ground is in a cooperative mood. Pavement further on gleams faintly where someone burnished stone slabs for visitors' feet, and the track leads toward a small hall that cradles the city's newest old treasure. The air in that hall feels cooler, as if the room had learned a trick from river caves. Somewhere inside sits a circle of gold so thin it could be mistaken for sunlight fallen asleep and forgotten to wake. Vendors set up discreetly along the approach, as if anxious not to elbow the past with their baskets. Bowls of sesame cakes steam like modest chimneys. Cups of hot millet sweeten the shadows. Strings of polished pebbles catch the light with a patience that makes you feel cursive in your bones. You take a cake, not for hunger but because good stories like a witness with warm hands. Somewhere a guide clears a throat with the authority of someone who has made peace with questions that never stop arriving. Words float out. A royal neighborhood once sprawled here. Palisades and palaces stitched into marsh and meadow. Granaries knit to canals. Workshops attentive to fire and lacquer. Orchards that remembered to be generous. The city at Jinsha reads like a sequel that refuses to apologize for loving the prequel while wanting its own plot. Maps in the visiting room wear two kinds of lines, rivers that already existed and roads that finally admitted they had to. You trace arcs with a finger and feel how the Min and the muddier channels curve as if talking each other into better decisions. The guide's palm hovers over one corner of the map where a cluster of squares marks sacrificial pits, smaller than those at the older site of Sanxingdui but built like cousins who know the family table etiquette. Sunlight catches on the rim of a display, and the room shifts into that hush which is not silence but consent. On a cushion of dark cloth rests a gold circle no bigger than a palm. For birds will around a central hole, wings outstretched, tail feathers fluent, with the kind of symmetry that persuades necks to tilt and breaths to lengthen. The piece nearly floats. It is filigree reduced to its essence, weight becoming intention. Hands itch to lift it, but eyes do the lifting instead. Curators explain quietly that this sunbird came from a deposit that also offered jade, ivory slivers, and lacquer fragments. Gold at this scale suggests both skill and a degree of access to material the valley doesn't produce on its own, which means networks stretched farther than a comfortable day's walk. Mainstream knowledge adds its anchor. After the Sanxingdui phase, the center of ritual and power in this basin appears to shift here, to Jinsha, an urban complex active for centuries into the first millennium BCE. Whether the move was continuity after disruption or a fresh start wearing familiar jewelry, the archaeology encourages open minds. Historians are still debating this question. Rumor, the city's other archive, says the Golden Circle started out as a song that wanted a body. Children repeat this as if it were empirically proven, and to be honest, the theory holds up under lamplight. Craft notes tell a parallel story you can prove with fingers and shallow breaths. Gold hammered thin across a support, cut with blades that refused to tremble, incised where feathers asked for lines, edges softened with a burnisher so nothing snagged cloth or light. Hands near the case hover like birds near a reed bed. A conservator demonstrates the philosophy used here: minimal touch, maximum listening. To show the design without glare, she tilts the lamp so a sliver of shadow lands behind each wing, making them look airborne for a second. People gasp, the good kind of gasp, the kind that doesn't require a guard to cough. You learn how much seeing is choreography. Explanations lead you to an adjacent room where trays of river stones sit in rows like a polite audience. Each tray holds finds too humble for headlines and too stubborn to ignore. seed impressions in potsherds, a scrap of woven reed that once carried a bowl respectfully, a copper droplet shaped like a comma escaping a sentence. The city insists that these commas matter. 1,000 commas make a paragraph. 1,000 paragraphs make a life. Outside again, the ground underfoot changes from packed earth to a path lined in crushed shell that crunches like snow for people who have never seen winter. The shells travel here from far away, proof that even small glitters found routes across land and water. Traders whisper to each other about caches upriver, new bends, new ferry owners whose ropes sing in a different key. Supply chains become gossip and then back into supply chains without anyone blushing. Along the fence, drawings of old beams and roof lines fill a plank with ghost architecture. Roofs overhang deeply, the sketch suggests, and corners curl slightly like smiles trying to be stern. Drain channels are drawn thicker than you expect. Planners with a crush on gravity, but you've seen this city handle water as if negotiating with an impatient guest, so the lines feel like love letters rather than paranoia. Inside the excavation yard, a series of post holes reads like music in the dirt. A line, a curve, a cluster where people must have decided to put a doorway because the wind always arrived from that direction with too much enthusiasm. Archaeologists kneel, not because the past demands worship, but because the ground offers better information at that angle. They point with lips, not fingers, to keep eyes moving rather than hands. Knowledge grows quietly in yards like this. Underfoot, the soil loosens where a pit reveals a flood layer. Silt packed so tightly it shines when the sun squints. A crew member runs a stick along the edge and the soil answers with a tone lower than the rest, the note of water that insisted. Talk drifts toward the old puzzle. Did an earthquake rattle the older city and redirect the river, encouraging the people to relocate and rebuild here? Was it a sequence of floods that made staying economically silly? Or did political realignment use disaster as a stage cue for changes already underway? The ground reports facts, not motives. Motives sit with people sipping tea and deciding how to remember. Across the yard, a board displays a tidy inventory of finds. Numbers without poetry that still make you smile. Ivory segments in deliberate clusters, not dumped. Jade tubes paired with beads as if the ground preferred sets. Bronze fittings that remember reed cords by the wear around their holes. The board wears smudges from many hands and gets wiped with a damp cloth every hour. A ritual that keeps dust from pretending to be evidence. Midday passes through a canopy of young willows, and shade lands like a blessing that remembered everyone's names. Workers eat lightly. Noodles and broth that tastes of ginger and common sense. Steamed greens firm enough to stand up for themselves. Slices of duck that refuse to apologize for having flavor. The conversation turns towards small things. A new sieve woven from reeds that handle silt delicately. A shorthand for notes that uses dots and lines in a way any apprentice can learn with 1 cup of tea and the promise of a second. Later in the afternoon, the hall with the gold circle opens its shutters wider, and light sheets across the floor toward the case until it climbs the stand like a careful tide. The inner hole of the sunbird acts like a lens, projecting a little coin of light onto the cloth beneath. Someone whispers that the world should have welcomed the day like this, with a bright spot everybody can share. Someone else points out the obvious. The city calls this artifact a symbol of a sun that both moves and stays, because that is how time behaves when a culture is paying attention. Questions stack neatly like bowls. How did gold this fine travel here? Why choose birds and not some other creature? Was the circle worn, carried, displayed, or kept as private confidence? Comparative tables offer parallels from places to the south and west where birds remain in fashion, but the exact tilt of the wings and the extra curve in the tail feel local, like dialect in metal. Answers are careful. Assertions arrive slowly, on reed sandals. Craftspeople from the metal quarter arrive to pay respects to someone's ancestor in craft. They admire the restraint as much as the bravura. No extra flourish, all edge softened just enough to play well with light. A caster notes that such thinness asks the alloy for humility. A goldsmith notes that such evenness asks the hand for steadiness. They teach a trick to the room. If you whisper slowly next to gold, the metal seems to breathe with you. People try it and report success. Science will catch up later and call it suggestion. Evidence for daily life at Jinsha sits nearby in a reconstructed street that bends toward a vanished canal. Lintels carved with simple motifs hold shadows almost tenderly. A wooden counter displays weights shaped like animals. Turtles for patience, birds for speed, fish for honesty. Because merchants enjoy persuasive metaphors. A child's footprint has been cast in clay and set on a sill, and every visitor agrees to press a finger into it for luck, which grows a fingerprint museum almost by accident. Scholars gather in a shaded corner to compare notes that smell faintly of resin and ink. One points out how the ritual deposits here repeat some Sanxingdui habits, curated objects, controlled burning, careful burial, but at a different scale and sequence. Another suggests that the golden motif implies a recalibration of imagery, less monumental faces and more cosmological grace. A third shrugs happily and says the region is a braid. Threads thicken and thin, but the river keeps them together. Historians are still debating this question, and the debate earns smiles instead of frowns. Evening edges in with the softness of a basket pressed into a curve. The hall lights shift warmer, and the gold turns honeyed, then amber, then a color you can taste but not name. Musicians outside test notes that refuse to hurry, giving the artifact time to teach lodgers of the present how to be guests in a long house of time. The city lowers its voice in concert with the river. Back among the trenches, lamps sprout on stakes and the soil takes on the texture of velvet laid carefully over old furniture. A team closes a pit with the kindness of folding a blanket over a sleeping relative. No one acts precious. Everyone acts precise. The tools go home clean. The field goes to sleep flatter than it woke. The notes tie their chords neatly so future hands can open them without muttering. Finally, the steward responsible for the gold circle allows a small demonstration with a replica, weight matched carefully. In your palm, the ring feels like a warm sentence ending with confidence. Tilting it catches lamplight in the inner hole and throws a coin-sized glow onto your skin. The birds circle but never arrive. The sun sits but never sleeps. That gentle paradox, that combination of motion and rest, belongs to this city in a way it refuses to let go. Sleep approaches the site by way of the drainage channel, which murmurs very convincingly that all arguments have agreed to postpone themselves until breakfast. Residents stroll past the hall, wave at the guards, and leave respectfully nothing behind. Somewhere a dog rolls over and remembers the afternoon's lesson about not wagging near trays. Somewhere a carp turns and writes a quiet punctuation mark on the water. Lanterns wink along the lane back toward the workshops, and the new story, Jinsha's morning after, settles into the city's ribcage like a breath it finally remembered how to take. The earlier city's faces remain in the mind, yes, long eyes and sail-broad ears, but here the line draws toward motion, flight, a ring that knows how to hold a distance inside itself. Continuity wraps itself around change like a reed wrap hugging a jar. Not concealment, just support. Granaries in this district close their eyelids with extra care. as if the weight of gold elsewhere has taught them about fragile abundance. A clerk marks moisture with a line, writes a brief weather note, and adds a drawing of a small bird for the sheer joy of naming a day. He has no authority to do this and no reason to fear it. Neighbors tell their own versions of why this place rose when the other quieted. One prefers geology. Earth shrugged one night and the river forgot its part. Another swears by economics. Trade found a shorter joke to tell between mountains and markets. A third goes for politics. The city wanted a new apron over the same sturdy clothes. Each theory gets a seat, and nobody kicks anyone's chair. Historians are still debating this question, and for once the phrase feels less like caution and more like permission. Markets answer with practicalities that make theories edible. Rope lengths cut for new ferry angles. Baskets shaped for slightly different shelves. Hats with brims that tilt better into this district's wind. The city is a machine for learning. The site is a classroom that keeps finding new chalk. No one applauds. Everyone sleeps better. Reflections drift like moths toward the lamps still burning. The golden sunbird becomes a kind of metronome for thought. Tick, the world moves. Tock, the world rests. You carry its weight without touching it. Your hand remembers a ring without closing. The sensation suggests good dreams, the kind that redesign the city while you sleep. Adding a step here, a drain there, a kinder angle to a bench that's been scolding hips for 6 seasons. Footsteps guide you back along a stretch of crushed shell that sounds like applause for the night. A guard taps a post with a rhythm that means morning crews are already in the city's pocket, making lists in their heads. The sky prepares a preface in deeper blue. The site lies behind you and inside you, working both directions at once. Gateways appear and then aren't there, because this city enjoys replacing structure with habit once people learn the steps. Someone whistles a tune that belongs to boatmen but migrates well to alleys. Someone else laughs the quiet way that means a problem finally agreed to be reasonable. You hold the shape of the gold in your palm a little longer, a cup of air you cannot spill. Sleep, when it arrives, lands like a respectful bird on a calm branch. The artifact's circle hovers just behind your eyelids, not glowing, not drifting, simply agreeing to keep watching the same sky as you. If the older city was a trilogy of faces in metal, this one is a bright ring that teaches the dark to breathe slower. The valley understands both lessons. Morning after morning will come here, each one a rehearsal for resilience, each one another page in a book you write with footsteps and the occasional smudge of ash. The river stays a co-author with its ink of silt and tide of temper. The gold keeps its sentence short and necessary. People keep bending their days into shapes the weather can respect. Habit brings you to the threshold of sleep with one more small inventory. Mainstream anchors about Jinsha's role as successor city, about gold work that speaks a larger network, about ritual deposits that rhyme with older pits while humming a new key. Obscure delights like crushed shell paths, seed echoes in pots, comma-shaped copper droplets, and the companionable debate that refuses to leave, earthquake, flood, policy, or all three tying their hair together. Historians are still debating this question, and tonight that sentence curls up like a well-fed cat at the foot of the bed. Silence has the last tidy word. It says the city has learned how to wake after yesterday, and how to carry yesterday without dropping tomorrow. It says the ring keeps turning even when hands rest. Says the birds know the route. Says enough for now. Mist hangs low over the reed beds, and the ground beneath your sandals feels too awake, as if the soil kept watch while everyone else slept. Ripples chase themselves across puddles that have no wind to blame, and somewhere a heron lifts, decides against flying, and folds the sky back into its wings. Breath steadies because steadiness is a good disguise for nerves, but the river does not bother to pretend. The surface tightens the way a drum does when someone's fingers are thinking too loudly. Underfoot the plankway gives the small, honest creak that carpenters like. A sound meaning wood remembers its job and no more. Then a second noise arrives, the one that rises from the root side of living things, a hum that climbs bones and sorts your thoughts without permission. Pebbles in the drainage channel tremble against each other, and a bowl left to warm milk taps out a rhythm more urgent than breakfast. Eyes find a door frame by habit. Hands find each other by something older than habit. Lanterns swing on their cords as if considering whether to learn dance. The first shiver passes like a thought someone decided against saying out loud. The second lingers, a longer sentence from bedrock, and rafters give a practiced sigh that makes everyone look upward the way sailors look at the wind. The steward at the shadow stick tilts his head and listens. The gnomon leans a fraction and returns, like etiquette remembering itself in a crowded room. Cicadas stop as if the conductor lowered a hand no one saw. Silence lands with the soft thud of a loaf placed just right on the table. Even the gossiping drainage ditch forgets its anecdote. Far off, a shelf of tiles slides and a tidy avalanche turns a roof's argument into a floor's homework. Ankles flex, knees plan, and a dozen breaths agree to go shallow together until you remember that air is not a precious metal. Riverbank people blink toward the Min as if the stream could explain itself. The water is still where it should be busy, impatient where it should be kind, and up against a bend's shoulder like a stubborn child refusing a bath. Driftwood sits undecided in an eddy, and the eddy looks undecided about being an eddy. A ferryman presses his pole into the gravel bed and frowns. The pole tells him the bed is trying on a new slope. He does not approve, but he respects ambition when he sees it. Hearths gather their small flames and tuck them close. A mother steadies a jar with the heel of her hand and hums in the key of "This Will Pass." The old man across the lane mutters the inventory that has replaced prayer in this quarter. Water, rope, grain, ladders, neighbors. A goat sneezes with the sincerity of a punctuation mark. Kids laugh because kids are generous that way, and the laugh knocks a threadbare fear off its chair. Mainstream memory steps beside you like a calm ant. This basin sits on edges that argue. Mountain against plain, water against will, and earthquakes have opinions here. Later chronicles will write about ground that shook and rivers that forgot their lanes. Archaeologists in your future will debate whether a major seismic event, perhaps followed by floods, nudged a city's heart from Sanxingdui toward Jinsha. Historians are still debating this question, and the ground declines to comment while it finishes speaking. Courtyard shadows climb walls they don't usually visit at this hour. A line of pots along the eave knocks in sequence, left to right, then right to left, as if practicing an unfamiliar alphabet. Someone calls out the checklist that lives under everyone's tongue. Shutters, lamp, threshold, latch. The list goes round and returns with answers that sound like a neighborhood being sensible on purpose. The earth's last sentence shortens to a clause and then a word, then becomes the kind of silence that makes you notice birds again. Streams of people move toward the terraces and the levee path, not in panic but like a class dismissed by a teacher who trusts the lesson took. The path up to the flood bench feels steeper because fear puts rocks where there were none. A boy counts his footsteps and adds an extra 10 at the end because numbers help a heart keep from leaning too close to its own cliff. Dogs walk beside calves as if they've rehearsed that part. Along the embankment, markers that usually sit patiently with their grooves full of dust look shiny with a wet, suspicious sheen. The Min presses its lip higher than the notch for a polite spring flood. Gravel in the channel shivers under a pressure that hasn't reached your ankles yet. The levee captain taps a stick, once for inspection, twice for volunteers, 3 times for the baskets that hold brush mattresses. Orders here prefer verbs to adjectives. A worker loosens a plank on the spillway so water can practice leaving where it ought to. Another lifts a woven gate and covers the opening with a reed mat to catch gossip the river might try to bring with it, silt that would rather be a field. A third runs knuckles along the seam of a retaining wall, feeling for a lie. The wall tells the truth but admits it likes being flattered. Flattery arrives with extra stones. Granary attendants open vents to let grain breathe out steam it doesn't need while the air thinks about becoming soup. Baskets shuffle into higher rows. A cord with knots measuring how much grows a new knot measuring how high. Someone smears resin along a door slab so water, if it dares, will have manners and slide. Decisions wear aprons here. From the riverbank, a boatman points out something your eyes almost miss. Foam lines that cross the current's grain like a loom threaded wrong. That's the way a new channel whispers its intention before the knife arrives. He proposes roping the downstream pilings, and 6 hands move as if the idea belonged to everyone already. Tools grown heavy with habit wake quickly when the river clears its throat. A child with a shell string around one wrist counts the gaps in the foam bands and announces a number that means nothing to anyone but her. The number comforts her, and so it becomes useful. An ant pockets it the way planners pocket a rumor they intend to test. This is how methods get born, in the little space between worry and the next sensible thing. Neighbors deliver furniture to upper floors the way musicians carry instruments, carefully and gossiping about weight. A lacquered chest smells like patience. A beam that recently minded a wall minding its own business volunteers to mind a doorway for the day. People assign chores to wood as if wood had ears. Wood, cooperative by temperament, acts accordingly. Fishmongers throw long nets across the lane and nail them higher than a shoulder, so if water comes it will be introduced to rope before it meets door. The net looks like a theatrical curtain and makes children want to bow. An uncle allows the bowing because ritual belongs wherever anxiety tries to build a rude house. Small tremors arrive again, aftershocks or just nerves rehearsing. The ground gives the lightest shrug and asks if everyone is awake. Everyone is. The tremor leaves like a polite guest who took only one dumpling and made a joke that didn't wound anybody's pride. Shoulders climb down a notch. Along the inner bend, trees that reached for the sky yesterday lean their accusations toward the river. Roots that enjoyed being secrets show a little ankle. The slope has the expression of someone thinking about changing careers. A crew unrolls brush mattresses and pins them with stakes that look like the punctuation stubborn sentences deserve. Rock baskets arrive rumbling, patient as oxen. Questions you've been carrying since the mask storehouse turn up without being invited. Did people here stand on this same path and watch a bend try to unlearn itself? Did they lift their city a hand's breadth above trouble and then watch trouble lift its hands higher? And when they moved, if moving is what happened, did they declare an ending with ceremony or simply begin again by carrying water to new shadows? The answers refuse to be loud. Historians are still debating this question, and you are not offended by their caution. Mainstream anchors bring their respectful facts. Evidence at Sanxingdui shows pits filled with curated objects, some burned, some broken, as if a chapter closed on purpose. Activity later gathers at Jinsha, where a golden sunbird and other offerings hum in a new key. Between the two, the ground keeps its own counsel, and the rivers print edits that do not ask permission. Whether an earthquake and flood authored that edit or merely underlined someone's already decided sentence remains in discussion. Hours lengthen the way damp cloth does. Work continues with the odd cheer that comes from having a job good enough to earn sweat. A line of bucket carriers makes a river up the street and a river back down, two serpents behaving themselves for once. A toddler rides on a hip and narrates with the accuracy of someone who deserves to be listened to more often. Water goes here, people go there, dog stays. A bell from the watchtower taps out a new rhythm. Tap tap, rest, tap tap, which translates to eyes on the north culvert. Please. The message moves faster through ankles than through ears. Feet lean, heads follow. The culvert answers the city's attention by clearing its throat and then its backlog, water sliding through the ribs of the basketwork with a sound like someone letting go of an argument. Wind wakes late and decides to help, which is unusual but not unappreciated. Smoke from cook fires leans toward the fields, promising dry corners. Clouds form small committees and decide to drift without forming a quorum. The sun changes hats twice and settles on polite glare, a style it keeps for people who are trying. Lunch is simple, the food equivalent of a nod. Hot noodles decide to forgive the day. Pickled shoots tell the tongue that surprise can be welcome. A little sesame and the city remembers it has a mouth for pleasure too. A neighbor passes a bowl to a stranger and cracks a joke that gets a laugh larger than it deserves. That's generosity, not critique. Rough news arrives from upriver by reed rope knot and breathless runner. A quay where the bank used to be a promise now looks like a plan someone forgot to write down. A sandbar that always showed up for work decided to become an island without consulting the ferry schedule. The message tastes like weather in the mouth. Across the levee, a seam splits in the silt face the way skin does when it's been too polite for too long. The crew sees it early because they are the sort who look down as often as up. Stakes appear with the speed of good friendship. Brush goes in like hair freshly combed after a squall. Stones follow like the unglamorous uncles who pay for everything and do not need thanks to know they were welcome. Evening gathers without drama and earns applause for restraint. Lamps wake in their places. The drainage lanes flicker into a temporary constellation. Frogs in the ditch propose a key and instruments across the neighborhood tune to it without argument. Sleep will not arrive soon, but drowsiness applies for a permit. Stories ripple in the warm margin of work. An elder remembers a smaller shake long before your sandals were born, and points to a notch on the levee post to prove that remembering can be precise. Another describes a year when the river bragged, and the city politely suggested it change the subject. The suggestion came in the form of more brush mattresses and better jokes. Nothing here is tender about helplessness. After the first lamp waking, a meeting at the spillway folds the day into paragraphs. The planner with nail hairpin from the administrative quarter stands on a plank and draws with charcoal. Old channel, new flirtation, rope here, baskets there, patience everywhere. She calls for a quiet kind of courage. Everyone has a pocketful by now. A child falls asleep against a dog, and the dog agrees to postpone its ambitions. The river, hearing about the nap, decides to practice stillness so as not to be rude. Somewhere a bamboo chime tries out a new scale and discovers it prefers the old one. Changes take their places with the well-behaved changes prefer. Long after midnight, the last rumor of an aftershock slides under the door like a cat sniffing for good stories. The cat is disappointed. People have mostly decided to sleep and let their wrists handle worrying in the morning. The river's skin relaxes enough to show the moon its face without flattery. The levee breathes the way Earth does when it believes it can hold what it loves. Dawn returns with a list and no apology. Puddles have opinions about where feet should not go, and sandals respect those opinions. Mud keeps excellent minutes. The shadows stick in the courtyard where sunlight like a sash and marks the pace of chores that feel like hymns to the reasonable gods, the ones who accept soap and rope in lieu of incense. Inspection walks line up like a courteous parade. The north bench receives good news. The south spillway asks for a little more brush at the lip. The center culvert accepts compliments but inquires about a certain stone whose manners could be improved. Nobody says we won, because the river is listening and might take the phrase personally. Mud in the alleys writes notes about last night's habits. Here a heel mark that turned around at the right time. There a big dog that thought better of swimming. Beyond that, a pattern of small steps that make you imagine a child playing a careful game of not touching the cracks. The city edits itself with the gentleness of someone erasing pencil lines around a finished drawing. At the market, a stall that normally sells sesame cake now sells sesame cake plus rope charms blessed by frogs. An obvious racket that somehow works. Another has hung a wooden sign shaped like a smile and hires a boy to point at it whenever customers forget theirs. Humor finds employment quickly when nerves need colleagues. Scholars gather with their pots of tea and their best eyebrows to decide whether the tremor will change their theories. One proposes that a single event once pushed an older city toward its successor. Another argues for a long negotiation between earth and water, with people translating. A third insists on the vocabulary of resilience. Neither fall nor rise, merely rout. Historians are still debating this question, and the tea turns the debate into a conversation instead of a contest. Obscure practices step from the wings as if summoned. On an upper floor, a potter fills a small dish with millet and sets it on a shelf. If the grains whisper against each other during an aftershock, she will hear it first and move the greenware before it learns a new shape without permission. In the granary, a steward lays a strip of oiled silk under a door. If water sneaks, the stain will tell on it. In the ropemaker's shop, a knot sits in a bowl of water. If the water climbs the fiber faster than it should, humidity is plotting mischief and drying racks gain a little more elbow. News from Jinsha rides a barge like a well-behaved rumor. Streets in that quarter handled the tremor with the calm of people who consider ground moods part of the weather. The drainage channels gave good answers to tricky questions. A hall where the golden sunbird rests required only dusting and a new joke. Continuity sounds like rope against wood when it is going well. Children put on a show in the square called When the River Changed Its Mind. You play the part of helper with a bucket, which wins you applause though your bucket is extremely light. The performers open a gate, close a gate, sing a verse about brush and baskets, and teach the audience a chorus that rhymes silt with built, and somehow avoids being dreadful. Art goes to work in this city and expects to be paid in attention and noodles. Evening takes a deep breath and lets it out slow. The river has found a new compromise with stones. The levee naps upright. Lamps blink open in the sequence everyone knows, and your lane becomes a soft constellation. Each household a star with chores for satellites. Somewhere a bronze mask catches lamp glow on a cheek and looks as if it understands stubbornness and approves of it in small doses. Reflection arrives like a neighbor with soup. The day handed you its headline. Earth shook, water tested, city answered. Mainstream anchors stepped in politely. Seismic restlessness in the Sichuan basin. Floods that replay arguments every generation. The archaeological rhythm where Sanxingdui quiets and Jinsha clears its throat. Obscure notes earned their stools. Millet bowl quake telltales. Oiled silk tattling on doors. Frog-blessed charms that work because people agree they do. Debate remains rightly undecided about causes and sequences. Historians are still debating this question, and no one here minds because practical verbs already went to work. Sleep begins in windows and continues across thresholds. Dogs choose the middle of doorways because they know a lot about fate and circulation. Children fall asleep talking toward tomorrow as if the day owed them change for a coin they did not spend. The final bowl lamp breathes and dwindles. The ground hums the tiny, satisfied tone of a hive doing nothing wrong. Morning will put its hand on the shadow stick again, and the mark will travel as it always has. What changed today is not the sun, not the river's definition, not the stubbornness of mud or the patience of rope. What changed is simply the number of hands that now know where the brush mats hang, the number of eyes that can see a seam before it boasts, the number of breaths that have learned which part of the chest to keep quiet and which part to loosen. The kingdom breathes, not because it avoids trouble, but because it practices surviving with style. Morning drifts over the industrial quarter like a breath that changed its mind halfway through, and the kiln mouths, once orange vowels of confidence, sit dark as closed eyelids. Smoke stains on the rafters look like notes from a song that forgot its next verse. Ash lies in calm drifts against the furnace lips, the sort that settle only when a fire has not been teased awake for many dawns. Even the water jars, lined up like sentries, wear a skin of dust that turns every reflection into a memory instead of a mirror. Doors hang ajar where forearms once nudged them wide. Inside, tables keep their tools the way a pond keeps leaves after autumn has resigned. Tongs still embrace the air in the shape of a crucible they no longer expect. Chisels lean with the posture of people who listened too long and forgot standing. Sprues clipped from yesterday's castings, yesterday that is now months old, scatter like punctuation marks at the end of a sentence nobody will add to. A brush curled by heat points toward the vent as if trying to remember how smoke used to leave. Silence behaves differently in a place built for hammering. It doesn't sleep, it patrols. Every footfall edits the dust into a short-lived promise. A faint whiff remains, the ghost of pine resin, the tang of copper oxide, brought back by the mind even when the air has moved on. What lingers physically is subtler. A bloom of verdigris at the seam of a ladle, a crescent of soot where a forearm pressed the wall during careful work. Even absent, craftspeople leave fingerprints on weather. Mainstream history takes a seat on a stack of bricks and speaks in a voice used for difficult truths. The workshops of Sanxingdui do seem to have quieted, their furnaces cooling, their molds shelved or buried. Later, activity consolidates at Jinsha, where gold and jade make new statements in familiar grammar. Whether the fires here went out because hands left, or because the city asked them to sleep while ritual closed a chapter, remains unsettled. Historians are still debating this question, and the floorboards decline to testify. Streets leading toward the ritual field were a different kind of order, swept, almost ceremonial, as if people tidied before they chose not to return. Around the oval of ash, stake holes curve like commas in a paragraph, and on the radiating paths straw has been pressed into the earth in neat, thin mats that tell you feet walked here deliberately one last time. Char and shell, ivory flakes too, gleam in the soil when the sun bothers to kneel. The pits have been backfilled with care, not collapsed, their lips edged with the sort of tamping that says farewell instead of surrender. Hypotheses line up like neighbors at a gate. One suggests disaster as author. Tremors, then floods. The city's spine shuddered and its arteries rerouted. Another argues for a slow pivot. Trade winds turned, tin wore longer routes, jade learned a new dialect, and the city shifted to where the conversation felt fresher. A third proposes politics in boots you cannot see. A consolidation upstream, a change in who nods at the river. The evidence offers polite hints and refuses to seat a single suspect. Historians are still debating this question, and the field offers ash and arrangement without adjectives. Storerooms near the wall reveal a behavior that feels like love disguised as bureaucracy. Racks hold baskets packed already for a journey that paused at the threshold. Rope coils knotted at lengths coded for portage. Sealed jars marked not with names but with scents rubbed into their cords. Pine for flood tools, citrus for food, mugwort for medicine. Scented cords are an obscure trick learned in the quarter. When memory has no parchment, noses make excellent librarians. A bundle of reed slips carries knots that count days since the last pour. The final knot is thicker, which could mean finishing or could mean courage, depending on which ant you ask. Neighborhood water engineers left their handwriting on earth. Spillways stand propped, their flaps tied with a particular bow used for quick release. Anyone with a hand could lower them in the dark. A line of brush mattresses lies ready beside a slope that now chooses staying over sliding. The stakes are hammered partway in, as if obeying a rehearsal cue. On tremor, tap twice. On flood, finish the job. Preparation is the city's favorite lullaby. Markets dry out fastest, and the emptiness tastes like echoes of promises. Scales rest with their pans perfectly level, a sign that no one took the last coral home. Measuring rods lean in a neat fan, their ends oiled, their notches proud. A stall table holds a row of labels written in the local shorthand for flavors and measures. Salty, sweet, 1 basket, 2 basket, turned face down as though a polite game decided to stop midway. The structures of fairness linger even when buyers don't. Masks in the storehouse watch with a patience that doesn't need praise. Their long eyes hold lamplight from a week ago and also from 1,000 weeks before that. A caretaker's footprints cross the threshold and return, lighter on the way out. The dust kept a copy of his weather. One mask wears a tiny string on its ear, a conservator's note disguised as ornament. This cord tells when humidity pretends friendship. The trick is silence-friendly. If the string slackens, lacquer sighs. If it tightens, copper smiles. Rivers answer absence by taking themselves too seriously. The Min, never humble, glances at the empty quay and tries a new argument against a sandbar it has despised for seasons. The sandbar, flattered, budges. A ferry rope loiters across the water like a question that no one has time to answer, and reeds that usually hush stay quiet anyway because silence has seniority. Driftwood writes its own punctuation against pilings that have nothing better to do than be splashed. Granaries prove that sleep and planning can wear the same face. Lids are pegged, vents cracked to teach grain how to breathe without being taught twice, and a ledger sits open to a page with a list in 2 inks. Black for shells, red for borrowed favors. The last red line reads ladder to whose roof, followed by a small symbol meaning returned with laughter. You can measure the health of a place by how many ledgers end in a joke. In a house wide enough to spare the air, a potter left a shelf of unfired bowls, leather-hard and proud, draped in damp cloth that has long since confessed its age. On the workbench sits a tiny dish filled with millet, the quake telltale, the one that whispers before shelves do. It hasn't moved. Its job is complete. Nearby, a brush made from reed and fishbone lies across a pallet of ashwater slip. The slip has become a moon in a dark pond. Some tools are the best readers of time. A warehouse door bears a chalked list that transforms into a ritual if you read it aloud. Lock planks, lash ladders, move baskets to second step. Wedge doors loose. Wedge doors loose is the revelation, the trick for when water visits. Leave doors that can swing open rather than become stubborn. The city believes in persuasion as flood doctrine. Obscure, practical, correct. Music, of all things, survives places best. A gourd flute rests under an eave as if set there, just while I tie this knot. The reed has dried, the gourd has not cracked, and the first breath through it gives a timid scale that tries not to mean anything. A second breath does better. The square remembers dances without asking anyone to prove they were worth the dust they raised. Excavators centuries hence will stand where your sandals press and ask forensic questions about the day the noise chose to be quiet. Radiocarbon dates will argue politely with stratigraphy. A ceramic typology will pick its favorite decade, then change its mind. Soil scientists will coax water to confess which floods were hurried and which were official. A drone will trace foundation lines like a sparrow drawing maps it cannot read. They will learn a great deal and still sleep beside riddles. Historians are still debating this question, which is a fine way to describe a profession and a river both. Across town in the administrative quarter, seals rest in a lacquered tray with their carved faces upward, like stones in a stream looking at the sky. The red paste has skinned over. The first press tomorrow would have required warming over a brazier's friendly grin. A scrap of silk threaded through the tray's hoop, pine-scented so the meeting would remember floods, still smells faintly like decisions. Governance here was texture as much as decree. Roads that once made the world agree to be smaller now practice being narrow again. Plank bridges across low ditches keep their patience. But where the mountain path begins, a cairn gains no new stones today. Travelers would have added pebbles to thank footing that behaved. The absence itself becomes a data point, perhaps the first appointment cancelled in many seasons. Even goats might notice. Arguments about the end begin even before an end has finished ending. Was there a ceremonial closure in those pits? An intentional burning that tucked legacy into ash? The pattern of objects, curated, layered, rarely chaotic, persuades many. Others point to structural repairs left unfinished, to scaffold holes that never learned their pegs, to molds that needed one more day of heat and did not get it. Some endings are planned. Others are the kind you recognize only afterward, the way a voice sounds like a goodbye the second after the door clicks. Historians are still debating this question, and the door is too polite to add commentary. Evenings in a city that is becoming memory have a unique flavor, spiced with tidiness and a pinch of stubbornness. Lamps do not all go dark at once. The habit of dusk survives the absence of an audience. Bowl lights remain in windows as if houses believe that light, like bread, should be available at the door. The reflex to welcome outlives guests. It is hard to persuade kindness to retire. Craft ghosts demonstrate technique in the gestures objects keep. A casting tree that never saw metal stands assembled on a bench. Wax channels reaching like vines toward a center that would have been heat. A line of vents is cut thin as whiskers. Someone practiced the art of letting air escape before metal arrived. A pebble burnisher sits next to a plate whose edge already remembers the oval pressure it will never receive. Learning is visible even when the test is cancelled. Weather, by contrast, refuses to sentimentalize. A storm rolls in from the west with decent manners and steady ambition. The first heavy drops find the dust and turn it into a scent. Clay, pine, old brass, river. Roof tiles welcome the percussion lesson. Gutters run scales. The drainage channel, that sonorous alphabet, pronounces forgiveness in a clean vowel. If cities could sigh, this would be the moment. Once the rain makes friends with the ground, reflections gather to talk. A bronze mirror leaned against a wall gathers a lattice into its face and, for a heartbeat, restores the room's old depth. A puddle in the alley fits a square of sky like blue lacquer in a carved lid. Water excels at borrowing and returning with interest. Jinsha's district, not far as boats measure distance, pays its own respects to the evening. Fires there are busy, the gold sunbird argues with light cheerfully, and workers point with the quick discourse of people who know tomorrow's list and do not resent it. Continuity writes itself in a script made of chores and jokes. If Sanxingdui has become the paragraph that ended well, Jinsha is the next sentence starting with and. Work of sifting begins long after workshops go quiet. Tomorrow, or a generation from now, hands will lay out grids, lift soil with trowels like careful spoons, and float ash in basins to coax seeds from the chorus. Flotation tanks will exhale ghost harvests, millet, barley, weeds that lived where humans lived. A charred kernel will carry the exact curve of a year when rain argued too much. Obscure techniques, like tasting a stem to guess a field's mood, will be rediscovered in lab protocols dressed in stainless steel. The city will be generous to anyone who listens. Memory finds new containers when houses stop making smoke rings. A grandmother tells a child how to read the river by ankles, how to cross a rope bridge by smiling at a fear until it grows bashful, how to smell pine before flood speeches. The child repeats the words until he is convinced they are his, which is how culture survives politely. By lending and not calling in debts. Shelves in a lacquer studio keep their shine in the half-dark, and a test tile with 5 pinprick holes, used for timing layers, hangs by a reed cord that once told the artisan which day belonged to which coat. The cord's knots are tiny calendars, and the last knot swells larger like the breath before a bow. Tools are the best diaries when people forget to write. Scribes' tablets in the administrative hall contain shopping lists for a city pretending it will need them tomorrow. Reed cord for spillway hinges, fishbone spoons for salt, baskets with ribs tighter than envy. The final tablet, half-inked, pens a line about festival lanterns. The scribe had excellent handwriting and perhaps a soft spot for schedules that smell like sesame. In this, the city has left a note to itself saying, "It is okay to plan for joy." A dog sleeps across the threshold of an empty forge and dreams the forge is not empty. Tail thumps add phantom apprentices to the room. When the dog wakes, it stands, circles twice, and lies back down. The dream resumes without fuss. Animals keep the city open in ways architects rarely draw. Debris in collapsed walls delivers small biographies. Here a tile stamped with a maker's mark, 2 stripes and a dot. The workshop that prided itself on seams nobody could find. There a wedge of charcoal bearing a thumbprint fossilized in resin, the apprentice who learned to feed fire curves rather than flat lines. Nearby a bead split neatly in half and placed with its siblings. Evidence that breaking was sometimes a ceremony, not a failure. Ordinary things keep the truly durable secrets. Silt, in its honest way, lays down sentences people will read with shovels later. A smooth, fine band says flood that never argued. A coarse jumble says bank that tried to become a bed. A ripple crossway says shallow water dancing with wind. The translation works both directions. People teach silt to stay where it's loved. Silt teaches people where they are likely to be surprised. Soon enough, the road out will develop the weary grace of any road that has done something kind. Planks will flex under the last wagons, and cairns will gain 2 stones from a pair of hands that learned manners here. Someone will steal 1 small gravel from the path and carry it in a pocket for 40 years. Luck will take credit for a great many things the gravel simply enjoyed watching. Night wraps itself around the quarter and converts distance into quiet. Lamps that stayed lit for no one blink out, bowl by bowl, like a polite audience leaving in order. The last ember in a forgotten hearth puts its head on ash and sleeps. The drainage channel hums a lullaby learned from frogs and filtered through engineering. A bronze mask reflects a sliver of moon and invents an expression that human faces rarely achieve. Contentment that doesn't require an audience. Summary steps lightly because endings deserve soft shoes. Mainstream anchors stand where they belong. Workshops that fell silent at Sanxingdui. Curated deposits suggesting closure rather than chaos. A new center of ritual and residence at Jinsha. Geology and hydrology with strong opinions. Obscure details make the silence feel lived in. Scent-coated chords for memory. Wedge-loose doors for courteous floods. Millet bowls as quake telltales. Read-not calendars dangling over lacquer. Debates keep their honest chairs. Earthquake and flood as authors or editors. Migration as decision or concession. Ceremonial farewell versus practical packing. Historians are still debating this question, and the city's answer, tidy thresholds, sleeping tools, ledgers ending in jokes, suggests that whatever happened tried not to break manners. Sleep, finally, treats the quarter the way a blanket treats a shoulder. Stars practice being patient. Crickets write subscript under the night's long sentence. Somewhere, upriver, a new hearth takes its first breath and decides to be brave. Somewhere, downriver, a boat's pole learns the slope of a bed that used to prefer a different angle. Fires go out and fires go on. The lesson is not tragedy but tempo. Morning will come here again, even if nobody waits to greet it. Dust will remember the shape of a hand. Light will sketch the gnomon's shadow for the sake of its own geometry. Reeds will practice the same sibilance they practiced when the first basket rib learned to bend. If the kingdom recedes, it does so with elegance, leaving markers, tools, and a few good jokes for anyone who follows the river with intention. That is a kind exit, and kindness is a civilized way to end a chapter. Mist opens like a gate over the western road, and plankways that once carried baskets of shells now feel the weight of boots that belong to distances farther than the next bend. Drums do not pound. Chisels do. Stone bites into slope as crews widen a ledge that means to call itself a highway, and the echo sounds like a new grammar practicing its vowels against the hills. Bamboo slips clack in a clerk's sleeve while riders exchange the kind of nod that counts as paperwork, and an inspector from the north steps down to test the measure of a local basket with a traveler's indifference. Words like commandery and district arrive in neat rows the way nails do, unromantic, persuasive. Names of villages tuck themselves under larger names, as if agreeing to wear hats in someone else's house. Granary doors accept a new habit. Seals pressed with characters unfamiliar to fingers trained on knots and scent. Red paste meets polished wood. Impressions dry with the confidence of ink that expects to be read far away. The clay feels cold under your thumb, but the grain behind it smells the same. Sweet, patient, slightly nosy about weather. Continuity hides under bureaucracy like a cat under a low bench. Road crews bring a trick that terrifies cliffs into friendliness. Plank galleries pegged into rock, boards laid like a sentence along a canyon wall. The first step tastes like apology to ankles. The fifth tastes like respect. The 10th gives up tasting and starts planning. A boy peeks over the edge and learns the difference between bravery and choreography. The road teaches the lesson twice so no one pretends to be surprised later. Markets adapt on contact because markets specialize in breathing. Weights discover cousins that look different but weigh correctly. Measures flirt until conversion tables feel inevitable. Stall signs practice strokes that belong to the court, then add a small notch that only locals notice. A vendor of pickled shoots learns a new word for fresh enough to forgive, and decides it is prettier than the old one even if it tastes the same. Irrigation crews from older maps lean over the river's shoulder and admire a local genius already at work. A system of weirs and sluices coaxing the Min into civility without insulting its dignity. Plans from the north nod to the Stone Channel elders who invented courtesy for water, and the river ignores everyone because it recognizes actions better than compliments. The city loves this arrangement. Evidence of cooperation tastes like cold tea after a hot errand. Ceremony finds new costumes faster than gods change addresses. On a day chosen by a calendar written in characters with different habits, a magistrate lifts a cup and announces that taxes will travel differently now, with cords and couriers making eager companions. The cup smells faintly of pine because old habits lace new speeches. Neighbors nod at the schedule and continue counting shadows on the courtyard stick because shadows never need interpreters. Masks watch the shift with a gaze that refuses adjectives. Bronze faces keep their long ears and river-slow eyes while seals and tablets proliferate in cupboards. A conservator hangs thin silk near a row of faces to measure damp. The silk quivers when horses cross the square in a hurry, which is not a useful metric, but it makes everyone smile and therefore counts as civic benefit. Workshops learn new grammar with the grace of people who already speak Tuol. Molds change proportions. Decorative lines practice being thinner. Edges rehearse the kind of straightness that impresses armies. A caster who once tested bronze by listening for a certain vowel now adds a tapping routine someone brought from the east. The two tests agree more often than not, which pleases both the metal and the foreman. Letters begin to take themselves seriously. Bamboo slips where instructions bound by cords that smell like smoke rather than chrysanthemum. And the cords tell their story with unromantic knots that speak only numbers. Couriers run the ridge in regulated shoes, trade a peeled reed for a stamped tablet, and sprint again along the plank road while the canyon considers applause and chooses restraint. Administration here starts to sound like percussion. Local calendars, river breath, frog ledger, reed rope, keep their seats as honored relatives even while the imperial almanac lays out its grand quilt of days. When an edict says harvest must report by the 7th day of a month that prefers to be called by a different name, people lift baskets and test the ear of the grain instead. The compromise tastes like noodles. Flexible, comforting, quietly inevitable. Salt and iron policy arrives as a rumor with teeth, and smiths swap alloy tricks with inspectors who carry scales that look like traveling sermons. Debate simmers in the kiln yard with the nice smell of pine. How much should the center own of what the edges cook? Mainstream history clears its throat, reminding you that state control over crucial trades will grow firmer in centuries wearing the Han's confidence seals. What that looks like in these first decades is a mosaic of experiments. Historians are still debating this question, and meanwhile the hammers keep their tempo. Courts convene in rooms that used to prefer civil engineering to law. The floors remember the weight of maps and accept the press of new sandals with stoic planks. A judge carries a seal carved with strokes like straight rain. Petitioners speak up in the dialect of canals. Verdicts rely on practices older than paperwork. Make the weir right, return the basket, let the path breathe. Justice likes to be useful, and useful things spread without orders. Embassies from neighboring hills arrive with bracelets that clink like memory, and translators shuttle between syllables as deftly as ferrymen steer between sandbars. Gifts tilt cosmopolitan. Lacquer bowls that know to be glossy in rain. Reed flutes tuned to lanes. A bolt of silk that remembers dye in mountain light. The new capital across plains further east sends back a nod dressed as a decree. Local hands interpret nods as chores. chores get done. History writes its sharpest lines in road cuts and river bends, and the road cuts deepen while bends learn to be employees. The 5-foot way, as workers joke about the regulated width under their sandals, takes shape like a promise. Planks stretch, stone bites, poles pound. The hills answer with an echo that makes even skeptics walk straighter. That echo will outlive every decree stamped this week. A festival arrives precisely when nobody expects it and ends before anyone invents a reason to stop. Under lanterns shaded to new shapes, dancers trace steps that came from 3 directions and fit a 4th. A zither plays a tune that the frogs pretend they invented. A storyteller recites a tale about a mask arguing politely with an imperial seal until both agree to admire a well-behaved drain. Applause smells like sesame and relief. Power proves itself by what it tries not to crush. Bronze faces keep their long eyes. Reed knots continue to record small promises. Spillway flaps retain their fast-release bows. A magistrate even adopts the wedge-loose door doctrine for flood days, not because a manual told him to, but because fronts of houses that breathe don't become coffins. Practical reverence always wins its debates. Sometimes it takes a detour. Archives that used to be baskets learn to live in boxes, and boxes learn the names of people who once wrote with smells. A clerk writes a memorandum about canal crews using a borrowed term for artisans and a local word for river's temper, and the sentence becomes a tiny treaty. Language notices when it does a good job and repeats its trick without telling anyone how. Debates at the tea stall change furniture but not music. Was the older city abandoned all at once after a rude night of earth and water? Or did it drizzle people toward a new neighborhood at Jinsha, where gold learned to be thin like sunlight and birds learned to be calendar? A scholar bets dried plums on a single catastrophe. A boatman wagers ropes on many small invitations. A potter suggests both and takes the sesame dumplings. Historians are still debating this question, and dumplings never mind. Tombs begin to speak in 2 accents. Wooden chambers adopt layout advice from far plains while objects inside continue to gossip in river dialect. Lacquer that likes damp, jade polish to remember reeds, bronze that believes ears should be large enough to hear the next town singing. Visitors from later centuries will read these rooms like bilingual poems and argue pleasantly about authorship. Children learn to bow to the east each morning, then spend the afternoon hitching miniature boats to a rope and reading the currents moved by ankle. School owns a new word for lesson, but recess owns the old one for river. A teacher points at the northern constellation that keeps official time and then shows how a swallow's path still predicts the gust that pushes the sluice gate wrong. Sky and ditch collaborate. Kids applaud. Metal changes its mind about modesty. Where once broad plains and long eyes proposed patience, now buckles, blades, and horse gear offer opinions with crisp edges. Decorations learn to be smaller and repeat themselves like good manners. A metalsmith whispers that fashion is just engineering with voters, and the apprentices nod as if this explains everything, because it does. Maps grow braver. A new one hangs in the administrative hall with routes bolded in a width that matches the plank road outside. 5 feet notched by memory into everyone's stride. Villages that used to be the map center now sit at corners and discover that corners see more travelers. The old map remains in a grandmother's cloth, where knots continue to mark fords, and nobody asks either map to apologize for the other. Seals multiply like enthusiastic punctuation. 1 for grain, 1 for salt, 1 for the polite argument about who forgot to close the granary vent on a windy night in spring. The lacquer tray that carries them wears a nick from a day when a tremor made bureaucracy stumble. A pinched smear of paste near the edge smells faintly of pine, left over from a time when scent named meetings. Habits refuse to retire completely. Music refuses to decide whether it is local or imperial and becomes both. Scales from the plains climb into melodies that learned their arches in a gorge. Gourd flutes explain rhythm to drums that prefer numbers. Court pieces get braided with fairy songs until high company finds itself humming spillway rules. The empire hears itself improved and does not object. Petitions bring minor dramas that end with everybody slightly wiser. A farmer complains that an official cart broke a terrace edge. The magistrate orders repair and then spends an afternoon learning why terraces are not stairs. A scribe records the lesson in characters that mean angle that forgives. Law grows new adjectives because the river taught it a tone. Border shrines fold their incense small and offer reed knots as if writing letters to weather. Songs carry names that used to belong only to hills. Roads lend nicknames back to villages. Ferries tell jokes about people from far away who deserve the city's hospitality and its suspicion in equal, generous measure. Identity stops acting like a boulder and starts behaving like a bridge. Rituals choose survival over performance. Ceremonies with ash, lacquer, shell, and jade grow less frequent but not less exact. Offerings shrink without losing boldness. Prayers stop introducing themselves. The ritual field remembers its choreography, even when the audience is half officials and half neighbors with tired sandals. A single bead laid correctly can do the work of a tray if wrists remember the verb. Accounting discovers poetry by accident. Ledgers accept new columns for taxes, corvée, and transport days, then slip in old reds for favors and laughs owed. A fisherman writes 2 tailpieces for the potter whose kiln warmed my hands. And a visiting auditor decides to leave that line alone. Balance sheets that include kindness seem to improve compliance for reasons no manual predicts. Weather remains the eldest citizen. Rains insist on the same arguments, and drains reply in sentences rehearsed long before seals arrived. A wind from the gorge adds fresh conclusions to the script. Roofs lean down to listen and decide to keep their tiles tighter this year. The empire might own the roads. The river still signs the year. Work song shifts key but not function. Where crews once sang about baskets and bends, now verses count spans and bolts. The chorus still mentions a lover waiting by a spillway because nobody rewrites the parts of life that feel correct in all weathers. A foreman claps the beat that matches the plank road's official width, and boards take the hint. Scholars sit on steps and test new words with old faces. Civilization gets translated into polite drain. Law into the angle that forgives. Unification into one road, many sandals. Mainstream history nods its solemn head. Qin and then Han tie the basin to a wider stage. Seals and roads and scripts proceed like weather with paperwork. Whether the older Shu tongue curls itself into these syllables or keeps whispering under them remains delightfully unprovable. Historians are still debating this question, and the debate feels like sleep to a tired city, invitational. Coins clink in bowls at stalls that used to count only shells and smiles. Bronze circles with square holes multiply, and ropes learn to thread money as if binding a small, talkative organism. Prices argue, settle, and then rehearse the argument for fun later. Shells do not vanish. They retire to jewelry and children's arithmetic. Homes keep their private treaties. Kitchens preserve the rule that doors wedge loose on flood-proud nights. Ladders continue to live at every third doorway because fires do not read edicts. Dogs maintain their right to sleep across thresholds. A new law about noise at certain hours receives respectful silence and then soft song because soft song never hurt a neighbor and sometimes persuaded luck to linger. Graves speak louder than plazas over time, and their furniture reads like minutes from a meeting that refused to end. Lacquer bowls proportioned in the style of the old city sit beside mirrors stamped in a fashion that the capital prefers. Jade tubes borrowed from river memory nest near coins that claim empires outlive sandals. The arrangement does not argue with itself. It demonstrates taste. A rumor runs upriver that a governor plans to standardize ditch angles in the name of efficiency. Ditch masters shake their heads and pour tea because efficiency is a river that drowns itself if it forgets to be polite. A delegation departs with diagrams drawn on boards, returns with diagrams slightly modified by reality, and everyone agrees to call the compromise policy. Gold returns to hands here in forms that fit wrists and seals that fit schedules. The bird motif still wheels in minds even when it declines to perch on paperwork. A child hums a tune that loops 4 times and calls it Sunbird Steps. An ant shows how to tie a sash without letting the knot scold the hip. An officer watches and asks privately for a lesson. Culture teaches better than law when hips and wrists are involved. Evening notices the road shining like a river in the last light and applauds because roads that act like rivers mean food that arrives before humor runs out. Lanterns open along the drainage channels in the same curve the moon favors, and the city reads the night by ankles the way it always has. Horses learn to walk with a neighbor's courtesy. Couriers learn to slow near sleeping dogs. Reflection settles with the confidence of a ledger closing true. Mainstream threads weave clearly. Chine roads carving ledges into obedience, commanderies and seals pressing scripts into wood. Han habits rising with monopolies and tallies. Irrigation and plank galleries and transport that makes far places behave like relatives. Obscure stitches hold the fabric together. Scent-labeled cords that won't retire. Wedge-loose door laws for flood nights, frog ledgers that sneak into music, ledgers that keep a red column for kindness. Disagreements hum without breaking harmony, catastrophe or drift for Sanxingdui's quieting. Immediate assimilation or long negotiation for shoe speech and schedule. One calendar to rule markets or many to keep ankles honest. Historians are still debating this question, and the city, folded into empires without losing its verbs, chooses to sleep with its tools near the door and its jokes within reach. Night leans on the palisade that now calls itself a wall, and the wall does not object to ambition so long as the drains keep their citizenship. Stars find the notch in the eve where potters time cooling, and the notch remembers to be generous. Somewhere a magistrate stamps a late slip and yawns. Somewhere a boy tests a plank with his heel because plank is another word for tomorrow. The kingdom breathes in empire clothing, and the cloth, having met the body it must serve, decides to drape rather than bind. Morning slides into the basin on quiet soles, and the first thing that greets your ears is the polite scrape of trowel on soil. A small metal whisper that means the ground is ready to tell a story as long as everyone remembers their manners. Canvas awnings cast big, sensible rectangles of shade over grid squares, and strings stretch from nail to nail like harp lines tuned for patience. A student calls out a depth in centimeters. A supervisor answers with a nod that weighs equally in authority and kindness. Fieldwork, like a good lullaby, repeats itself until meaning appears without theatrics. Across the excavation, flags the size of sparrow wings mark contexts where the color shifts from warm tea to river silt. A drone bumps awake like a cheerful beetle and lifts, steady, level, purposeful, while the photographer counts frames in a rhythm that keeps the drone honest. Overhead, the sight becomes geometry. Rectangles nested inside the memory of a city, lanes folding past post holes, pits stitched shut and reopened so gently even the dirt looks flattered. Photogrammetry, the crew jokes, is just embroidery with sunlight. Between trenches, A conservator kneels over a shallow tray where water black with ash floats, seeds to the surface one slow sigh at a time. Flotation proves that kitchens do more for history than palaces ever will. Millet and barley pop up like rescued syllables. Wheat seeds tell on fields that once tolerated a little mischief. A charred peach pit rolls into the sieve and refuses to split allegiances between summer and evidence. Mainstream knowledge leans in here. Plant remains give calendars you can hold in your palm, telling what people grew and when terraces took breath. Under a canvas lean-to, a table becomes a hospital for small emergencies. Shards of lacquer, still stubbornly glossy in places where patience outweighed weather, get brushed with resin barely there, tack enough to stop a century from completing its exit. Jade splinters nap on foam cradles as soft as clouds that know they're being watched. A bronze finial the size of a thumb waits to be introduced to a cotton swab. The swab will teach it to give up the kinds of salts that eat reputations. Conservation is diplomacy, persuading material to act like itself without overreacting. Elsewhere, a magnetometer surveys a patch of earth that looks boring until it refuses to be. Small magnetic grumbles reveal ditches pretending to be innocent. A long, faint stripe announces an old drainage line, and the archaeologist drawing the plan smiles because the city keeps saying water first, even from underground. Historians are still debating this question, whether every ditch belonged to an organized plan or some learned their discipline from stubborn neighbors, but the magnetometer likes to vote for intention. Field notes pile into bamboo clipboards where handwriting tightens as the day warms. Words like context, interface, and intrusion begin to sound like relatives whose odd manners you tolerate because they cook well. A volunteer from the village copies numbers with diligence that belongs to rice planting. He also adds a little fish doodle beside each waterlogged feature, a habit so charming that the supervisor pretends not to notice it. Obscure customs endure because they keep wrists relaxed. Lunch arrives wrapped in reed leaves and good advice. A sight cook hands you a parcel of sticky rice infused with ginger and whispers, "Eat slow." The ground is listening. Chopsticks tap bowls in polite percussion. Flies argue meaningless philosophy and then agree to leave the lacquer table alone. A conservator frames the talk of the hour. A slender ivory sliver with two fine grooves as tidy as twin riverbanks. Ornament? Tool? Ritual left over? Historians are still debating this question, and even the rice reserves comment by sticking sweetly to its own logic. Beyond the shade, the drone lands with a satisfied hiccup and the surveyor scrolls through the captured quilt of earth. A thread of post holes suggests a corridor. A compact knot of charcoal marks a hearth respectful enough to have spared the floor. Into this mosaic strolls a water buffalo from a neighboring paddock, invited by the smell of the past or simply bored by grass. Its handler bows to the trench and apologizes to the paperwork. Archaeology tolerates interruptions by large, mild animals because they understand eloquent silence. Back at the screening station, soil cascades across mesh and turns to beads, bones, and gossip. A fish vertebra blinks under sunlight for the first time since it listened to rain as current. A bit of worked bone with two holes claims it once restrained hair. A blue-green droplet of cooled copper tells you about a casting spill from a day that went well until it didn't. Evidence prefers stories with humility, and the screen arranges its discoveries accordingly. Laboratory tents hum the way hives hum when bees mean business. A portable XRF gun kisses a bronze fragment and whispers a chemical gossip. Tin respectable, lead shy, copper proud. An analyst jots, then glances toward the furnace quarter with a grin that says recipes traveled and reputations followed. Another table hosts a residue study. A potsherd gets coaxed with solvent, and a chromatogram later will confess whether that pot once held fish oil or sesame joy. Mainstream history nods. Containers remember flavors longer than people admit. Ground-penetrating radar slides a sled over a flat like a polite cloud and returns with a layered drawing of underground mutterings. Rectangles appear where walls once told rooms how to behave. A sudden, deep echo suggests a pit wide enough to be interesting and strong enough to make supervisors invent extra calm. The team marks the grid and agrees to sleep before digging because good judgment is the cheapest tool on site. Stories about discovery take their turn after the afternoon heat breaks. Old men at the fence retell how brickmakers digging for clay decades ago hid a bronze that wasn't shy and a mask that refused to keep quiet. How officials arrived late, early, and at exactly the right time. How museums learned to breathe faster without anybody telling them to. Mainstream memory repeats the timeline. Local memory supplies the scent of that first rainy afternoon. Truth keeps both chairs. Debate sneaks into the shade like a cat and pretends to be napping. Did the shoe script ever leave a readable trail? Or did their words prefer wood and string and smell and voice? Bamboo slips rot. Silk sighs. Chords tell time but rarely speech. A carved sign on a mold's margin. A repeating motif on weight stones. A pattern of tally marks on storage lids. All candidates for script. All plausible as labels without grammar. Historians are still debating this question, and the field crew keeps writing numbers anyway because numbers say please and thank you naturally. Skeins of photogrammetry points become a site model on a tablet, and the director pinches and zooms like a benign deity. A trench becomes a canyon. A post hole becomes an amphitheater. The ritual field's edge curves with the authority of a drawn bow. The model can fly forwards in time to the museum and backwards in time to the moment a worker set a stake and guessed well. You stand at the edge of one square and push a finger through empty air to trace a wall that no longer objects. Conservation turns theatrical for exactly 1 minute, which is the amount of spectacle permitted before humor must intervene. A gold foil ornament, a sunbird cousin, but humbler, lies on a piece of paper like light that forgot to leave. Tweezers would be overkill. Breath would be catastrophe. Cotton swabs are demoted to spectators. The conservator uses a porcupine quill, absurd and perfect, to lift one edge and slide support underneath. Applause is silent, eyes loud. Obscure tools win more wars than swords. Ritual pits, once reopened, demand the courtesy of intent. Older ash meets younger soil at edges smooth as reasoning. Some bronzes were burned to discipline. Others were broken to share. A few were set down intact as if reluctant to be dramatic. The long debate continues. Is this closure as diplomacy? A city saying, we finished this properly, or is it a tidy reaction to crisis? Historians are still debating this question, and the pits accept both readings because both require care. Evening folds warm air into the tents and hands the site to lamps and moths. The generator coughs into duty. Lines of light turn trenches into a book of delicate shadows. Notes get recopied while memory still wears today's footprints. A supervisor double-checks tags like a parent counting children at a ferry landing. 1, 2, 3, all here, not lost, not confused. Paperwork is tenderness in uniform. Night shifts attention to the lab where bones dry with the patience of tea cooling in a kind room. Pig mandibles tell about feasts. Sheep bones whisper upland stories. Fish spines sing rivers that still know the lyrics. A teeth enamel sample might find its way to a mass spectrometer months from now, comparing strontium ratios to map childhood to hillside. Provenance is a soft word for a hard science. It reaches across centuries, taps a shoulder, and says, Walk me home. Rain arrives late and decent, tapping on tarps like a drummer who left the band but kept the sticks. Water collects where archaeologists know it will. Sandbags make their usual arguments, then agree to behave. A trench lip survives because somebody today tamped it like an oath. In the lull, the crew retells a favorite obscure weight trick. How a certain jade tube balances perfectly on a reed stem and therefore was probably a spacing tool or a show-off's party trick. Evidence smirks and declines to clarify. Museums enter the story without borrowing the microphone. In a quiet hall not far downstream, long eyes of bronze consider visitors with the serenity of supervisors grading homework written in chalk and hope. Labels keep a respectful distance from certainty. A child presses a nose to glass and asks if the ears hear better when they're large. A docent replies that listening improves when attention is wider than a face. Humor earns a smile from a mask that doesn't smile, and that counts. Back at camp, a debate rises like steam. Were the Shu cosmologies bird-forward tree-high? Or did they map a full wilderness of meanings no single motif can carry? The golden ring with 4 birds could be solstice, could be sovereignty, could be the sound of morning tied into metal. A metallurgist votes solstice. A poet votes morning. A curator abstains with flair. Historians are still debating this question, and the noodle pot refuses to take sides. Morning again, this time with wet ground that smells like the first page of a good book. Sifting resumes. Notes resume. A small, rectangular bead pretends to be a seed until it isn't, and then it reminds you of wrists and trade and the everyday theater of hands. A spindle whorl surfaces near a hearth. Thread implies cloth. Cloth implies shade. Shade implies porches with opinions. Domesticity, the quiet empire, colonizes history without raising a voice. South of the main grid, a line of stones tests the crew's optimism. Straight? Nearly. Human? Probably. Wall? Maybe. The trench extends, and the stones decide to be architectural after all. Post holes arrive in well-behaved pairs, and someone dares to sketch a doorway. Gratitude tastes like cool water. Architecture at last allows your imagination to put on sandals and visit. Crows hold a conference over the spoil heap and vote to steal nothing today. That kindness feels earned. The spoil glitters with mica that exaggerates sunshine. A child collects flakes with the solemnity of a tax collector and the joy of a thief. Her father, a surveyor with an affection for ridiculous hats, pretends not to notice the new sparkle tucked into his pocket. Archaeology is a nepotistic distributor of tiny magic. Campsite chatter turns to tech again because toys that take the measure of dirt are irresistible. Someone proposes LiDAR from a borrowed aircraft to see whether hidden terraces sketch the ghost of neighborhoods beyond the fence. Someone else worries about permissions, budgets, and cloud cover that enjoys unhelpful timing. The director smiles and says the land already allowed a lot. Asking with humility tends to improve answers. Kitchens teach the lab a new politeness. A carbonized lump in a pot's curve looks like trouble until a microscope reveals plant cells arranged in friendship. Starch granules from sour broadleaf greens grin in characteristic patterns. Sesame winks in bashful oils that refuse to stay quiet even after centuries of practice. Dinner, resurrected, informs arguments about season, trade, and the local definition of delicious. A question about language returns, persistent as a river seeking its old bed. If Shu had a script we could read, would our ears accept what it says about gods and debts? Or is the city asking to be heard in smell and not and drainage gradient instead? A scribe in your head insists that words sharpen kindness. A boatman argues that rope remembers better than bamboo. Historians are still debating this question, and in the meantime the site record uses both reed pen and cord. Sun climbs to the angle where shadows stop being storytellers and start being critics. Work slows. Shade fills with gratitude. The director reads yesterday's forms aloud like a poet savoring meter. Unit, layer, feature, sample, bag. People cheer when the numbers line up because order is the least expensive form of hope. Somewhere a heron approves and writes a footnote in mud. City planners visit from downstream with courtesy and questions. How far did this street run? Where did waste water confess? Which corner belonged to those long-ear masks when night pretended to be brave? The answers arrive in gestures. There, here, under that willow's shadow, and in the invitation to step on planks that keep ankles and history from quarreling. Planning and digging acknowledge their kinship and exchange gossip about drains. An apprentice finds a gaming piece carved from bone. A smooth disc with a nick that keeps it from becoming perfect. Games survive empires and floods because rules travel light. The piece skips across her palm and lands in a bag with a number and a promise. In a century, a researcher will compare it to cousins found upriver and whisper that play has trade routes more durable than bronze. Noon brings a wind that acts like a librarian. Show to the tarps, quiet to the dust, order to the notes. A column of ants drags an improbable crumb toward a hometown whose address they do not share with people. The crew steps around the parade with respect that no one labels but everyone practices. Living neighborhoods and dead ones both prefer gentle feet. Later, a trench wall collapses just enough to remind everyone that gravity collects rent. Trowels pause, sandbags scuttle. A supervisor kneels and shows with 2 fingers how the profile should slope when the soil talks in silt and silt insists on being sociable. No broken bones, no broken patience, only a new scar in the wall that will turn into a paragraph about fragility and how to be on its good side. Evening sweeps heat off the square, and the site turns gallery for itself. A tray of finds becomes a miniature bazaar of long-distance whispers. Shell bead kissed by salt far away, jade tuned to rivers from a different altitude, copper that traveled as rumor before it became a bell of honest alloy. Trade routes materialize like constellations. A finger traces lines through air toward coasts and plateaus and minds willing to learn new knots. Museum crates arrive with foam interiors shaped like apologies to anything fragile. Labels speak 2 languages, numbers and tenderness. A conservator tucks a bronze ear into a cutout that hugs it perfectly. A registrar writes "home soon" on a tag as if the object can read. The truck does not bounce because the driver has promised the site a soft road and the truck respects people who keep promises. Night fills with the democratic noise of insects, and camp becomes a village that will vanish with first light, leaving only the geometry of good intentions behind. Laughter goes quiet. Lamps agree to be moons for just a little longer. A last thermos of tea breathes steam that smells like mornings yet to memorize. Sleep enters with soft soles, pulls a reed mat over its shoulder, and finds room among the notebooks. Dawn wakes the river before it wakes the dig, and the Min answers with its favorite sentence. Not now, but yes. The crew stretches, trowels gleam, strings hum when plucked. A visitor asks whether truth lives in the dirt or in the stories people tell over it. Fieldworkers shrug fondly because the answer is always both and neither. Truth lives in verbs. Dig, sift, test, listen, argue, revise, share, rest. Summary sets its kit down neatly on the plank beside your square and takes stock. Mainstream anchors behaved, trowels and grids marry photogrammetry and magnetometry. Flotation conjures meals from ash, XRF tattles about alloy recipes. Pits at Sanxingdui and streets at Jinsha continue a duet across centuries. Obscure delights insisted, porcupine quill lifts, scent-coated chords that guide memory, frog doodles in the margin of serious forms, millet bowls as quake telltales, starch granules telling jokes under microscopes. Debates persisted with good manners. Script or no script, closure or crisis, solstice or sovereignty in the sunbird's lap of flight. Historians are still debating this question, and the site, happy with honest verbs, closes its bags, ties its labels, and trusts tomorrow to bring more patient sentences. Sleep, finally, finds you with dirt under your nails and maps behind your eyes. The drone's view keeps gliding, and the trench's scent keeps anchoring, and the mask's long eyes keep offering the kind of attention that doesn't rush you to conclusions. The dream this dig coaxes isn't escape. It's arrival into a vanished kingdom that still breathes through river, through rope, through a handful of seeds that refuse to burn completely and therefore refuse to be quiet. Night folds itself across the basin like a silken lid, and the bronze faces on their shelves catch a last thread of lamp glow as if it were a whisper they intend to keep. Long eyes look past your shoulder the way mountains do when clouds are busy, and ears tilt with the patience of sails that no wind has its own itinerary. In the hush between footfalls, a question arrives that the city has trained you to ask softly. What stories prefer not to be voiced, and why do they feel truest when they aren't? Mist at the river mouth performs its usual sleight of hand, hiding edges, outlining breath, and the masks seem to breathe along, their cheek planes collecting dew like polite applause. A conservator has left a sliver of silk pinned near a jawline as a humidity sentinel. It trembles when doors think about closing. Every object in this room earns its keep by sharing just enough. Everything else it keeps is the reason you're here. Bronze is a language that never exhausted synonyms for listening. Ears pull long as boat keels to invite currents of rumor. Eyes stretch into horizons to host light without blinking. Mouths hold their breath not to refuse speech but to study it. A priest of practicality in your head translates. Elongated features also protect thin casting, distribute stress, and produce surfaces that gleam like the river at changes of mind. A priest of metaphor nods and says all engineering is also poetry if it works this beautifully. Between exhibits a child points at a mask and asks whether eyes this wide can see a lie. The docent answers with a story you can taste. In markets here, honesty survives because drains do. Water that knows where to go teaches speech the same trick. Mainstream threads weave without raising voices. Sanxingdui's monumental bronzes, Jinsha's golden ring of birds, riverine cities with raised granaries and sensible drains, networks that move jade and shells and ideas farther than voices could shout. Familiar facts take their seats like uncles who know they're loved. Under the lacquered hush floats a second layer, the kind history keeps on a high shelf. Names like Kansong, Boguan, Yufu, Duyu, kings with silk names that might be titles dressed as people or people dressed as weather. Later texts remember them as if a dream had left fingerprints. Which part of the memory is a portrait and which a proverb remains politely undecided. Historians are still debating this question, and the masks, being professionals, refuse to interrupt. Shadows from the lattice fall over a bronze with eyebrows like low riverbanks. Tilt your head one thumb's width and the face becomes kind. Tilt another and the same planes look severe. Mood here is a choreography between lamp and cheekbone, and your part is to move slowly. The guard at the door watches your patience and relaxes, because a person in a hurry in this room would be a category error. Footsteps from the corridor bring two archaeologists and a tray of small surprises. A bead with scarred edges where a child's tooth once tested curiosity. a fishbone needle so thin it could stitch fog, a copper splash shaped like a question mark. Humility is always curator to grandeur. The masks do their long-eyed work while these crumbs of life insist that meals and repairs and games carried the kingdom's days. Faith in evidence grows best where grand and ordinary sit elbow to elbow and don't elbow at all. Language keeps being the stubborn guest at this banquet of objects. If a shoe script existed in a form legible to us, perhaps the mask silence would be less powerful, and perhaps that would be a loss. Clay tallies gossiped in numbers. Knots and cords archived distance and promise. Lacquer marks on mold edges whispered about alignment. A carved sign might be a brand, a spell, a name, or just a craftsman telling tomorrow which half belonged on the left. Historians are still debating this question, and meanwhile the city remains articulate in drains and thresholds and songs. Memory of tremor schemes the floorboards like a cat that knows truth is under the bed. The earth shook, or so many think, and waters forgot their previous manners. Pits at Sanxingdui filled with curated endings. Fires broke and polished what people set down on purpose. And later, the sunbird rose at Jinsha as if a morning had found a new window. Catastrophe or choreography? A single night of decision or a decade of polite pivots? Historians are still debating this question, and your ribs agree. Both stories fit inside one body without squabbling. Glass reflects your own face between bronze visages and adds you to their company whether you applied or not. Eyebrows rise to meet ancestral geometry. The angle of your jaw becomes a little more river, a little less chatter. Some evenings a mirror in a museum turns the room into a rehearsal where past and present negotiate roles without envy. When the guard coughs gently, it's only to remind everyone, faces included, that the museum closes on time. Across town, the river performs its nightly seminar in the vocabulary of patience. Spillways hum in agreeable tones. Weirs correct everything with kindness. Culverts prove that invisibility can be honorable employment. No bronze is so eloquent as a ditch that behaves during a storm. Cities in this basin turned water into a colleague. That may be their most persuasive statement about the gods. Down the lane, a potter's shelf holds a moon of ashwater slip that never found a bowl to gloss. The surface has dried to the color of untold stories. Brush marks rippled through it weeks ago, then months. The hand that made them moved to another quarter. Obscure details like this, unfinished, tidy, sentimental only by accident, are the punctuation you never notice until the sentence ends. Wind at the palisade makes reeds speak consonants into the night. No one transcribes their grammar, which may be for the best. Reeds remember war stories badly and irrigation schedules perfectly. Their hero is a rope that learned to hold without bruising. Even the empire, when it arrived, had the decency to adopt wedge-loose door rules for flood nights. Power that listens to reeds earns its corner of the afterlife. Masks keep their mouths closed, which is not the same as refusing to speak. Look longer and you begin to hear verbs. Cast, burnish, polish, lift, carry, offer, bury, move. Nouns become shy in this room. You want to ask for proper names and dates, but the faces ask you back whether the name of a river improves your ability to cross. The answer complicates itself under your tongue and then tastes honest. Scholars at the tea stall maintain a healthy argument about cosmologies. Were those bronze trees ladders for spirits, maps of layered worlds, or theatrical scaffolds for a kind of music that has not survived in instruments? One insists on a three-tier cosmos you could climb if your ankles had good manners. Another keeps pointing at the workshop quarter and saying tool marks are a theology of their own. A third recommends noodles. Historians are still debating this question, and the noodles make stronger points than anyone expected. Birds in gold keep circling the center of the conversation. For in a ring, wings broad as vowels, tails curved like polite signatures. The sunbird reads as calendar, sovereignty, choreography, or the sound of morning made visible. A metallurgist passes around a replica thin as a promise and points to cut edges that argue for a knife sharp enough to write with light. Nobody raises their voice because shouting near gold would be rude. Doors in town work as sermons disguised as carpentry. Hinges fastened in a way that breaks before frames do, latches designed to yield outward when water insists. These are ethical statements pretending to be hardware. Every household becomes a philosophical tract about what must stand, what should bend, and when to open rather than brace. Bronze masks stare helpfully during this discussion because faces are the best diagrams. Artifacts at eye level hold your patience, but the floor steals your allegiance. Tiny stones arranged by sweepers to guide water around thresholds form a quiet script. You follow the punctuation down a lane where broomstrokes still remember the wrist that taught them. The ground writes letters in silt every time someone moves through, and the river reads over everyone's shoulder like a benevolent editor who loves cutting adjectives. News of distant empires arrives by plank road and river rumor, wearing seals and shoes. Scripts claim to tame distance. Coins propose new conversations. Roads make knees think differently. Yet the city's old grammar persists in the angle that forgives, the drain that behaves, the ladder that lives at every third doorway. Folded into bigger sentences, the basin keeps its verbs. Travelers from the Ba lands and messengers from Chu return to your story as recurring characters who never forgot their lines. Their bracelets still clink, their lacquer still looks like weather taught to pose, and their gifts weigh nicely in the hand. Trade remains theater where applause is measured in useful weights and saved favors. Rivals and neighbors learned one another's jokes so well that rivalry began to resemble rehearsal for friendship. Workshops tell you how silence gets made. Cooling pits go still, molds sleep, ladles grow thin lips of green where breath once burned off in tin syllables. When the fires went out in one quarter, another learned breath control in gold leaf. People translate skills between mediums the way rivers teach fish to pronounce different stones. That, too, is a language the masks approve without applause. Ritual fields hold their leftovers like a drawer where letters are tied with silk. Ash remembers order. Shells admit they were counted. Burn marks preserve the heat of decisions. Objects were broken with courtesy or flame-kissed to the sheen that closure requires. Was it farewell, reset, or both? Historians are still debating this question, and the ground recites everyone's arguments in layers no tribunal can overturn. Children in the square play a game called Whose Ear Hears Weather? Each wears a paper mask with absurdly long ears. One turns toward the canal, one toward the hill, one toward the lane. The one who feels wind change first wins the right to announce dinner. Engineering continues its residency as a family member, not a department. Frogs in the drainage write footnotes nightly, and the watch reads them without embarrassment. A loud treble means upstream wind and lantern oil earlier. A lazy bass means slow current and long jokes. This system would infuriate a calendar carved in bronze. It delights a city that thinks ankles deserve scholarships. Granaries breathe under careful lids, and the steward's palm judges moisture the way a grandmother judges a laugh, by timbre, not volume. Here is your mainstream footnote. Raised floors and vented storage reduce spoilage, making wetland cities possible where heavy roofs alone would have surrendered. Civilization in this story wears wood shavings and smells like sesame. Debates in the museum sometimes collapse into kindness because certainty would be impolite to visitors who brought legitimate wonder. One scholar says the long eyes are windows. Another says they are mirrors. A third calls them questions. A child calls them pretty. Everyone is right enough to sleep well. Masks do not answer the problem of names, and perhaps that is a relief. Titles turn to myth quickly in damp air. Authority, in these rooms, smells faintly of pine smoke and lacquer, not decree. You find yourself trusting the thickness of a door sill more than the thickness of a history's chapter on kings, which is not treason. It is taste. A story returns that always deserves a seat. The older cities bow to the newer, whether by quake command, flood persuasion, or policy rehearsed in silence. Life pivoted to a district where a gold ring could tell time by flying nowhere. Continuity wears new clothes and keeps its pockets lined with old songs. The masks nod as if to say, this too was an offering. Speculative ghosts drift across the palette of your mind. Lost words that smelled like reed, surviving gestures that count as sentences. Gods quieter than drains but taller than roofs. Some nights the argument over what the masks mean is simply stage lighting for a different discussion about what the masks are good at. Keeping attention awake without shouting, teaching patience by staring, dignifying questions by surviving them. Memory of neighbors returns with shoes dusty from festivals. Ba rhythm still likes to drape itself over left foot first. Chu lacquer still applauds rain. Highland cloaks still bead water like an elder's reply to a disciple who asks whether to stand or bend. Borders wiggle like eels because rivers change their minds because mountains practice shrugging. The masks do not care about maps. They care about whether bridges are polite. A curator gestures to a lattice and asks whether you'd like to see the bronze in lamplight that copies river dusk. Lamp chimneys sigh. Wick flames lean. Reflections behave. The face in the glass grows taller, older, kinder. Even the guard softens because lamplight makes decent people out of silhouettes and decent silhouettes out of questions. Field notes from the dig arrive at the museum table with sand still flirting with the paper fibers. Numbers anchor stories to patience. Sketches remind numbers they're mammals. A porcupine quill rides in a case like a tiny lance from a small, victorious army, the one that lifted a foil bird without tearing its mourning. Every tool here argues that gentleness wins the longest wars. Levee posts outside the city carry notches for water height and pencil marks for mood. A steward adds a thin line labeled relieved, a fat one labeled curious, and a dot labeled singing frogs. Auditors from the capital may not approve these metrics. The river will. Household shrines that still prefer reed knots to incense collect small affidavits of the day. A thread from a repaired basket. A dried peel hung as a barometer, a smooth stone stroked by 5 generations of anxious thumbs. Religion, in this telling, is a tidy shelf and a drain that keeps its promises. The masks supervise, pleased with the theology of chores. Music refuses to retire. Gourd flutes argue amiably with zither about whether festivals should begin on downbeat or drainbeat. A puppeteer stages the lazy gnomon again, and the rope becomes assistant to the river. And children clap for civil engineering in costume. That musical, drawn from the city's habits, will never close. An old fisherman points at a bronze mirror and says that is how the river sees itself when it isn't working. A scholar counters that mirrors teach humans to share faces with weather. The argument ends in tea. Historians are still debating this question, and nobody wants them to stop because the sound of clever disagreement is part of the city's charm. Sleep gathers in the rafters of the museum like a well-trained flock. Guards yawn. Lamps bow. Bronze learns to be moon. The masks do not blink because they don't need to. You do? Because eyelids are the city's way of reminding you to rehearse darkness without fear. The last footstep becomes a promise rather than a departure. Morning's first heron writes a signature across the canal, and your sandals remember where the plank gives a friendly complaint. River breathes the word hush. The city answers with verbs: open, lift, check, stir, share. What the masks don't say turns out to be something like this. That language is a choreography of tasks, that beauty is a side effect of competence, that humility can be spectacular if you polish it carefully and aim it at a festival. Summary leans in with the soft voice you've come to trust. Mainstream anchors stand steady. Sanxingdui's faces, Jinsha's ring, basin cities that plan for water first, neighbors who braided routes and measures with admirable manners. Obscure delights kept the texture lively. Porcupine quill conservatorship, frog ledgers as weather reports, wedge loose door doctrine, citrus peel barometers, millet bowls whispering quakes, chords remembered by scent. Disagreements stayed civil and nourishing. Script or no script, catastrophe or choreography, tree for the heavens or stage for ceremony, sunbird as calendar or sovereignty. Historians are still debating this question, and the masks approve because good questions keep oil in the hinge and breath in the throat. Acceptance settles on your shoulders like a shawl woven from reed light and drain song. Answers are silhouettes you can sleep beside, not locks that jam curiosity. Eyes long enough to host doubt, ears wide enough to welcome weather, mouths quiet enough to keep the city's verbs walking. This is the grammar the masks protect. When you bow to leave, the room bows back in the polished language of reflections. Breathing slows the way a river slows under moonlight, and words loosen until they float like little rafts you don't need to chase. Lanterns fade to the friendliest kind of dusk. Stairs become soft, and the street remembers how to hum. Somewhere a gate closes with the same hush as a palm smoothing a reed mat, and roofs tuck the night in with the confidence of old hands that have seen storms, visitors, and the comfortable silence afterward. Warm air lingers at the window, smelling faintly of cedar smoke and sesame, like a kitchen that cleaned itself and left one good bowl out for luck. Bronze faces recede into their shelves of stars. The long eyes are only gleam now, no longer questions, just a way for light to rest. The river's alphabet keeps writing in the distance. Thin vowels of spillways, a consonant tap from a ferry rope, but every letter spreads out, unhurried, until it becomes the same agreeable word. Sleep. Pillows cool where your cheek finds them. Breath lines up with the drumbeat of your own heart, that old ferryman in your chest who always knew the shallow places. The day's images, jade like a drop of shade, gold birds looping a quiet sun, masks holding patience like a lantern, drift backward as if the current of forgetting were a deliberate kindness. Even the unanswered things feel soft around the edges, like stones rounded by time until pockets accept them without noticing the weight. If the night asks for a last thought, give it an easy one. A rope waiting by the door for morning errands, a bowl lamp kept for one more evening, a door that chooses to open rather than brace. Give it the sound of reeds rehearsing for rain and finding the note they prefer. Give it the picture of your own feet stepping onto the plank, balanced, sure, while the water below does whatever water does when no one tells it what to do. Rest now. The river will keep time, the masks will keep watch, and the story will be exactly where you left it when your eyes lift again.